Aesop Priscillard, also known as Baron Aesop, has always dreamed of seizing power in Gordon City and revitalizing his family. Therefore, he was determined to carry out countless experiments, just to create a monster strong enough to obey him. One day, Aesop picked up a stranger and immediately felt that she was suitable as a prototype for the ultimate calamity, the monster he had been waiting for. Living up to expectations and the pile of precious materials, the ultimate calamity was a resounding success. But it had a weak appearance, and a round soul just like the prototype. Will Aesop's efforts to revitalize his family and become the leader of Gordon City collapse because of this? Let's wait and see. The oldest, most mysterious, and most evil alchemical family, the Priscillard family. In order to find the laws of all things and seek a method for the flesh to become a god, these crazy alchemists once caused a terrifying biological disaster on this great continent. The chaos caused the people to panic. Monsters roamed everywhere. The weak people could only become their food. But 300 years ago, this family declined for unknown reasons. And he, Aesop Priscillard, is the only genius descendant of the family, the greatest alchemist of this century, vowing to create biochemical weapons comparable to gods and rebuild the family's glory. Aesop stood in front of a machine, exclaiming happily, "This is it! The most powerful biochemical weapon, the ultimate calamity, created by the most powerful alchemist. Me, in just 400 days, is finally complete." He turned to the side and ordered, "Hey, you rat, start the final steps." At this moment, pay attention to controlling the purity of the azote culture medium. Absolutely do not let its purity drop below 70%. The other angrily scolded, "How many times have I told you? Don't call me a rat. I am a biochemical modification squirrel, assistant number 1 to Aesop Swan Nai." Swan Nai looked at the pile of reports in front of him and announced to Aesop, "Currently, the purity of the azote culture medium has reached 99%. The heart rate of the test subject is 15 beats per minute, the body temperature is 25 degrees, and the vital signs are stable." A huge iron pipe was inserted into the machine, adding 52 grams of black sulfur to the culture tank to remove excess impurities and harmful bacteria from the test subject. Black sulfur has been injected, the purity of azote has decreased to 91%, vital signs are stable. On the other side of the machine, another large pipe was inserted, injecting 160 grams of white heavy mercury into the culture tank to stabilize the main personality will of the test subject. White heavy mercury has been injected, the purity of azote has decreased to 85%, vital signs are stable. Another pipe was injected inside, adding 366 grams of gold salt to the culture tank to reshape the soul of the test subject. Gold salt has been injected, the purity of azote has decreased to 72%. Vital signs are stable. Aesop put on a prepared gas mask. The final step is to discharge all the azote waste in the culture tank and reduce the pressure, ready to open the culture tank. Swan Nai also spoke, "The safety valve is closed, open the culture tank," and then decisively pulled the lever. The machine opened slightly, emitting a cloud of white smoke. Aesop happily looked back at his design, "My strongest move, the alchemical biochemical test subject that can destroy this world, the ultimate calamity, is finally complete." The blueprint for the ultimate calamity, his goal, appeared in his hand. Aesop tossed the papers into the air, excitedly shouting, "Use your terrifying body to conquer the whole world for me." The machine opened completely, and a white, tender foot appeared. Looking up a little, there was a round airbag. A complete human being, with all the curves, just without the badass shape in the original drawing. Aesop exclaimed in horror, "What the hell is this?" He angrily waved his hand, "I have to get closer and observe." Swan Nai immediately reminded, "Hey, close contact with the test subject is not in accordance with biochemical protection regulations." Aesop continued to move forward, "Don't say more." Before him was the product he had been waiting for the most. Aesop seriously observed, "Could it be that this female body is just a disguise for the ultimate calamity?" His eyes were suspicious. If that's the case, these two might not be breasts, but energy reservoirs to store the energy of the ultimate calamity. Aesop's eyes focused on the two airbags. He raised a finger and moved closer. "I have to try." Aesop concentrated on feeling, based on this touch and softness to judge. Then he angrily held his head and roared, "Damn it, this is a normal human." He groped the arm of the person in front of him and lamented, "Where is the left arm of the angel of destruction that I grafted onto her?" Then he opened his eyes again. Where are the sorrowful eyes of the Emerald Queen that were grafted onto her? He even pressed his head against her chest, and the perpetual motion mechanical heart, the non-stop heart of improvement type 3, was also grafted on, so why can't I hear the sound of electricity when pumping blood? Suddenly, a terrifying killing intent appeared. Swan Nai hurriedly warned, "Hey Aesop, be careful." Aesop was startled. What? The ultimate calamity suddenly pressed him to the ground. Swan Nai anxiously shouted, "Aesop!" But she just took out a handkerchief to wipe away the tears, and then moaned, "Aesop, don't worry, I will inherit the family property of the Priscillard family for you. I have already thought about your epitaph." The current head of the Priscillard family, chairman of the Pure Research Association, genius alchemist, who was not killed by the city's heroes but died at the hands of his own test subject, and a pitiful 15-year-old virgin. Aesop angrily cursed, "You rat, I'll let the carrion-eating Arctic beetles into your cheese vault later." Swan Nai lost his feigned look of pity. What the hell, that's too vicious. Looking back under Aesop's body, it was not blood but mutated vulcanized snail blood used for experiments. He was stunned. "Huh, you're not dead?" Aesop was extremely confident. "I am the great Aesop Priscillard, the strongest alchemist of this era. How could I be killed by my own test subject? Remember, I asked you to add my liquid soul extract into the culture solution of the ultimate calamity, so that my soul would have a natural affinity with her, and she could not harm me." Swan Nai was puzzled. "Let me add your liquid soul extract to the culture solution. Why don't I remember?" Recalling the past, Aesop did come to him once. "Don't drink anymore, you rat. There's a problem with the ratio of gold salt. I have to prepare again. Help me add this to the initial culture solution of the ultimate calamity. Absolutely don't mistake it for the other stuff." But he was drunk. Okay, I understand. When he left, he curiously looked inside. What is this? Wait, it smells good too. Then he poured it into the wine. Adding it to the wine might taste better. Swan Nai was now green with regret. "I'm done for." Aesop ignored his depressed mood. He said helplessly to the person lying on him, "Hey, ultimate calamity, I order you as your master, get off me, and then be good." Suddenly she sat up. Aesop panicked. "Ultimate calamity, what do you want to do?" The ultimate calamity suddenly stuck out her tongue and licked him. Aesop's face immediately turned red. She licked him a few more times. Aesop was dizzy from the temperature of his face. He pushed the ultimate calamity away. Then he hurriedly ran out. "I've been exposed at level 3, quickly give me the purification spray, you rat!" Aesop pressed a button. A shield appeared above the ultimate calamity's head. It quickly descended. Finally it locked her inside. Aesop frantically sprayed the spray all over his face. He suddenly remembered something. Wait. Then he searched in the corner. Swan Nai was puzzled. "Hey, what are you looking for?" Aesop pulled out a stack of documents, found it. He pondered for a moment. As expected, this girl is the original test subject of the ultimate calamity, human number 2252. Swan Nai was surprised. "It's that one-armed, one-legged girl who was about to die that we saved a year ago. I thought she looked familiar." He thought, "That's not right. I remember number 2252 had purple hair. How did it turn golden now?" Aesop also didn't understand. That's the problem, and her personality seems to have changed too. Back to a year ago, Gordon City, the White Queen Bank. A strange noise suddenly rang out in the ventilation duct. Inside was an object resembling a bomb counting down. The clock quickly ticked to 0. The bomb did not explode but sprayed out white smoke. At the men's restroom of the bank, a man and a squirrel were comfortably flushing the toilet. Swan Nai calculated the time and said the dragon tooth toxin should have been almost completely released by now. So what? Aesop opened his bag then. The two quickly took out the items inside. After preparing, the two walked out together. Let's begin. Outside, it was extremely chaotic, with people lying sprawled on the ground. One person saw Aesop's group and immediately became angry. Damn it, who are you? You even dare to rob the White Queen Bank? Do you know who the owner of this bank is? Aesop sprayed blue liquid on his face. Don't really want to know. The other immediately turned into slime. He sneered. You're much cuter now than before. A mother and child were trembling in the corner. Take whatever you want, please don't kill us. Swan Nai sneered. That's what you said. Then he snatched the candy from the boy's hand. Give it here quickly. The boy burst into tears. Swan and I happily turned and left. It's strawberry milk flavor, my favorite. Aesop reached out to adjust the business closure sign, and then closed the door. Swan and I used a gun to melt the door in front of them. Aesop pressed a few buttons on the remote control. Immediately, a place exploded. The pile of money inside was revealed in front of the two. The two looked at each other happily. Just take it comfortably, you scumbags. The night was quiet. Suddenly humming began to sound. Aesop and Swan and I happily carried away the spoils. Aesop excitedly said, "This robbery was too perfect. The most evil genius alchemist in Gordon City, Aesop. I can only think of these words to describe myself." Swan and I seized the opportunity to suggest, "Then why don't we go to the Black Lion bar tonight to find some girls to celebrate with?" He immediately refused. "Don't even think about it. A quarter of the money robbed last time was taken by you to buy wine and give to those ugly women with gaudy makeup as tips. Therefore, every penny robbed this time will be used for the experiments of the ultimate calamity." Swan and I muttered, "Boring." Aesop turned around to encourage him. "As long as we can successfully create the ultimate calamity, Gordon City will completely become our playground. Then we will announce our identities, which can make the Priscillard family famous in the world. You're drawing a pie." Aesop sneered, "By that time, wouldn't you be able to do whatever you want?" Swan and I was indeed trapped. "What you said is also right." The two said in unison, "By that time, I want the mayor to personally pour wine for me, and then make all the city heroes change into diapers, suck on pacifiers, and dance the baby hula hula." Then they laughed happily. We thought of the same thing. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. The two hurriedly lay down on the ground. Who fired the gun? Did the Security Patrol Bureau catch up? Aesop observed, "That's not right. This gunshot is not the same as the standard gun of the Security Patrol Bureau, but a large caliber revolver." As expected, the gun was exactly as he said. A man was wandering on the street with his gun. Ham Milk, chief of the Beacon District branch of the Gordon City Security Investigation Bureau, city hero, gun gentleman. In front of him was a seriously injured woman, using all her strength to crawl forward. Swan and I was annoyed. "It's Ham Milk, that damn old man. The bank he manages has already been robbed by us. Instead of chasing us robbers, why is he blocking the way for a one-legged shrimp here? Is he looking down on us?" Aesop whispered, "Shh, listen to what he's saying." Ham Milk sneered, "As expected of a member of the Hellhound team, even if you've been injured to this extent, you can still overturn my 5 level 1 detective policeman. However, you can only crawl like a dog now. Tell me, where is the list of dark assets of the Hellhound team hidden? Tell me and I might spare your life, after all. I am a gentleman." The woman had crawled to the end of the road and could only helplessly watch the man approach. He suddenly laughed. "Oh, I forgot, the Hellhound team, for the sake of the confidentiality of their actions, has cut the vocal cords of each member. They can only use special sign language to communicate. What a group of pitiful people." The woman pulled something out from behind her. Ham Milk immediately drew his gun and shot her in the hand. He was annoyed. "Really, even in this state, you still want to play tricks. What a bad girl." Ham Milk said, "As expected, the list is still on your body, huh?" Suddenly stopped because he saw the bear on the ground. He curiously picked it up to observe. "What is this? Could it be hidden inside this tattered bear?" A bloody hand hurriedly grabbed Ham Milk. The woman tried hard to show something. He directly used the gun to hit her hard on the head. Then he stepped on her with his foot. "It seems this dirty little bear is very important to you. Ham Milk threw the bear down next to her. "Then I'll return it to you." Then he shot and shattered the head of the little bear. The gunshot rang out in the alley. He muttered, "Well, anyway, even if I don't get the list, bringing your corpse back can still get a reward from the hands of the adults, just a little less." A round of applause sounded, accompanied by a mocking voice. Unexpectedly, the nemesis of criminals in Gordon City, the selfless city hero, Chief Ham Milk, gun gentleman, is actually someone whose eyes light up at the sight of money. Ham Milk immediately became vigilant. "Who?" Aesop stepped forward. "Let me introduce myself. Standing in front of you is the most evil criminal in Gordon City, also the greatest alchemist of this era." Part of his face was obscured by the mask, Baron Aesop. Swan and I cleared his throat to remind him. Aesop then turned around. "Oh, I'm so sorry, I forgot to introduce him. The person next to me is the best subordinate of this Baron, mad scientist." He was not satisfied when he heard this. I have to seriously correct you, not a subordinate, but a partner in crime. We are essentially an equal relationship. Also, it's the mysterious and crazy mad scientist. Pay attention to the adjectives in front. Aesop was annoyed. There is already a mad scientist. Adding crazy again isn't redundant? Swan Na was stubborn. I like it that way. Can you control it? The two began to argue. This will lower the tone of our evil villainous bigwigs. This is very important, do you know? What a fart. Putting the two words mad together is obviously more exhilarating. Hamilk couldn't bear it anymore. I don't have time to play house with you two little devils. If you still bother adults from working, you won't see your mothers anymore. Aesop was not afraid at all. Hey, Swan Nai, it seems we are looked down upon by this old man. Then let him see our achievements. The two threw out suitcases of money. Hamilk was shocked. This is... He frowned at the two. So it was you two who robbed the White Queen Bank this afternoon. The two immediately smiled happily. Hamilk babbled, through publicizing their criminal behavior, to satisfy some distorted need in their hearts, or to achieve some psychological satisfaction. This is a manifestation of inner inferiority and lack of security. Criminals with such behavior are always useless rookies. He raised his gun. I have always hated killing rookies and trash, because every bullet of mine is very precious. However, today, I will make an exception for you once. As a gentleman, I will give you 3 seconds to escape. Aesop didn't care much. No need, please shoot. Let me experience the elegant shooting of the gun gentleman, the number one god of guns in Gordon City. Hamilk was angry. Then I will fulfill you. But he couldn't pull the trigger. Why, the trigger won't move, is it jammed? He was horrified. Why, the gun in my hand suddenly feels very heavy. Then Hamilk weakly fell down. Looking closely, he discovered the trap in the suitcase of money. This is... Aesop came closer. Did you only discover it now? It's too late. Nerve cell interfering poisonous gas, nicknamed the Weakener, in an environment with a concentration of 300 ppm. Humans only need to breathe for about 8 seconds to start poisoning, and you have been breathing for more than 1 minute. Hamilk's face was pale. Your purpose, what is it? Is it to save her? Aesop shrugged. Please, we are evil villains. How could we do righteous things like saving people? He pulled out the gun and shot blue liquid at him. We simply hate city heroes. Hamilk immediately turned into a slime. He ran away in fear. Swan Nai mocked. City hero, silver hero license. That's all there is to it. He clapped his hands. Clean up the scene a bit. We're ready to go back to the happy base. Suddenly, he saw Aesop approaching the woman. Hey, what are you doing? Swan Nai came closer. He explained. I'm observing how long this girl can live. The two assessed the woman's condition. The left arm and left leg were cut off. The wound has begun to rot. The right palm was pierced by a bullet. The tendons and bones are almost completely severed. The right eye is blind. All the fingernails of the 10 fingers have been peeled off. The vocal cords have been burned and damaged. The heart rate is chaotic. And the heart also has signs of weakness. Aesop pulled out a measuring device. Finally, the blood also tested for the components of no less than 4 kinds of strong toxicity. He smiled softly. It's a miracle that she can last until now. I'm very curious. What identity does she have that she deserves to be treated like this? The Security Patrol Bureau couldn't possibly use such cruel methods on ordinary people. Swan Nai urged Aesop. Anyway, she won't live long. Why worry about so many things? Going back to have a happy party is the most important thing. He turned around. Hey, you don't want to save her, do you? Aesop immediately jumped up. Are you kidding me? I'm the number 1 evil villain in Gordon City. Save people? Are you insulting me? Then he picked up the suitcase of money. Swan Nai teased. You scared me. I really thought you wanted to save someone. He shouted. Don't say more, let's go quickly. Aesop noticed the woman's condition. She's crawling? She's been so badly injured, what does she still want to do? He turned his head and left. Forget it. In this city, too many people rot in the nameless alleys every day. What does it have to do with me? The sky suddenly poured rain. Thunder rumbled. The garbage dump initially only had a few raindrops. Then the rain gradually became heavier. 2 figures holding umbrellas entered the alley. A heavy rain will wash away all the crimes and blood of this city. After the rain, the sky will clear, and everything will be forgotten. The woman helplessly lay on the ground. Next to her was a tattered teddy bear. She stretched out to touch it. Using all her last strength, she finally got the bear. She happily hugged it in her arms. Then she closed her eyes. Her whole body was quiet, as if waiting for death. A foot stepped forward in front of her. Aesop calmly looked at the woman. At the operating room, the nightmare lair, Swan Eye wearing a mask spoke impatiently. Hey Aesop, do you know what we're doing now? Aesop looked at him puzzled. What are we doing? We're performing surgery. Swan Eye angrily roared. God damn it, we're saving people now. He angrily scolded. Since when have you been infected with the bad habit of saving people? Have you forgotten our ambition? Aesop calmly said, Of course I haven't forgotten. To become the most evil villain, and then make the world realize the greatness and terror of the Priscillard family again. His eyes were extremely serious, but the premise is, we must create biochemical weapons powerful enough to destroy the world, transcending gods, the ultimate calamity. He began to describe, the parasitic prototype of the ultimate calamity must gather all the extreme negative emotions, pain, anger, grief, despair, but the most crucial thing is, it must also retain a little of the purest goodness deep in the soul, and that little goodness is the key to controlling the ultimate calamity. Aesop took off his mask and sighed. The reason why our experiments have failed thousands of times is because the test subject lacks this final point. He looked at the woman in front of him, and this girl just happens to meet those conditions. Swan Eye carefully observed, but she is too badly injured, she could die at any time. Aesop was serious, therefore, we must immediately conduct the ultimate calamity experiment. He planned immediately, let's divide the work now, you go prepare the necessary culture medium for the experiment, I will go prepare the fetal blood of the cocoon of despair, no problem. The curtain was lifted to the side. Inside was an arm being kept frozen, the left arm of the Angel of Destruction. In addition, there were the sorrowful eyes of the Emerald Queen, along with the non-stop heart of Artificial Improvement Type 3. Finally, the decontaminated fetal blood of the cocoon of despair. Aesop spoke, let's begin, let's create a miracle. He held the documents about the woman and posted them on the glass. The person inside immediately stepped forward, but couldn't get out. Swan Eye was curious, so what do we do now? Aesop pondered, early tomorrow morning, we will conduct a series of procedures, observation, cultivation, and examination. He coldly turned and left. If in the end she is a failed product, then destroy her. Aesop frowned. I will not leave a failed product by my side. At night, the gas masks were neatly arranged in the glass cabinet. The table was littered with notes. A painting was hung on the wall. Aesop turned to the side. His mind was always thinking about the image of being licked earlier. He kept tossing and turning all over the bed. Aesop angrily sat up. Damn it, why can't I sleep? He gently touched his lips. Finally, Aesop decided to go outside. The specially reinforced white obsidian crystal of cultivation chamber number 1 has super impact resistance and corrosion resistance. But to be safe, I should go take a look. He went to the chamber containing the ultimate calamity. Seeing her obediently hugging her knees and sitting in the corner, it seems she is still considered well behaved, so I can rest assured. But Aesop was surprised. Is she trembling? He muttered in confusion. Could it be that the dignified ultimate calamity is actually afraid of sleeping alone at night? Then he turned away irritably. What does it have to do with me? She's just a test subject, and most likely a faulty product. He suddenly stopped his footsteps. The face of the ultimate calamity appeared in his mind. Aesop sighed softly. Then he decided to press the button. The chamber door gradually opened. He spoke, Come out, ultimate calamity, to take her to a more comfortable place to sleep. The two quickly went to the high-risk experimental subject observation area, floor 7 of the nightmare base. Aesop. A roar sounded. You bastard Aesop, when I get out, I will eat you alive. High-risk experimental subject number 8, evil Tyrannosaurus. Another voice appeared. Aesop, I will see through your soul, and then, exile and torture your soul forever. High-risk experimental subject number 15, Devil's Eye of the Abyss. Aesop was satisfied. Among my high-risk experimental subjects, numbers 8 and 15 have the most bright and cheerful personalities. If she lives among them, she will definitely not be afraid anymore. The two monsters competed to roar. Hey, you bastard Aesop, rather let us out and devour your soul. Aesop yawned sleepily and said goodbye. Then you guys live in peace, I have to go to sleep. He comfortably lay down on the bed. Well, that way the ultimate calamity won't be alone anymore. Aesop patted the bed. Finally can sleep well. The evil Tyrannosaurus said to the Abyss Devil's Eye, "Hey, Big Eye, this is the area for imprisoning high-risk experimental subjects. What qualifications does this little human have to be imprisoned? Together with powerful creatures like us?" It curiously observed her. "How would I understand?" "Wait, it seems I heard that bastard Aesop say this little girl is the ultimate calamity." The evil Tyrannosaurus laughed loudly. "The ultimate calamity? This little human like an ant? Are you kidding me?" The Abyss Devil's Eye also mocked. "Aesop's ultimate calamity experiment has failed thousands of times. However, before, he could at least cultivate a few terrorists that were somewhat eye-catching. But this time he made a human. The ultimate calamity in their mouths was trying hard to break the wall." The evil Tyrannosaurus approached and advised, "Hey, don't waste your energy anymore, little girl. This is the high-frequency white crystal wall developed by that bastard Aesop. Even a flower maniac like me can't break it. If you can break it, I will be your laughingstock." The Abyss Devil's Eye also came to despise. "That's right, even my strongest magic ray can't penetrate it, let alone a weak human like you. If you can break it, I will be your pet." She suddenly stopped her wall-breaking action. One arm suddenly changed. Even the fingers were no longer beautiful. The two monsters were immediately surprised. Wait, that is. The hand of the ultimate calamity suddenly flashed. The evil Tyrannosaurus looked at the shattered glass in horror. What the hell is this move? Instantly melted into a big hole. The ultimate calamity also didn't understand what happened. She looked at her arm in confusion. The evil Tyrannosaurus gaped in horror. The Abyss Devil's Eye also trembled. The large dragon immediately knelt down. "Big sister, please accept a bow from this grandpa." "No, from this little dragon. I will be your mount from now on. Please melt this white crystal wall for me." The giant eye also clasped its hands and pleaded, "Big sister, I am willing to be your pet from now on, please release me too." Aesop was in a deep sleep. Mom. Swan Nai staggered with a bottle of wine. Suddenly the warning lights flashed, accompanied by deafening cries. Swan Nai hurriedly ran out. What the hell happened? Why is the warning of the high-risk experimental subject confinement area ringing? Aesop also rushed over. It proves that at least 3 white obsidian crystal walls in the high-risk experimental subject confinement area have been destroyed, and the experimental subjects inside are completely out of control. We must quickly suppress them before they cause greater damage. The two took the elevator and quickly went down. Swan Nai pulled out the observation device and reported, "Escape from confinement are high-risk experimental subject number 8, Evil Tyrannosaurus, Isolation Cell F202. And number 15, Abyss Devil's Eye, F204, and also, F203? I remember this cell is supposed to be empty." Aesop immediately remembered. He snatched the device. "Let me see." The two were stunned when they saw the hole in the wall. Aesop happily laughed. She materialized the left arm of the Angel of Destruction. Swan Nai roared, "God damn it, you have to explain clearly to me first why the ultimate calamity was moved to the high-risk experimental subject observation area." The elevator quickly stopped at the high-risk experimental subject observation area. Aesop and Swan Nai stepped out. The two looked dejectedly at the mess in front of them. Aesop said coldly, "I say, have you two caused enough trouble?" The evil Tyrannosaurus immediately noticed him. The Abyss Devil's Eye also looked over. The evil Tyrannosaurus excitedly roared, "Damn Aesop, keeping this grandpa like a lab rat for so long. This grandpa must let you know the taste." Only to see Aesop raise his gun and fire, hitting the monster's face. It roared madly. "What the hell is this?" Aesop smiled happily. "This is a grenade capsule containing more than 200 dragon spider eggs." He looked at it sternly. "As a dragon, you should know what dragon spiders are, right?" The evil Tyrannosaurus was immediately terrified. Specializes in parasitizing on dragon worms and near-dragon worms, and uses the dragon race as food. Spiders, once parasitized, will definitely die. Aesop praised him without hesitation. "So smart, you answered correctly." The Abyss Devil's Eye secretly thought, taking advantage of the attention of that Aesop guy being attracted by that stupid evil Tyrannosaurus, "I'll use my magic radiation to melt him." A grenade was raised. Aesop gently tossed it high. The Abyss Devil's Eye was immediately panicked. Then the grenade exploded, emitting a dazzling light. It rolled around in pain. My eyes are going blind." "Aesop, you bastard." Aesop calmly, "How should I say it? Do you two want to continue to be stubborn or obediently return to your cells? The evil Tyrannosaurus was crazy. Do you think that will make us submit? We still have Big Sister. The big eye also trembled. That's right, our Big Sister can melt even your most rigid high-frequency white crystal wall in an instant. You are definitely not her match. Aesop was curious. Big Sister? From behind them, a figure stepped out. It was. Aesop frowned. As expected, it's the ultimate calamity. Damn it, if that one loses control, it's troublesome. The evil Tyrannosaurus laughed loudly. Aesop, it's been a long time since I've seen that terrified expression on your face. Then he cowered. Big Sister, this bastard Aesop has imprisoned and experimented on noble creatures like us, like lab rats. It's really too humiliating. Big Sister, you must vent your anger for us. The ultimate calamity silently walked over. Swan and I panicked. Hey, don't you have any emergency backup plans to suppress the ultimate calamity? Aesop pondered. Theoretically speaking, known material means cannot 100% suppress the ultimate calamity. The ultimate calamity suddenly took a stance. Then charged straight towards the two. Aesop panicked. This is bad. She rushed up and pressed him down again. Swan and I shouted. Aesop. The evil Tyrannosaurus was still very confident. It's still too late to beg for mercy now. Obediently remove the dragon spider eggs on my body, and then lick the toenails of this grandpa. I can still ask Big Sister to spare you from death. It sneered. A little slower and Big Sister will take your lives. But was horrified to see the scene in front of him. Big Sister, what are you doing? Aesop struggled to push her away. Ultimate calamity, I said. He angrily cursed. Will you stop? The ultimate calamity could only stammer a few words. Aesop held his face helplessly. Okay, I understand you want to express that you don't want to sleep here, then I will change another place for you, okay? She immediately rushed up. He hurriedly stopped her. So don't lick anymore. Are you a dog? The evil Tyrannosaurus went crazy. Big Sister, where's your move to melt the crystal wall? Aesop looked at him sternly. So, teaching the ultimate calamity to destroy the isolation room, disturbing my healthy rest, how should I thank you? The elevator went up gradually. The ultimate calamity curiously played with the buttons. Aesop and Swan and I were tired, sleepy. The elevator was immediately in chaos. He shouted, Hey, give me your hand, don't press the elevator buttons randomly, idiot. In the room, the evil Tyrannosaurus stuffed into the sleeping bag struggled desperately. I am a noble dragon, even if you make me wear a sleeping bag to repent. Don't use this kind of stupid thing. How will I roll around in the high-risk experimental subject observation area in the future? The abyss devil's eye was squeezed together with a pile of onions. Eyes, my eyes, quickly take these onions away. In the water tank was a young 9-headed giallo. One head suddenly opened its eyes. Then they were all surprised to see the ultimate calamity. She happily played. Aesop glanced at her. So the problem has come. The ultimate calamity doesn't want to sleep in laboratory number 0, and doesn't want to sleep in the high-risk experimental subject observation area. So where will she sleep tonight? Swan and I calmly. Very simple. Then he sneered. Let her sleep in your room. Aesop was angry. You old rat, are you stupid? How can I let the experimental subject sleep in the same room as me? Swan and I happily laughed. But looking at the situation in front of you, the calamity girl is only close to you. If you let her sleep somewhere else, what if she causes trouble again? So keeping her next to you is the safest. Aesop was proud, that's for sure. In the process of cultivating the ultimate calamity, I also added my soul extract into it, so I will have a natural affinity for the ultimate calamity. Swan now was puzzled. Then the problem lies there. At that time you gave me the bottle of soul extract. I didn't put it in the cultivation chamber of the ultimate calamity. I thought it was wine and drank it. He immediately roared. What did you say? Swan and I explained. Hey, this is not my fault. You always like to command me when I'm drunk, and you don't know. The soul extract in a relaxed state of embodiment will emit a fragrance similar to good wine. At that time my mind was not sober, so wouldn't I think it was wine? Aesop rushed up to hit him. Damn it, you idiot. Now even the last bit of insurance is gone. Once the ultimate calamity goes berserk, we are all done for. Swan and I hurriedly pointed. Behind, look behind you. Looking behind, the ultimate calamity was happily reaching into the fish tank to catch the monster. The 9-headed giallo immediately hid behind the rock. But she quickly found it. Half of her body was submerged in the water. Aesop was angry. Hey, little 9 is not a toy, quickly come out here. But the ultimate calamity didn't listen. Didn't you hear my order? Hurry up, immediately, right now, come out here. He angrily gritted his teeth. Then grabbed her leg and pulled her out. Come out, give her to me. The ultimate calamity was immediately pulled out of the water. Aesop lost his balance and fell to the ground, pulling her down as well. Coincidentally, she sat right on his face. Seeing that it was her master, the ultimate calamity was very happy. Aesop hurriedly pushed her up. Idiot, do you know you're heavy? Quickly get up. Swan Nai laughed loudly on the side. After finally pushing away the butt on his face, Aesop angrily ordered, Ultimate calamity, I, as your master, order you, from now on, absolutely not allowed to go into Little Nine's water. Tank again. Swan Nai stood up and left. Okay, I'll leave the ultimate calamity to you, I'm going to sleep. Aesop was angry. What? You old rat, you're not allowed to sleep. Why are you throwing her to me alone? He turned back and sneered. Hey, after all, the ultimate calamity is a soft and delicate girl. I advise you to be gentle with her, if you provoke her to go berserk. The consequences are hard to imagine. He sighed. What soft and delicate girl, she's just an experimental subject, and be gentle? Suddenly, the person behind him sneezed. Her whole body was soaking wet. Aesop sighed again. Oh well, too dirty. I have to take her to take a bath first. In the bathroom. The water in the tub was being filled. The ultimate calamity kept squirming, making Aesop annoyed. Don't move. He checked the machine, scanned 3 times. It seems she really doesn't have any germs on her. Handheld germ detection device. Aesop held his head in frustration. But even so, I don't want to let a test subject use my bathtub to bathe. Then pointed to the bathtub. Okay, after I go out, you bathe yourself, understand? But the ultimate calamity looked at him confused. Aesop sighed. He used his whole body to illustrate. Wait for me, after I go out. Pointed to the face of the ultimate calamity. You? Aesop made a guiding gesture. Take off your clothes. Then pointed to the bathtub. Into this, bathe. He asked again. Understood? The ultimate calamity happily nodded. Then immediately took off her shirt. Aesop panicked. Hey, I said wait for me to go out before taking it off, idiot. He hurriedly closed his eyes tightly. Then realized, wait, what am I embarrassed about? In the eyes of a great alchemist, the experimental subject has no gender. I have to look at her directly. Then he was poked by the double peaks of the ultimate calamity, causing him to spurt nosebleeds. Aesop fell to the ground. Finally, he had to take the showerhead. Inserted 2 pieces of paper in his nose. Wore a pair of sunglasses for safety. The whole person was fully equipped. Damn it, in the end, I have to personally bathe this troublesome person. He put the showerhead in the water. Then squeezed some shampoo on his hand. Then started rubbing it on the head of the ultimate calamity. He instructed, don't move, don't open your eyes, I won't be responsible if the shampoo gets into your eyes and you go blind. After washing it clean, he took the showerhead. Okay, raise your head. She then raised her head, revealing her charming face. Aesop immediately blushed, but to be honest, her carbon-based biological shell does have a certain attraction. He raised his hand to turn off the water. Attached the showerhead back to its original position. Aesop turned around and threw the towel at her. I'm not your nanny, you wipe your own body. Then took off his equipment and threw it in the trash can. Even if you are the ultimate calamity, I won't serve you. But he didn't notice the soap under his feet. So he fell backwards, falling straight into the bathtub. Aesop held his head and shouted, damn it, it hurts. He complained irritably, really, I should have pulled her to the detoxifying room, and sprayed her a few times with a high-pressure water gun. Looking to the side, the ultimate calamity was worriedly looking at him. Aesop immediately blushed. Swan Nai suddenly entered. Hey, I found it, the explosion-proof collar. If you're worried the ultimate calamity will attack you then. What caught his eye was the scene of the two taking a bath together. He grinned and backed out. It seems I was thinking too much, you two continue. Aesop cursed, idiot, it's not what you think. Swan Nai very considerately closed the door. Then opened it again, kindly reminding, but I feel that if you do that kind of thing with a high-risk experimental subject, you should still wear biological protective gear for safety. Aesop angrily threw the soap. Get out. Swan Nai showed understanding. It's too difficult for him. No matter how strong his alchemy is, he is still a virgin after all. He looked at the picture of the woman on the wall. Master, rest assured, the little master's sexual orientation has no problem. In the end, Aesop still had to dry the hair of the ultimate calamity. I really admire her. He opened the drawer and took out the hairdryer. Then skillfully plugged in the power. The ultimate calamity saw the hairdryer, and immediately froze. Subconsciously thought of the gun barrel. And the sound of gunshots. That image repeated itself. Along with the strange man. The ultimate calamity was afraid. Aesop didn't notice. Sit still, I'll dry your hair. But when he opened his eyes, he didn't see anyone, huh? He looked around. Where's the person? Suddenly saw a figure behind the curtain. Aesop frowned. What is she doing? He went to the curtain. Then forcefully opened it. Aesop said coldly, Don't play around anymore. Do you know what time it is now? The ultimate calamity trembled in the corner. He observed her puzzled. What's wrong? What did I just do to make her suddenly so scared? She's clearly not even afraid of the evil Tyrannosaurus and the abyss devil's eye. Suddenly realized, wait, it's the hairdryer. Aesop speculated, because the shape of the hairdryer is similar to a pistol, so it reminded her of the image of being chased by the gun gentleman that night. It seems that the memory of the personality before the experiment is still retained in her brain. He sighed softly. What a troublesome test subject. The ultimate calamity was still trembling non-stop. Aesop spoke coldly, Hey, ultimate calamity. She immediately raised her head. Seeing him holding the hairdryer standing in front of her, the ultimate calamity was horrified. Started to hug her head and tremble again. Aesop decisively pressed the start button. The sound of the hairdryer rang. But she didn't see anything for a long time. The ultimate calamity curiously opened her eyes. Only to see Aesop pointing the hairdryer at himself, the wind blowing his hair back. Aesop continued to make ugly faces. The ultimate calamity was stunned. Then she smiled. Finally, she laughed happily. The ultimate calamity held the hairdryer in her hand. She pressed it randomly, then played with the hairdryer happily. The ultimate calamity excitedly turned on the hairdryer, blowing the wind everywhere. She played for a long time without getting tired. Aesop was annoyed. If I had known earlier, I should have let her just be afraid of the hairdryer. He frowned. Then decisively snatched the hairdryer. I spent so much effort creating you, not to let you play with the hairdryer all night. The ultimate calamity came closer to him, and pleaded. Aesop resolutely put away the hairdryer. Appearing cute is useless. Then closed the cabinet. Even used the key to lock it. He ordered, If you have good behavior, I can take it out for you to play with in the future, but now, go to sleep immediately for me. The ultimate calamity sadly bowed her head. Aesop held his head. So now there is another problem. He thought hard. Where should I let this troublesome one sleep tonight? Aesop was lost in thought. First of all, she definitely can't sleep on the bed. My bed absolutely can't let a test subject sleep on it. This is the absolute limit of an alchemist like me. Not noticing a figure running past. By the time he opened his eyes, it was too late. He vomited blood when he saw the ultimate calamity quickly lying on the bed. Aesop hurriedly pulled her down. Idiot, who allowed you to sleep on my bed? Get up. The ultimate calamity sullenly sat down on the ground. He taught, Listen carefully, you are a test subject so you can't sleep on the bed, understand? Then ordered, You sleep on the floor, don't move, don't make noise, don't go to the bathroom to play with the hairdryer. Aesop reached out and turned off the lights. The whole room was immediately dark, with only a faint glimmer of light remaining. He contentedly closed his eyes. Finally I can sleep. But Aesop was still a little worried. But having her in the bedroom still feels too dangerous. Although until now, the ultimate calamity has not attacked me. But what if she goes berserk tonight? He curiously spied secretly. But the ultimate calamity was very obediently lying on the ground. Her eyes were tightly closed, and she seemed to be fast asleep. Aesop went back to his blanket, looking at her like this. The probability of going berserk is low, right? Never mind, just sleep. A sound suddenly came from below. What is she doing again? He spoke, Hey, lie down and sleep obediently for me, don't mess around. The sound quickly disappeared. Aesop was satisfied. That's more obedient. But then he was awakened again, I said. Aesop angrily sat up. I said you're still making noise in the middle of the night. But he was silenced by the scene in front of him. Messing around with what? The ultimate calamity lay curled up on the ground, her whole body trembling. Her face was pale. Aesop was stunned for a moment. Then at Swan Nai's room, he was sound asleep. He even held a pornographic book on his chest. Aesop picked it up. How disgusting. Then patted Swan Eye's face a few times. You rat, wake up. But he just scratched a few times and went back to sleep. Aesop was angry, this stupid rat, sleeping soundly by himself, throwing the trouble to me. He suddenly smiled wickedly. Then took a stink bug and brought it close to him. Aesop himself was well equipped. Then squeezed hard. A cloud of yellow smoke spread out. Swan Eye immediately cried out, "Ugh, it stinks!" He hurriedly hugged the vomit pot and threw up into it. Swan Eye frantically grabbed his collar. The two began to argue. Aesop, are you crazy? Who told you to throw the ultimate calamity to me, so you brought a stink bug in the middle of the night to mess with me? Aesop cleaned his ears. It's not entirely that. I came to ask if you have any spare blankets and mattresses. Swan Eye immediately smiled wickedly. So it's because of the Calamity Girl. He mocked. You always criticize her. But the body of a virgin in his youth is still very honest, huh? Aesop calmly explained. Don't talk nonsense. Tomorrow we have to conduct her physical fitness and combat tests. Before collecting the test subject's immune data, we must try to ensure that her body functions are stable, eliminating the interference of pathogenic factors. Swan Eye suddenly realized, no, what are you borrowing blankets and mattresses from me for? Don't you have 6 sets of blankets and mattresses? You can give her 1 set. Right. He refused. That won't do. The bedding set that I use has a strict schedule. Sunday and Monday are the repeating cycle of a week, so I will use the Ouroboros set, representing infinite circulation. Aesop began to list. The first is the bedding set with the infinity symbol on it, and the blue set with the alchemical symbols. Tuesday and Wednesday are the days for in-depth research on alchemy, so using the bedding set with the alchemical symbols makes it easy to enter the state, wandering in the sea of alchemical knowledge. The purely purple set. Thursday is the day of purification, water of life. Azit, as usual, the blood of Azit is purple, so I will cover a pure purple bedding set. Of course, the main reason is because purple is my mother's favorite color. The set with the big red heart. And Friday is the day my favorite TV series, Criminal Art, airs, so on Friday I must buy a 4-piece bed set in the same style as the main character, Jack of Hearts, officially authorized by the TV series. He said. Finally Saturday. Swan Eye hurriedly interrupted. I know this. It's to encourage yourself to create the most powerful biochemical weapon, the ultimate calamity. So you printed the image of the expected form of the ultimate calamity on the blanket. Aesop was proud. That's right. So I basically don't have any extra blankets for her to cover. Swan Eye despised. Your brain is really sick. He leisurely lay down. Isn't that girl the ultimate calamity? So, the ultimate calamity covers a blanket with the image of the ultimate calamity. There's no problem. Swan Eye's reasoning was so perfect that he couldn't find fault. He hurriedly retorted. Seriously speaking, before passing the comprehensive test, she is basically not qualified to be called the ultimate calamity. Swan Eye didn't care and covered the blanket too. Prepare to sleep. Call her whatever you like. Anyway, I only have 1 set of bedding. There's no way I can give it to you. Don't even think about it. Aesop irritably muttered. Clearly he's a rat, and he still needs to cover himself with a blanket. In the end, he still had to get a blanket for the ultimate calamity himself. He sighed softly, then decisively opened the cabinet labeled Saturday. Aesop spread the bedding on the ground and instructed. This bedding set is given to you by the great mercy of the master, me. Take good care of it for me. Don't drool on the blanket while sleeping. Don't press on the blanket. Don't roll the blanket into a tube and roll back and forth, understand? Finally, the ultimate calamity went to sleep peacefully. Aesop tiredly lay on the bed. To be safe, I should give her the explosion-proof collar. His eyes gradually closed. Never mind, my brain is completely unable to think anymore. After a while, the mattress on the ground was suddenly empty. The ultimate calamity quietly stood in front of Aesop's bed. The clock struck 8 a.m. A crow dropped the clock, hitting the mouth of the skull below. Then it shouted loudly, the greatest alchemist of this century, Aesop, wake up! The greatest alchemist of this century, Aesop, wake up! The greatest alchemist of this century, Aesop, wake up! Aesop blankly opened his eyes. Damn, I forgot to adjust the alarm clock last night. It's all this guy's fault. I haven't slept enough for 8 hours yet. Then suddenly discovered a hand placed on his body. There was gentle breathing in his ear, making his ears tingle. Aesop frantically looked to the side. Wait, this hot air by my ear, could it be The ultimate calamity was lying and hugging him tightly. When did this one climb onto my bed? Her face looked very natural in her sleep. She gently moved her body a little. Aesop blushed and thought, no matter how I look at it, this one doesn't have the slightest appearance of the ultimate calamity. Swan Nai happily came to greet him. Aesop, how did you sleep last night? He curiously looked around. Huh, where's the ultimate calamity? Aesop guiltily sat up. I don't know. Swan Nai panicked. Don't know. Are you kidding me? What if she ran to the high-risk experimental subject observation area, or the experimental area? Then it's dangerous. Quickly go see the cameras of those two areas. He frowned. You go to the monitoring room first, I'll come later. Swan Nai quickly ran out. Okay, then I. But he suddenly stopped. Aesop's blanket suddenly moved. Swan Nai exclaimed in surprise. Hey, your blanket is moving. Aesop panicked. Are your eyes sick? How can a blanket move? Just as he finished speaking, the ultimate calamity poked out from inside. This is bad. She was panting due to lack of air. Aesop calmly explained. She secretly climbed onto the bed by herself last night. Swan Nai put his arm around his shoulder and pretended to understand. Oh, okay. With the relationship between the two of us, there's no need to hide it. For a virgin in his youth. You have this need, I can understand. Not only will I not laugh at you, but I will also be happy for you. He praised. Our little Aesop has finally grown up. Then he was sprayed straight in the face by him. Swan Nai rolled around on the ground, shouting, Aesop, you bastard! You actually used 300% concentration of stinkbug anal gland extract to spray me. God damn it. This is what we researched to deal with city heroes. Aesop was annoyed. It's true, I already said that she climbed up herself last night, and you're still sitting here talking nonsense with me. Quickly clean up, prepare to start conducting a comprehensive examination for the ultimate calamity. Everyone quickly moved to the experimental subject examination area, the basic body data collection room. Swan Nai was measuring the height for the ultimate calamity. Hey, don't look up, it won't be accurate if you look up. Item 1, check the height. He turned around to report, 170 centimeters, 170 centimeters, okay. Swan Nai suddenly turned around and sneered at Aesop. I say, Calamity Girl is 11 centimeters taller than you. If you want to kiss her you still have to stand on tiptoe. He angrily cursed, Idiot, I'm still in puberty, and who wants to kiss her anyway? Very quickly, the second item was passed, check the weight. Swan Nai read the results, weight 64 kilos. Aesop was a little curious, so light? That's not right, just the left arm of the Angel of Destruction is more than 64 kilos. And adding the high-density cocoon of despair fetal blood injected into her body, her weight should be at least 800 kilos. Swan Nai happily picked up the tape measure. Next is the most important, bust, let me see. He looked at Aesop in surprise. What the hell, perfect 30-60. He angrily shouted, Idiot, don't measure these useless things. Aesop turned to call the ultimate calamity. Okay, next measure lung function. Learn from me. First take a big breath in. He took a deep breath. Then pointed to the machine. Then, put it in and blow all the air out here. Aesop made a model blowing inside. The machine immediately showed the index. He gave the mouthpiece to her. Okay, your turn. The ultimate calamity took a deep breath. Aesop was satisfied. That's right, that's how. Then blow all the air out. But he didn't see her breathing out. He panicked. What are you waiting for? Put your mouth here and blow. Suddenly, the ultimate calamity grabbed his face. Then slowly brought her face closer. Aesop panicked. Hey, what are you doing? Don't blow into my mouth, idiot. She put her mouth to his mouth, then blew hard as instructed. Aesop staggered and fell towards the table. Swan Nai happened to come in. He opened the door happily asking, How is it? Is the lung test finished? Aesop spoke intermittently. Old rat, get over here and save me. Swan Nai was speechless. I'm starting to get used to it. After a successful round of blowing air, the ultimate calamity released him with satisfaction. But she was disappointed that nothing appeared on the machine. Aesop hurriedly turned on the faucet. Then put his mouth to it. Swan Nai stood beside him and laughed loudly. I'm dying of laughter, being forcibly kissed by your own test subject. You're probably the only one in the Priscillard family, right? Get out. He leaned down and teased. So recall it, was the Calamity Girl's mouth very sweet? Aesop then turned the faucet towards him. You've been talking too much nonsense lately, you old rat. Swan Nai irritably wiped his head with a towel. I've checked it dozens of times. There are no germs on the Calamity Girl. You don't need to wear a gas mask. Aesop insisted on wearing the mask. Don't say more, you do the next few items. He was angry. I'll do it. What a virgin who doesn't know how to enjoy his good fortune. The ultimate Calamity tried hard to stretch forward, sitting bent forward, 8 centimeters, evaluation grade D, body flexibility of the test subject, normal human range. Then she ran on the treadmill, run 50 meters, 6 seconds 2, evaluation grade D, lower limb explosive force of the test subject, normal human range. She happily held the dynamometer and gripped it, check one-handed grip strength, 5 kilos, evaluation grade D, grip strength of the test subject, normal human range. Aesop examined the data sheet that Swan Nai had measured. Judging from the physical data, she is no different from a normal human. He speculated, maybe the Calamity Girl hasn't entered a fighting state yet, and these are just basic physical fitness tests. What's really important are the tests, attack methods and strength, the test, the desire to attack, and various types of physical resistance and endurance. He agreed, that's right, let's quickly put her into combat mode. Swan now was curious, have you thought of a way to do that? Aesop said seriously, very simple, find a bloodthirsty experimental subject, and then lock the two together. Swan Nai panicked, take, super high risk number 0, as the experimental subject? Are you crazy? That's number 0. He pulled out a rabbit, we should try step by step, gradually increasing the intensity of the experimental subject fighting against her, starting from the weakest, most harmless creature, the prairie white rabbit. Aesop took out a mouse and retorted, you said the weakest creature, if I remember correctly, shouldn't it be the experimental white mouse? Immediately, Swan Nai snatched the mouse. He angrily scolded, idiot, I said you can't use that kind of mouse in the experiment. Although they are all mice, he calmly analyzed, but its species and yours are different. Aren't you a gray rat from the sewer? Don't talk nonsense. Aesop had to pick up the rabbit and examine it. So, you really think that a harmless creature can stimulate her fighting desire? As soon as he finished speaking, the rabbit in his hand was snatched. Swan Nai smiled happily. Who just said that a harmless creature can't stimulate her fighting desire? Aesop was also happy. If even such a cute rabbit can stimulate her fighting desire, then I really don't dare to imagine, if I put her in a crowded place, how much killing she would do. The more I think about it, the more excited I get. But the ultimate Calamity was hugging the rabbit and wouldn't let go. The two immediately slumped. Aesop got more and more angry. Then decisively took out a tube of medicine. Then injected it into the rabbit. Swan Nai was curious, what did you inject into that rabbit? He calmly explained, Violent Evolution number 6, newly upgraded, the mutation speed has increased by as much as 29 times. The rabbit's eyes suddenly widened blood red. It became even more irritable. Then grew many times larger. The ultimate Calamity was still staring blankly. The original cute rabbit had completely changed. Aesop smiled softly. To stimulate the fighting desire of the ultimate Calamity, the opponent must at least be this level. He happily pointed to the rabbit. Let's temporarily name this experimental subject, Super Fierce Rabbit number 1, go. The Super Fierce Rabbit breathed heavily. Then burst forth with momentum. Aesop excitedly encouraged, fight, fight, fight. Swan Nai was speechless. This idiot only has alchemy in his head. He really doesn't know how to cherish a beautiful woman. The super fierce rabbit quickly charged towards the ultimate Calamity. The two onlookers immediately bet, hey, in this situation, are you not betting anything? What are you betting? Bet whether Miss Calamity avoids this blow or blocks this blow. The bet is cleaning the entire base for a week. No problem. Swan Nai made a choice. I bet she will avoid it. The remaining one was Aesop. I bet she will block it. The super fierce rabbit punched the floor. The two were immediately startled. Aesop exclaimed, wait, where did she go? The super fierce rabbit suddenly stopped, then sensed something under its thick fur. The ultimate Calamity suddenly came out from the fur. The giant monster immediately fell backward. She quickly hugged it, rubbing it a few times. The super fierce rabbit was suddenly embarrassed. The other two immediately lamented, she really doesn't have any fighting desire. Finally, they had to go to the super high-risk restricted area. The elevator door opened. Swan Eye worriedly reminded, but Aesop, even if her fighting desire is much lower than expected, it can be cultivated gradually, right? Directly letting her face super high risk no. 0. What if she dies? Aesop said coldly. If she dies, it proves that she is a failed product. A failed product, in addition to increasing the success rate for the next product, has no other value. The three stopped in front of a giant door. Super high risk experimental subject confinement room number 0, we're here. Aesop and Swan Eye hurriedly put on protective masks. Swan Eye was still worried. Honestly, Aesop, it's still too late to regret it now. This time we've bet all the best nutrients on the Calamity Girl. If something goes wrong, we'll lose heavily. You should also know, with the personality of super high risk number 0, she will definitely take heavy action against the girl. He didn't care. I've already said, what I need is heavy action. Without letting her smell the scent of death, she will not be able to evolve into a true ultimate calamity. Aesop lowered his head dejectedly. We've failed so many times, I've had enough. Suddenly, a hand gently stroked his head. The ultimate calamity gently stepped to Aesop's side. He grabbed her hand and pulled it away. Hey, the experimental subject doesn't have the right to express sympathy to the master. Aesop coldly warned her, listen clearly, if you don't take out the true power of the ultimate calamity to fight against super high risk number 0, then you will definitely be killed by no. 0. The only use when you were created is to become the strongest biological weapon to help me conquer the world. Swan Eye advised, such a beautiful girl, it's a pity to use her to fight. It's good to keep her as a mascot for the organization. Aesop immediately drove him away. Get out. A humming sound rang out behind the door. One little Aesop. A charming woman spoke softly. 2 little Aesops. Super high risk experimental subject number 0, dark plague evil species, Lucille. Lucille. Suddenly she heard a familiar call. Lucille. Lucille was immediately surprised. Aesop, well equipped, step forward. I've come to visit you. Lucille turned into a cloud of smoke and rushed over. Her hands clung tightly to the iron bars. Lucille's face was overjoyed. Little Aesop, after 1322 days of separation, you finally couldn't help but come to see me? Aesop spoke coldly. Number 0, I came to tell you, I have created the ultimate calamity. You are no longer my strongest experimental subject. She was stunned for a moment. Then angrily shouted, Impossible, impossible, Lucille, I am your strongest experimental subject. Aesop Priscillard coldly glanced and ordered, Swan Eye, bring the ultimate calamity in here. He scratched his head awkwardly when Cole ran in and hugged him tightly. I was just a little careless, and she sneaked in herself. Aesop Priscillard frowned and whispered, Idiot, can't even watch over a person. Lucille clenched the iron frame, narrowing her eyes full of resentment. Looking at the intimate hugging appearance of the two people in front of her, Lucille roared angrily behind the iron frame, That blonde bitch, take your ugly arms off Aesop quickly. Aesop Priscillard gently spread his arms to shield Cole, who was fearfully hiding behind him. Aesop Priscillard gently caressed Cole's head, his voice full of deep meaning. Have you seen? She is the ultimate calamity experimental body, the strongest experimental body I've created. He coldly continued, Lucille, if you want to win back the position of the ultimate experimental body, then defeat her for me to see. Lucille angrily bit her lip until it bled. Then she gave a strange smile. Lucille bit her lip, her voice softened, her face full of infatuation, said, If I win against her, I want you to stay here and play with me for a whole day. Aesop Priscillard frowned and agreed, no problem. She writhed her body behind the iron frame, demanding more. Then let me hold you and sleep. Aesop Priscillard frowned tiredly. Don't push your luck. She promised with a confident expression, Don't worry, Aesop, I will play with your new experimental body until she's completely, useless. When Aesop Priscillard and Cole gradually walked out to the door of the cell, she was still not willing to admit defeat, trying to shout loudly before he went completely away. You can only be mine, Aesop Priscillard frowned, then you should use all your strength later. Just stepping over the door sill, Aesop Priscillard suddenly stopped. He softly reminded Cole, who was walking behind him, Listen clearly, ultimate calamity, if you still don't fight this time, you will really die. But also did not forget to warn her, if you are really killed by Lucille, it proves that you are a failed product. Aesop Priscillard affirmed to Cole as well as committing to himself, I absolutely will not take action to save you. As he spoke, he let go of his hand. letting the chain around her neck fall. You. When the chain completely slipped out of his hand, Aesop Priscilla's voice was icy. Know what to do. He quickly gestured, closed the safety isolation door number 1, leaving Cole alone still in a daze behind. Cole was extremely confused by the scene in front of her. She tried her best to beat the door to escape. Leaning against the thick iron door was also the only screen separating Aesop Priscilla from the space of the room behind him. He smiled wryly with grief. That's right, as the last descendant of the Priscillards, the mastermind of the terrorist organization Pure Research Association, the evil alchemist Baron Aesop. This is the attitude I should have towards the experimental subject. Aesop Priscilla thought to himself, finally back to normal. He quickly left the place, went to the super high-risk number 0 detention monitoring room to be able to observe the entire competition. Swan Nai asked Nosy, how is it? Have you arranged things properly for the Calamity Girl? Aesop Priscilla pretended not to care, pulled a chair and sat down. Don't talk too much. Prepare to start the test, released Lucille. Seeing his appearance of not wanting to talk to anyone, Swan Nai replied dejectedly, it's up to you, see if you regret it after really playing the ultimate calamity to death. He quickly slammed the control button for the iron cage locking Lucille. The cage was quickly opened. Lucille reached out and escaped the iron chain. She stretched with a full of refreshing look, finally I can come out and move my body. The surveillance camera turned on the green light, a signal indicating that the image could be broadcast. The lens captured a close-up of Lucille's profile. She looked straight into the surveillance camera, giving a charming and sinister smile. Wait and see my wonderful and superb reverse-killing performance, Aesop. Swan Nai thoughtfully gave him some snacks to eat when the game started. Eat some snacks, watch while eating. Aesop Priscillaed uncomfortably threw the snack bag away. All cheese flavor, eat it yourself. Swan Nai was stunned. He was startled as if seeing a ghost. Hey, you have never disliked cheese-flavored snacks before. Then he looked lewd, intimately putting his arm around his shoulder, his face serious. Is it such a serious look? Oh, rest assured, Lucille has an alchemical matrix anti-explosion collar on her neck. At the important moment when she is about to play the Calamity Girl to death, she can completely suppress the activity of the virtual plague virus on her body. Finally, Swan Nai also said the real purpose, so, bet around, bet who wins and who loses this game. He quickly said I bet Lucille wins, the bet is control of next week's controls. Aesop Priscillard, with a face full of anger, also decided, I bet the ultimate calamity, because apart from winning, she can only die. Seeing Cole constantly hitting the door in hopelessness, Lucille said with a look of contempt, don't bother, you can't open it. But the more she looked, the more strange Cole's appearance was. She wondered, what's wrong with her? She seems to have no desire to fight and no murderous aura at all. That bit of hesitation was quickly erased by Lucille. She now only had one determination, it doesn't matter, as long as I eliminate her, Aesop will be mine. Swan Nai panicked. Lucille is about to make a move, the Calamity Girl has no reaction at all. Lucille quickly made a ruthless move. What trashy ultimate calamity, turn into fertilizer. Suddenly, Cole turned around and grabbed her hand tightly. Seeing clearly that the hand that hadn't had time to make a move in front of her was easily grasped by this Cole, she was full of suspicion. How did she turn around and grab my hand? Seeing the obvious changes in front of them, Aesop Priscillard and Swan Nai sitting in front of the computer screen at this moment were both having the same thought. Is this because she has discovered Lucille's deadly threat, and is preparing to enter a fighting state? Both clapped hands happily and excitedly like two children. Finally the ultimate calamity is erupting. At this moment, Lucille was extremely confused by Cole's action of shaking hands to make friends. Hey, what is she doing? Where does she want to take me? Cole stammered and pointed towards the door. The two sitting in front of the screen were very surprised and speechless with the situation in front of them. Swan Nai, hey, so she shook hands with Lucille just now because she wanted Lucille to open the door for her. Aesop Priscillard hesitated. No, can't be so stupid to this heaven-defying degree, right? Lucille, annoyed because she had been obediently led by this Cole like a stupid cow for so long. You, don't tell me you want me to open the door for you? Cole nodded happily. Lucille laughed, covering her face. She laughed dryly, ha ha ha. Then looked directly into the surveillance camera, smirking contemptuously. Aesop, the ultimate calamity, the strongest biological weapon that you created, turns out to be a fool. Then she quickly grabbed Cole's weak arm in front of her. Enticing, Let me tell you how to get out of here. Lucille quickly caused this innocent Cole's arm to be bruised from the poisoning. She proudly said loudly, "That is to be corroded by my plague virus until only a pile of white bones remain." When Cole in front of her fell down in pain because many parts of her body were poisoned, Lucille laughed with satisfaction, finally thrown into the irreversible trash can to be taken out. Cole painfully sat down on the floor panting. Lucille's voice was full of delight. "Finally, the strongest biological weapon seems to be poisoned." As she spoke, she gently lifted Cole's face in front of her. She said through gritted teeth, "You must remember for me, Aesop's strongest biological weapon has only one person. That is me, super high risk number 0, plague species Lucille." The screen showed that Cole's body condition was urgently reporting a red sign. Swan Nai shrieked, "The plague virus is penetrating into the epidermal cells of the Calamity Girl's skin, infecting the flesh and organs of her whole body." Aesop Priscillard was no less panicked. He angrily shouted loudly, "How is it possible? We had tested before that the red blood cells in the fetal blood of the cocoon of despair would destroy any pathogens that wanted to infect it, including Lucille's plague virus." Cole was now lying slumped on the floor. Looking at Cole writhing in pain to the point that she had no strength to moan on the floor, Lucille smacked her lips boredly. "Is that all there is to dying? That's too boring." Swan Nai said urgently, "Hey, let's stop the confrontation experiment. The Calamity Girl is about to die." But Aesop Priscillard disagreed. "What are you panicking about?" He gave an analysis full of reason but also no less extreme. "You see, the test data shows that the plague virus has only infected 30% of the red blood cells, 42% of the organ cells and 38% of the nerve cells, much lower than the lethal threshold." Aesop Priscillard still kept saying, "Only death can make the fetal blood of the cocoon of despair in her body boil, forcing her to become the true ultimate calamity. The only assistant of this Baron, you must be calm." In the room at this time Lucille had put one foot on Cole's head. Lucille hugged her face and sweetly boasted to the surveillance camera in front of her, "Little Aesop, is this really the ultimate calamity? It's really too weak. People haven't even had enough fun yet." Cole was struggling to breathe under her feet. Even knowing that Cole at this time was completely at a disadvantage, she still kept taunting, "Hey, wasn't she full of vitality just now, dared to tell me to open the door for her? Why don't you say anything now?" Swan Nai realized that the situation was getting out of control. He tried to persuade Aesop Priscillard, "Hey, the plague virus has infected 70% of the cells in her body. Aren't you stopping yet?" Yet he tried to appear calm. "Don't be impatient, let's wait, because the non-stop heart is an artificial mechanical heart, so the plague virus cannot be infected. And the virus has not yet infected her brain nerve cells." Looking at the situation in front of her, Lucille misunderstood Aesop Priscillard that he didn't care about the calamity at all. She was extremely happy. "It seems that little Aesop doesn't care much about her. I misunderstood, if that's the case." As soon as she finished speaking, she ordered the tentacles with strange shapes to tighten Cole's thighs. "Prepare." The tentacles quickly wrapped around Cole's body with unexpected speed. From her chest to her legs, her whole body was squeezed tightly in pain. Lucille slowly had the tentacles lift Cole's body in front of her, a grand ceremony before eating. She mischievously licked Cole's cheek. Licking her lips, she looked surprised. "Although it is a trash experiment, the taste is unexpectedly delicious." Then she quickly ordered the alien beast to take a bite into Cole's waist. Lucille absorbed Cole's body with power that could be easily seen with the naked eye. She smirked, "I'm going to start enjoying it." Swan Nai shouted in panic, "The plague virus has infected 90% of the cells in the Calamity Girl's body. We can't wait any longer. The alchemical matrix riot control collar that Lucille is wearing must be activated immediately." He quickly reached out his hand to press the collar control button. But when there was only 1 millimeter left to the button, his hand trembled and stopped. It turned out that Aesop Priscillard was holding his hand tightly to stop him. Swan Na was full of surprise. "Hey Aesop," he said through gritted teeth, "it's not time yet, wait some more." Swan Na was indignant. "Not time yet my ass, she isn't even prepared, we can't just watch her be swallowed by Lucille." Aesop Priscillard said bluntly, "You old rat, don't pull this trick anymore, you just think she's beautiful. You've never been so soft-hearted to the previous experimental subjects." He not only reminded Swan Na but also hypnotized himself. "Don't forget our ambition, to make the whole world surrender at the feet of our Priscillid family. no matter the ultimate calamity or Lucille, are just tools to achieve this goal. Suddenly at this time, Cole's weak voice was transmitted through the recording speaker in the room. Master. Although weak, the voice still rang out steadily. Master. She desperately begged for help. Master. Swan Nai gasped, going from one surprise to another. When did the Calamity Girl learn to speak? He wondered. Did you teach her? Aesop Priscillard was embarrassed. I did teach her a little last night. The night before, when the moonlight was high. For the X time the ultimate calamity wanted to get on the bed last night. After being chased off the bed by Aesop, she still pretended to beg to be able to sleep with him. Aesop Priscillard firmly said, "No is no, experimental subjects are not allowed to get on the bed." Aesop Priscillard squinted thoughtfully. Cole shrunk down under the ground in confusion. Then he cleared his throat, pretending to be pensive. "Listen clearly, if you call me master once, then I will make an exception for you to sleep on the bed for 30 minutes. Aesop Priscillard explained further, although her vocal cords were burned by someone before, I soaked her in the azote culture medium, all the wounds on her body have long since recovered. And the vocal cords have also grown back." He speculated, so the only reason she can't speak now is because she had burned vocal cords for too long, so long that she forgot how to speak. Therefore, Aesop Priscillard ordered, "Come here and read with me." As he pointed to his lips, he made a model for Cole. Master. One word at a time, for the Ben Efac tour. Cole tried to follow every movement of his lips. She tried to pronounce painfully. Seeing Cole's painful appearance in front of him, Aesop Priscillard was puzzled. Is it that difficult? And then she could only scream shrilly, "Ah!" He dejectedly patted his head. "She's really stupid." Then quickly told her, "Okay, sleep obediently for me." Yet on the cold mattress, Cole gradually said the first word, "Chew, chew, chew, chew. Chew, chew. Chew, chew, master, master. Finally she succeeded, "Master." Hearing Cole's voice, Lucille also did not show any surprise or pity, so she knows how to speak, but it's useless to call master. Aesop will not want a vaping useless product, like you. She still continued what she was doing, prepared to enjoy it happily. Lucille was full of anger when the ring on her neck hurt her. She fell to the ground painfully. Lucille's two hands tightly hugged her neck, her face wrinkled in pain. Lucille shouted angrily, "Little Aesop." Finally, someone agreed to press the control button of Lucille's necklace. It turned out that it was Aesop Priscillard. He hesitated. "I feel you're right, those culture media are all priceless. If Lucille eats them, it would be a pity." Swan Nai had partially understood the situation in front of him, and then pretended to be full of understanding and said, "Rest assured, I will definitely not think that you are because of a call of Master from the Calamity Girl, so you softened and pressed the emergency brake button. After all, you are the most evil villain in Gordon City, right?" Aesop Priscillard was embarrassed, "Of course," said, and he quickly left the control room. "I will go take that foolish incompetent one out." Swan Nai asked, "Do you need my help?" Aesop Priscillard replied quickly, "No need." In this, Cole was lying painfully on the floor. Aesop Priscillard had stepped in front of her. Cole opened her eyes slightly. Seeing the figure of Aesop Priscillard appearing, Cole stammered, "Master." He frowned, "Don't call me master." His voice was icy, "You don't deserve it." Despite saying that, Aesop Priscillard still gently picked her up. He raised his foot, then lifted her whole body up. Being lifted up by Aesop Priscillard, even though still in pain, Cole was still happy. "Master," he whispered, "shut up. When we get back, just wait to be locked up, she's too heavy." Carrying Cole to step over Lucille. She was full of resentment. "Why?" Her voice was full of jealousy. "In all the confrontation tests that you arranged for me before, even when the rare experimental subject was about to be killed by me, you never stopped me. Why did you do that to her? She is clearly much inferior to me in combat ability, body, and love for Aesop." Aesop Priscillard only said calmly, "You are thinking too much. The reason I stopped is because she has many important transplant organs. If they are eaten by you, the ultimate calamity experiment will not be able to continue." At this time, Lucille smiled strangely again. "Then it doesn't matter." At this time in the monitoring room, Swan Nai was happily reading a book. While reading a book, Swan Nai wondered, if you already pity the Calamity Girl, then why do this confrontation test? Waste of time. Bai Huang Ho's breasts are too big. Suddenly at this time, the display measurements of Lucille in front of her underwent a mutation. Experimental body. Lucille -260, 8 degrees Celsius. Her body temperature was rapidly dropping abnormally. Experimental body, Lucille negative 255, 2 degrees Celsius. Lower and lower, experimental body, Lucille negative 229, 1 degrees Celsius. Finally stopped, experimental body, Lucille negative 238, 2 degrees Celsius. Now Swan Nai paid a little attention. Swan Nai gasped, this is. On this side Aesop Priscillard was carrying coal to come near the door. Swan Nai shouted through the walkie-talkie, Aesop, quickly leave the cell of number 0 immediately. Aesop Priscillard was full of doubt. What are you suddenly yelling for? My hand has been shaken by you. Swan Nai quickly explained the situation. No, Lucille's anti-riot matrix collar has lost its effect. Her body temperature is rapidly recovering. He was shocked. What did you say? Realizing something was wrong, Aesop Priscillard turned around abruptly. He saw Lucille standing behind him at some point. Lucille said in a sweet voice, the anti-riot collar is not broken. She quickly snuggled into hugging him. Aesop, you are the strongest alchemist, surely you understand viruses will evolve themselves according to the environment. Then again more sweet and intimate, in the 1,000 days of being imprisoned in the cell, I have been constantly, effortlessly, unceasingly, trying her best, deliberately activating the extreme cold matrix of the anti-riot alchemical matrix collar. She said proudly, finally, a week ago, all the immune cells that could not withstand the extreme cold in my body died continuously, and now, I have completely evolved to be able to withstand extreme cold. Seeing the situation in front of him, Aesop Priscillard hurriedly appeased Lucille. Lucille, you have won, I will fulfill the previous promise, while thinking to himself. Be calm, the only suppression method has lost its effect, absolutely cannot provoke her anymore. She giggled, spending a day with me is not enough anymore. Then she reached out and took off his mask. Smirking, lifting his face up, Lucille let the virus slowly infect Aesop Priscillard's body from the right side of his face. The plague virus comprehensively invaded. Aesop Priscillard's face quickly turned red, his eyes gradually became blurred. After poisoning him, she boasted with satisfaction, little Aesop, finally I got to go into your body, now I can feel the activity of every cell in your body. Swan Nai worried Aesop, your body has been infected by the plague virus. Lucille quickly reassured, little rat, rest assured, the viruses that have invaded Aesop's body are all in the incubation period under my control, they will not attack Aesop's cells. How can I harm my little Aesop? When the poison infected Aesop Priscillard's lips, suddenly she discovered a piece of cold saliva appearing on Aesop Priscillard's lips. Wait, this is... The plague virus angrily encountered the amylase saliva of the ultimate calamity. She questioned, why is there the saliva amylase of that, vaping useless product, on the epidermal cells on little Aesop's lips? Then speculated, could it be that this slut has kissed my little Aesop? Swan Nai was helpless. Lucille herself is the plague evil species, is the aggregate of viruses. She has the ability to identify the biological elements on the cell surface. This time it's really over. The tentacles tightened around Cole's neck. Then to her chest. Then her whole body was also quickly covered by the tentacles. The tentacles lifted her higher and higher. Full of resentment, Lucille said, unforgivable, unforgivable. I must use plague to invade every nerve cell of yours, making you feel the terrible pain of living is worse than death. The plague bacteria frantically changed the speed of invading Cole's body. She groaned and gasped without making a sound. Aesop Priscillard was still trying to think of a way to resolve the situation in front of him. Lucille is a host assimilation body, of the strongest plague virus that I researched. She can withstand any inorganic or organic substance, even dragon spider toxin and slime maker are ineffective against her. What can suppress Lucille is only the super low temperature of the anti-riot alchemical matrix collar, but she has evolved her plague virus to be cold resistant, supplemental method only. What to do? But the nothingness material that can destroy everything is still in the research stage. Using it carelessly may destroy the entire base. He thought anxiously when he saw Cole gradually being drained of energy. Damn it, is there really nothing that can suppress her anymore? At this time Swan Nai suddenly spoke, there is. Aesop Priscillard immediately asked, what is it? He said quickly, it's you. Lucille's obsession with wanting to get you is beyond words. Aesop Priscillard seemed to wake up. Lucille was quite puzzled. Although I don't know why in the end I can't infect the heart cells and brain cells of people, but it doesn't matter, as long as I corrode all the other flesh and blood. Of you? At this time, Aesop Priscillard called her name again, Lucille. As he spoke he pointed the gun at his head. It's time to stop, I'll say it one more time. Lucille was angry. You use yourself to threaten me for this fool? Aesop Priscillard still maintained his position. I said it, she is not important, but her body is the most important experimental resource of the Priscillard family. There are no other. He expressed, without these resources I can't conquer the world, revive the glory of the Priscillard family, then what is the meaning of living? Swan Nai praised, this kid Aesop's acting skills have improved a lot. Lucille responded immediately, I know. Aesop Priscillard did not expect this situation. The little Lucille actually agreed so easily. Is this considered to have found a new method to control Lucille, although it is very embarrassing? But perhaps it is still completely hopeless. After I digest her, I will help Aesop revive the family and conquer the world, he dejectedly thought. Sure enough, she still couldn't hear anything said, and she quickly let the tentacles tighten around Cole, become the nutrients of plague. Aesop Priscillard decided, it seems I have to show my hand. Swan I did not expect that. Turns out you still have a trump card to control Lucille, then why didn't you take it out earlier? He thought to himself, of course, it's just that this trump card is very embarrassing. Then shouted loudly, if you want me to hold you and sleep every night in the future, then stop it. Lucille was shocked. In a flash, she radiantly rushed in front of Aesop Priscillard. Really, really? Just imagining the happy life together. Lucille gave a satisfied and infatuated smile. He asked quickly, how is it, do you agree with the deal I offered? But Lucille was still full of schemes. I cannot kill that useless thing, but I have 2 requests attached. Aesop Priscillard wondered, what requirements? She pretended to be superior. First, change the positions of me and that waist. She must be imprisoned in the cell forever, and I go out to live with Aesop. He was tired. Her vengeance is really heavy. But I can only agree first, then slowly find a new method to suppress Lucille, and then find an opportunity to bring the ultimate evil. Thinking so, he continued, I agree. What is the second condition? Lucille's voice was full of cunning. The second, Then she quickly called Cole to wake up. Hey, wake up, you waste. While hugging Aesop Priscillard she boasted, look carefully here. He frowned. Lucille, it's not necessary to be like this. Lucille acted coquettishly. Who told her to rob Aesop's first kiss? Doing this is already too cheap for her. What is important is that the ultimate calamity basically doesn't understand these things. Said, and she kissed Aesop Priscillard. The image in front of her was deeply imprinted in Cole's eyes. For some reason, Cole felt uncomfortable in her chest. Why my chest hurts so much? Lucille still continued to kiss Aesop Priscillard deeply. Suddenly, she put her tongue into his mouth. Aesop Priscillard was surprised. She actually took the liberty of putting her tongue in. He struggled to escape from this suffocating embrace. Swan Nai hesitated. As his friend, I'm happy for him, but as his experimental assistant, I'm sad for him. In the end, should I be happy or sad? Finally, Lucille was willing to separate. She licked her lips satisfied as if she had just finished a big meal. Then she gently smiled and stared at Aesop Priscillard. In front of him, she swallowed. Lucille's face was full of satisfaction. Aesop's saliva is so sweet. As expected, you still have that look, like purple la-lan-flavored toothpaste. Aesop Priscillard quickly sprayed a few more bottles of disinfectant into his mouth. Lucille again said proudly, no matter how much disinfectant you spray, it's useless. Little Aesop, my cells have been permanently rooted in your body. The image of Aesop Priscillard sitting slumped on the floor was clearly reflected in Cole's eyes. Her heart throbbed so strongly. Cole was immersed in emotion. My chest hurts so much. At this time in Cole's body, the plague bacteria suddenly appeared subtle fluctuations. A bacterium panicked and realized. Suddenly a strong wave broke through the tentacles that were binding Cole. Lucille was stunned, not understanding how Cole had completely burned her tentacles. She was angry. Impossible. Before Lucille could react any further, Cole reached out and strangled her neck. She slowly lifted Lucille off the ground. Her arm suddenly changed. The white skin near here had turned dark red with the fiery magma veins. Both Swan Nai and Aesop Priscillard said in unison with their mouths, Agake, that's the left arm of the Angel of Destruction. Cole said with difficulty, hateful you. She quickly incinerated Lucille with her power. The actor playing Gordon painfully held his hand, said with difficulty, "Damn it, obviously this dung-winged dragon has eaten food soaked in Chui Li King butterfly pupa serum, but why hasn't it fainted yet?" On this side, Little Fire was angrily spewing fire all over the sky. It continued to make merciless moves. The fireball quickly flew straight towards the male actor. He said to himself, "But it's okay, Chao has safely left the purgatory circle, that's enough." At this time, Bai Huaho said arrogantly, "Self-sacrificing your life will not make me grateful to you, you fool." Two streams of fire and ice energy collided to create a huge shock wave. Not knowing when she had stood in front of the actor, making a defensive move, while he only knew to call her name in shock, "Chao." Bai Huaho quickly broke through Little Fire's fireball. Then she sat down, gently touching the actor's face, and instructed, "Don't leave me again in the future, hear clearly." She hugged the boy's face. Both looked at each other affectionately. Suddenly he pursed his lips. When the two were about to kiss, Bai Huaho uncomfortably kicked straight into his face. "I said kissing scenes have to avoid the camera angle. Who allowed you to put your stinky beak over here?" The director quickly shouted cut. The movie crew quickly brought a large mother-of-pearl platter to Little Fire. The director said gently, "Little Fire, we have prepared a deep-sea abalone meal for you. Please take a break while you eat. There is a problem with the shooting on the president's side, I'll go see." Gordon City by Huaho Film Industry, Temporary Studio No. 12 Artificial Crater. The director respectfully offered water to Bai Huaho. "President, please calm down." Bai Huaho, City Hero No. 2, President of Bai Huaho Film and Television Entertainment Group. World Film Queen. She flustered, "This is also a person we just recruited, doesn't understand this rule, but he is the first-generation former mayor male actor we could find." Bai Huaho frowned, "That's just the appearance that is similar. There is nothing like my father's charm. In addition, his acting skills are too bad, the expression when performing the burn is too fake. Replace him." The director, of course, after all, Zhuang Ai is also the one who created this great city. However, for the actors of the adults Gordon we have replaced more than 700 actors. And we alone have interviewed more than 2,000 people. Our budget has been seriously exceeded already. Bai Huaho said calmly, "I thought it was something, isn't it just money? I will increase the budget by 200 million for the hunting dance film crew, let my bank take the money." Sitting taking a break. Suddenly she was stunned. "What, my bank has been robbed?" The assistant, "Yes, this group of robbers is a team of 2 people, one is a human and one is a subhuman rodent. They preset a timed gas device in the ventilation hole of the restaurant to paralyze everyone in the bank before carrying out the robbery." As she spoke, she gave Bai Huaho a strange box. "It's this." Bai Huaho looked pensive looking at the box in front of her. She exclaimed, "This is?" when she saw the symbol on the box. The assistant also said, "In addition, Gun Gentleman Ha Milk, director of the Beacon District branch of the Gordon City Security Investigation Bureau, was hit by an unidentified biochemical weapon while pursuing the 2 robbers and turned into a disgusting slime. From here the Beacon District branch has become chaotic, and they are asking the headquarters for help." Bai Huaho frowned and issued instructions, "Tell the useless people of the Security Investigation Bureau, this matter does not need them to interfere." The assistant suddenly woke up, "That's right, after all, the Beacon District is the hero execution district of yours." Bai Huaho flicked her hair. Her light purple hair gradually turned silvery blue. Shimmering silvery blue scales also appeared on her body. Her eyes also changed color. Having completed the transformation, Bai Huaho ordered, "Irrelevant to my hero execution district, those people may have the answer to an important question that I have always wanted to know." She also instructed further, "Send all the manpower of the group out at all costs to find those robbers." The assistant respectfully said, "Yes." The director was confused. "Then President, what about this movie next?" Bai Huaho coldly said, "Suspend filming, I have more important things to do, the salaries of all the people in the film crew during the suspension will be paid normally." "Thank you, President," the director asked further. Then the male lead?" Bai Huaho paused, almost forgot about him. She walked towards the actor. Stepping in front of him, Bai Huaho looked down and asked with a full of arrogant appearance, "You wanted to kiss me?" He stammered, I was wrong, I don't dare anymore." She solidified a piece of ice on her hand. It was extreme cold firm ice. She quickly stuffed the cold ice into the boy's mouth regardless of his painful begging. Don't, said ruthlessly, Hold this lump of extreme cold firm ice until it melts and I will spare you. Oh, and also, if it wasn't because I saw your face has some similarities to my father. When you stretched out your stinky beak you would have been dead already. While walking away, Bai Huanho thought, in this world, no man can use his lips to touch me, except for father. Scene changed to a small dilapidated room with the bucket of water knocked over. Little Cole with purple hair fearfully clutching her teddy bear in front of Gilman's large figure. Gilman frowned. Who allowed you to play with toys while mopping the floor? She reached out and snatched the little girl's bear. Gilman threw it hard into the puddle. She kicked the bear while cursing, all day long holding something of a dead slut. Really unlucky. Cole struggled to beg, Aunt Gilman, I was wrong, please don't be angry with him. Gilman slapped the little girl painfully. Meyer was indignant. Gilman, it is not necessary to take such heavy action for being splashed with a little water. Cole painfully said, Father, father. Gilman was resentful. Oh, doing a father-daughter deep affection play with me, right? She said with a contemptuous voice, Meyer, don't forget, who helped you from a trashy little theater troupe that didn't even have food to eat to become the #1 theater troupe in the kingdom. Today. Meyer frowned, full of embarrassment. Suddenly at this time, Doberman appeared from behind Gilman, saying somberly, It was your family who volunteered to provide child soldiers, right? She started and then quickly regained her composure. Yes, that's right, it's that damn little girl. Meyer wondered, Gilman, who is he? Why did he enter the house without knocking? Doberman snorted coldly, knocking, in this kingdom, there is no place that we hellhounds need to knock before we can enter, including the headquarters of the king. Meyer gaped, You are people of the hellhounds? He wondered, Gilman, what exactly do you want to do? She replied coldly, Of course, it is to find a new place to live for the little bastard born by that slut. Gilman said indifferently, I heard, members of the Hellhound organization must be trained from a young age, so has asked my father to ask Commander Quan of the Hellhounds. Doberman leaned over to observe Cole. Is this the girl? Gilman quickly said as if afraid of not being able to sell the goods, That's right, it's her, don't see her as small. She is very healthy, and also good at enduring hunger, go for 3 days without food and can still talk, definitely a good seed of the Hellhounds. Observing the eyes of the little girl in front of him, he thought, these eyes are very good. Cole at this time was frowning and staring tensely at Don Berman. Then he said in a voice, We will take this girl. Don Berman quickly slung the little girl on his shoulder, ignoring the painful begging, Father, father, I don't want to go. Meyer was powerless and resentful. Scene changed back to reality. Cole woke up on the warm bed. Placed next to her pillow was the small bear full of sewing marks. Currently, at the periodic general anesthesia examination room for experimental subjects, Swan Nai asked, Hey, why did Super Rabbit #1 lose so much fur on its chest? It was fine yesterday, wasn't it, hugged? Aesop Priscillard frowned. How would I understand? Swan Nai continued, Nosy, by the way, you just came out of the bedroom. Has the Calamity Girl woken up? She has been in a coma for 3 days after defeating Lucille with the left arm of the Angel of Destruction. He rubbed his forehead. Not yet, but the vital signs are very stable, so it's not a big problem, Swan Nai said smoothly. Also, Aesop, what did you ask for my compass needle for yesterday? The time must be mentioned, 1 year ago. Many bottles of solution were hung up for infusion. The heart rate monitor was still working, closely monitoring the situation. Garcia stood beside him, concentrating on treating him. Bar, exhausted, sat on the chair for her to infuse air into his body. The system introduced. Leader, Hellhound's self-dog man. Suddenly the sound of hurried footsteps came. Du Ming entered and bowed to him. Master, the system continued to introduce the character, Hellhounds, intersecting dog #1 Du Xian. Seeing him, Bar asked about the situation. Du Xian, how is the assassination action of the pups? Du Xian quickly reported, Castor, Roinisser, Butterfly and Gozo were all killed by the city heroes during the invasion of the gold district of Gordon City. Bar looked powerless. Even my strongest pups could not break into the gold district and eliminate the criminals who betrayed the Latoma dynasty. Du Xian's eyes showed a thoughtful expression. Only Yorkshire is still alive, but is currently missing. The infusion bottle suddenly shook violently. He became agitated and shouted the order, Find her for me. Du Xian quickly obeyed. Yes, master. At this time in the living room, Aesop was pacing back and forth while thinking. Cole sat blankly looking at him, constantly pondering. Suddenly Aesop shouted loudly, I thought of it! Swan Nai, sitting beside him, calmly replied, "Are you crazy? Speak softly. I'm watching the post-competition interview, Miss Gordon City." He excitedly pointed at her. In addition to her nickname as the experimental subject, the ultimate calamity, her nickname name will be. Aesop had thought of a name for her, Cole. Aesop turned to ask Swan Nai when he saw that it had no movement, "Hey, aren't you curious why I named her Cole?" "How?" When he received the question, Swan Nai at this time replied perfunctorily, "Oh, why did you call her Cole? I really want to know." He excitedly explained, "Little Aesop, do you know what kind of flower my mother liked the most? It's Cole. Don't see it as weak, and it grows everywhere. It spreads from within the storm. In this way its pollen can fly to the farthest place with the wind. I'm not telling you." Swan Nai heard and was excited. So the Calamity Girl has officially become the second super dangerous experimental subject after Lucille, huh? Aesop happily nodded repeatedly. "That's right, the ultimate calamity Cole is super dangerous experimental subject number 1. He sternly explained that, as a dangerous experimental subject, Cole's biggest advantage is that she has a fairly obedient personality, but her weaknesses are also very obvious. Her ability is extremely unstable and lacks a desire to attack. We need to review it, and find out the opportunity, and the reason why she used the ability of the left arm of the Angel of Destruction. For example, the first time she used the ability of the left arm of the Angel of Destruction was in the high-risk experimental subject observation and detention area. I checked the surveillance video that night. Maybe it was because the Todd did not like sleeping there. Then the image of Cole at that time appeared in Aesop's mind. Swan Nai's face became gleeful. "Let me translate it. It's because she wanted to sleep with you," Aesop angrily shouted. "Don't talk nonsense." Then he regained his calm state to continue explaining. "The second time she used her ability was 3 days ago, during the fight with Lucille. I guess when I saw me bowing my head and spraying disinfectant. She mistakenly thought I was being attacked by Lucille, so the desire to fight arose. The fetal blood of the cocoon of despair boiled, immediately eliminating the plague virus from the body and using a special move against Lucille, hot pressure steam annihilation cannon." Swan Nai was confused. Hot pressure steam annihilation cannon, what the hell is that? Aesop's eyes became sinister. "When I let the ultimate calamity use the left arm of the Angel of Destruction, I named the move like that. How is it? Does it sound very cool?" Swan Nai thought about it and thought that, "I don't feel that way at all." He continued to speculate. Moreover, the temperature of the high-pressure steam annihilation cannon, used in these 2 times, is very different. The instantaneous temperature of the second release was almost equal to the temperature of the solar flame. Even the plague, that can withstand high temperatures, was killed immediately. Swan Nai suddenly felt dizzy. If it wasn't for the extreme cold alchemical matrix on Lucille's riot control necklace still being in the open state, neutralizing part of the heat energy, she would definitely have died. He secretly remembered the image of her being submerged in the experimental tank. Poor Lucille. Suddenly the sound from Cole's stomach broke the tense atmosphere of both of them. Her stomach kept growling, causing the two of them to startle. Cole placed her hand on her stomach and looked at it intently. Cole slowly pointed to her mouth, the words being uttered, "Hungry, master." Seeing Cole's pitiful appearance, Swan Nai immediately blamed him. "Hey buddy, it seems you haven't given her anything to eat since creating her, right?" Aesop responded with an impatient attitude. "I never thought that the ultimate calamity would need to absorb such crude energy through eating." Then he proudly replied, "But it doesn't matter. I will give her the most nutritious and energy-rich food right away." Swan Nai looked up with a confused expression. "This is the food you prepared for Miss Tai?" Aesop smiled meaningfully. "That's right." All 3 of them were standing in front of the sleepy tyrant dragon. Is your brain made of stone?" Hearing the scolding from Swan Nai, he excitedly pointed at it. "Your brain is made of stone. Your whole family is made of stone." The arguing of the 2 made the tyrant dragon drowsily wake up. Seeing the 3 people standing in front of her, the tyrant dragon shouted, "Damn Aesop and Big Sister." His eyes suddenly lit up. "Oh no, is my respected master, the greatest alchemist, Baron Aesop, you are here to relieve my checkup suit?" Aesop smiled cunningly. "That's right, not only that, but you also have a chance to redeem yourself," the tyrant dragon excitedly asked. Really? What opportunity?" Aesop then pushed Cole, who was in a daze, to the top, happily continued, "Become the food of the ultimate calamity. From his words, it could not help but be surprised to hear that it would become the food of the girl in front of him. Swan Nai stood beside him and reminded, "Hey, the Tyrant Dragon is the only genuine dragon clan among our high-risk experimental subjects. Using it as food for Miss Tai seems a bit of a waste." "Right." Aesop showed no concern. "No, that's why. Directly devouring a genuine dragon clan is for the ultimate calamity the best method of high-energy supplementation." He lowered his face, revealing his sinister side. "Moreover, he may even evolve to the final state a second time." Aesop turned to decisively order her, "Go, ultimate calamity Cole, swallow the super dangerous experimental subject number 8, the Tyrant Dragon, go." Cole smiled and pointed forward, following him. "Swallow clean." Cole quickly climbed up, hugging the horns of the tyrant Bako long and constantly gnawing. Its eyes aggrievedly looked towards its master. "I will definitely not mess around in the future. I beg the Duke not to let the eldest sister eat me." Aesop was still without any sympathy. Too late. Cole opened her mouth, preparing to bite its horns. She used her strength to bite hard into it. Her teeth trembled due to the hardness of the horns. Then Cole trembled nonstop from the toothache. Aesop held his face, cursing, this vaping useless product. Boiling water was being poured into the noodle cup. Everyone was in the kitchen. Cole stared blankly at the steaming noodle cup. She curiously looked at the noodle cup on the table. Aesop helplessly explained, "This is called instant noodles." When the lid of the noodles was opened after 3 minutes, the fragrance inside radiated out even more. Cole's eyes lit up when she saw the aura radiating from the noodle cup. Aesop showed an attitude of holding out the chopsticks. "Hey, chopsticks." When he didn't see her respond, Aesop opened his eyes and frowned. "Hey, take the chopsticks." He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw Cole using her hands to tear the noodles and eat them like a hungry tiger. Aesop then shouted, "Hey idiot, don't directly use your hands to grab them. Aren't you burning your hands? Use chopsticks." Swan Nai, sitting opposite, said worriedly. "Does she not know how to use chopsticks, or is she too hungry and in a hurry?" Cole still didn't hear, still engrossed in eating the noodles. Both of her hands were burned by the heat of the noodle cup. Cole continued to use her hands to tear the noodles to eat. Cole smiled at the both of them. Delicious, so delicious. Aesop was a little puzzled. "Hey, eating instant noodles doesn't have to be to the point of crying. It's really embarrassing." Swan Nai happily looked at the innocent girl in front of him. Maybe she has never eaten anything delicious before. He gave a cunning smile, taunting Swan Nai. "I know, like when you were just a small uncivilized sewer rat. The first time you stole cheese in my room, your stomach almost exploded. You couldn't even run. I almost shot you to death." Swan Nai was immediately agitated and slammed the table to scold. "Shut up, you. A 3-year-old child still asking his mother for milk doesn't have the right to criticize me." Both continued to fall into an endless verbal battle. "Nonsense. I stopped breastfeeding when I was 6 months old. It was my mother who forced me to drink it using the strange laughing box." While the battle of both sides began to become more intense, Cole was still happily eating the delicious noodles. That rat is it who dared to slander this duke. She was fascinated by the noodle cup to the point of scooping up all the soup inside. Bastard who brought up the old story first. Stealing cheese is the nature of rats. Where am I slandering you? Children drinking milk is also nature. I also didn't slander you. Put the noodle cup down on the table. The inside was completely empty. Cole swallowed her saliva with satisfaction. Then she used both hands to give the empty noodle cup to Aesop. Cole smiled and looked at him. Delicious, so delicious. Aesop carefully used a handkerchief to wipe the noodle stains left on her mouth. "Really, you made your face all dirty. Did you use your face to eat rice?" The sound from Cole's stomach came up, causing the two of them to panic. After that, the empty noodle cups piled up on the table. Cole used chopsticks to pick up the noodles and put them in her mouth. She smiled brightly at them. Cole used her hands to wipe away the noodle soup still on her mouth. She continued to hand the empty noodle cup to Aesop. Aesop helplessly complained to Swan Nai, who was adding boiling water to the noodles behind, "Get her another box. This is our last box of noodles in reserve already." And so time passed. An hour later. At this time Aesop was really panicking. "No, don't come over here." He fearfully leaned against the wall, trembling, holding the gun pointing forward. This is my last hazelnut chocolate wafer. Spare it." Aesop thought to himself. This guy wasn't like this when eating noodles. How has she completely lost control like this after only eating one piece of chocolate wafer? Around Cole were shelves of food and drinks. She leaned towards Aesop, her eyes sparkling. Delicious, so delicious, still want to eat. Aesop gnashed his teeth helplessly. Damn it, if that's the case. He quickly tore open the package of cookies. Can only. Aesop used both hands to put food into his mouth continuously. Quickly eat it all into my stomach. He leaned against the wall exhausted before Cole's approaching shadow. She kissed Aesop without hesitation. Cole's tongue began to invade, scooping up all the food in his mouth. Aesop helplessly could not resist her enthusiasm. Cole's full breast pressed against Aesop's slender body as a teenager. His face flushed red, opened his eyes to look at Cole, who was passionate in front of him. She's really crazy. She even robs what I've eaten in my mouth. I'm about to suffocate. When Cole completely let go, he gasped exhaustedly. Facing Aesop was her full chest that caught his eye. Swan Nai's hands were still listening to everything. He bent over before the cheese tower that he had reserved. Has Aesop's side fallen? Damn it. Perhaps she won't discover this place, right? No, even if she discovers it, I must defend this place. Swan Nai proudly thought that, after all, this place is the secret storage room that I have spent so much effort to build. On this side, Cole was still bending over looking for food. She smelled the fragrance that was flying over. Cole took the carpet placed on the floor. She touched the floor to probe. Using the force from her arms, Cole coldly excavated the floor. Swan Nai below heard the noise and panicked. Her fiery hands were burning the floor. Swan Nai was shocked to see the tile being baked to flow down. He screamed in terror, this is bad. Cole had successfully found it. She jumped down from above. She coldly landed in front of Swan Nai. Her strong legs knelt on the floor. Swan Nai panicked and raised his weapon to warn, robbing Aesop's snacks is one thing, these cheese are my priceless treasures. I warn you not to aim at them. In a blink of an eye, Cole rushed in front of Swan Nai. She used her fiery hands to melt its weapon easily. Swan Nai was so shocked that his mouth hung open. The heat of the weapon caused him to immediately let go. Swan Nai took his swollen hand. Seeing that the weapon had turned into liquid, he could not believe his eyes. What the hell? Swan Nai was so scared that he fell down, trying to retreat backwards. I'm done for. Cole quickly went to the cheese shelf. She tore open the cheese package. Then Cole happily ate the cheese that Swan Nai had painstakingly stored. Quickly, his cheese tower was eaten by Cole. Swan Nai only knew to sit helplessly in a corner screaming, no, she didn't leave me a single box. Damn it, this isn't the ultimate calamity. Clearly, eating to the end, then there is. At this time inside the glass rooms of Aesop's experimental objects. The experimental object beside him asked Tabaolong with concern, hey, were you okay just now? I heard Aesop wanted to give you to eldest sister to eat, wanting to eat your Tabaolong meat. You underestimate the muscle strength of the Shenlong genus too much. He said triumphantly, you have to know, the hardest part of my whole body from top to bottom is the dragon horn. Immediately Talong Bao discovered that one of its horns had disappeared. It screamed in pain, my thick rough hard, majestic domineering, brave and fierce, seductive thousands of female dragon's horn. Cole had also been completely locked into the glass cage by him. The ultimate calamity was locked up for plundering the master's reserve snacks. Aesop helplessly held his face. Experience has proven that she has absolutely no ability to resist high-calorie sweets, especially chocolate. It will stimulate her appetite to the highest level. Moreover, before absorbing enough calories in the food, she will eat continuously regardless of everything, even using the hot pressure steam annihilation cannon. He sighed, looking at Cole, who was constantly calling, in our kitchen now there isn't even a sesame seed left. All went into her stomach. The silent atmosphere surrounded causing Aesop to turn to ask, hey, why aren't you saying anything? Swan Nai at this time was still trying to suppress the anger inside. A total of 400 pieces. Pure milk cheese, the brand Raging Gale Cup Warhorn, the most expensive in the world, and 10 pieces were signed limited editions. The production year ranged from 872 to 1012 in the new calendar, has lasted nearly 140 years. All were eaten by it already. The aura it exuded showed extreme resentment. Such a terrible experimental object must be tortured. He excitedly picked up a weapon and rushed over. I will use the mad scientist grinder to cut it into 1,200 pieces, Aesop then advised, but she is a beautiful girl. Swan Nai then changed the method of torture, use alchemical king water and digestive fluid of king sum to wash her eyes, Aesop stood beside patted Swan Nai. But she is a beautiful girl. He continued to offer another method, use brain-sucking mosquito to help cleanse its brain. Aesop still continued to say in his ear, but she is a beautiful girl. Swan Nai confusedly held his head and shouted, damn it, I know. He used his hand to cover his eyes and said to Aesop, hit her a few times that will to get it over with. He was still excitedly in the back. His weakness really hasn't changed. Aesop suddenly changed to a serious state, but through this incident, it is true that Cole must be severely punished, otherwise, we will not be able to eat sweets in the base in the future. He closed his eyes tightly, dissatisfied asked, have you finished lying down yet? Cole was lying on Aesop. Aesop's eyes were still tightly closed. He raised his hand intending to hit her but, in his heart still constantly comforting himself, her mind is only equal to a 2-3-year-old child. For children, hitting the butt is the most effective way to punish. After all, he was beaten by his mother quite a few times when he was little. The hand was using force to slowly descend. The sound of hitting the butt immediately rang out. Cole was so painful that tears welled up in her eyes. The sound of hitting the butt kept ringing, for you to be greedy, for you to steal my chocolate, for you to use your power at will. Cole's butt was swollen at this time. Cole kept crying, tears streamed down her face. Aesop smiled looking at it sitting beside him, that way she will definitely not dare to commit the crime again in the future. Swan Nai folded his arms seriously. The problem now is that apart from the food for the experimental subjects, there isn't a single scrap of food left in the base. We must immediately go out to buy it back. He looked down at Cole trembling in pain. That's right, I haven't had dinner yet. Aesop excitedly hit Cole's butt again. It's all because of you. Swan Nai began to deliberate. The most important problem to consider now is, he asked curiously, what should be done with the Calamity Girl? Leave her in the base. Aesop quickly said excitedly, are you kidding me? If we aren't here then she will definitely tear this base down. He looked at Cole who was blank because of their conversation, only had to take this trouble along with them. Aesop was changing his suit to go outside. He put the necessary weapons into his clothes. Aesop put the necessary things into his body. Beside him, Swan Nai had also changed into a more neat suit of clothes. He also carefully put weapons into his body. Swan Nai brought 2 purple test tubes with him. Both were dressing themselves as discreetly as possible, ready to go shopping for food. Cole was still staring blankly at both of them. The two of them began to adjust their movements. Style of Cole, hey, what are you doing? Posing as a villain has to be cool a little. Even if you are going out shopping you have to have momentum. For me. Aesop coldly ordered, okay, prepare the alchemical transfer matrix, transfer point, beacon district. He used his hand to press the blue button to start. All 3 stood in the transfer machine. Cole felt afraid of the light that was emitting around. She worriedly grabbed Aesop's hand beside her. Aesop was surprised by this action of hers. Then he sighed helplessly, sometimes bold, sometimes timid, she is really troublesome. Both were preparing their minds. 3, 2, 1, prepare to close your eyes. Seeing Cole still blank, he quickly used his hand to cover her eyes. The light inside the transfer machine at this time emitted even stronger. The barrier began to appear around all 3 of them. At this time they had transferred to another place. Aesop excitedly raised his hand. Welcome to our crime park. A place with high-rise buildings glittering around, Gordon City. Introducing the scenery, the Eternal Torch Gordon City, a large beacon with no night, 1188 meters high. Aesop looked at the whole city, 32 transfer locations. Sure enough, I still like this beacon district the most. In this place you can see the entire Gordon City. Cole also hurried to see. She was surprised by the scene in front of her. Swan Nai then went to ask, so will we go straight to the super department store too? Aesop quickly retorted, no way, her experimental outfit is too eye-catching. We have to find a set of clothes for her first. He suddenly gave a sinister smile. Coming to Gamera's Golden Avenue, there will definitely be clothes suitable for Cole. Swan Nai looked thoughtful. Hey, Gamera Avenue is a luxurious shopping area. It is not necessary to wear such beautiful clothes for her. Moreover, the money we robbed from the bank has been almost spent. Aesop proudly said that therefore, while going shopping this time, we will also go to see the locations for the magnificent crimes. Next, how can we sneak into those high-end places without wearing luxurious clothes? He held out his hand towards Cole. Take my hand, prepare to depart. Cole quickly put her hand on Aesop's hand. He coldly picked her up, jumped down below. Cole sensed the height, so she fearfully snuggled into his body. Aesop then chanted, "Anti-gravity alchemical matrix, start up." The magic circle on Aesop's clothes immediately took effect. Light radiated around the two of them. Cole at this time was still closing her eyes tightly. He smiled, looking at her frightened face. When she no longer heard any sound, Cole, dazed, opened her eyes. She blankly looked around her, seeing herself floating on the sea. Cole then bowed her head to look and admire, prepared to start. Target, Gamera Avenue. I have to go bite a hot dog first. At Gamera's Golden Avenue, a gold-plated statue of a goddess was being placed on the avenue. Cole couldn't help but be curious when she saw the strange gold statue. Aesop sat on the stone bench beside him, constantly complaining, "Why is this damn rat taking so long just to buy a hot dog? Can't he hold it in?" A mother and son stood and walked near there. The boy excitedly shouted, "Mom, Mom, 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 look at that sister over there, she is climbing so high, she is so good." Aesop was puzzled by the boy's attitude. Huh? He then scorned the child in front of him. What fool would climb on the Gamera statue? This is not only a 5-star patrol area of the Security Patrol Bureau, but at this time is also a critical stage of the hero execution. Aesop suddenly realized, "Wait, sister." At this time he panicked, looking around, searching, "What the hell?" Seeing Cole standing next to the statue, Aesop was even more shocked. Cole above was excitedly looking at the statue when there was Aesop's shout from below, "Idiot, quickly come down here for me." She quickly sat down on her butt. Cole, sitting on the head of the statue, was eagerly waving at him. At the same time, Swan Na was happily sprinkling pepper on his hot dog. He tied up the vendor and calmly decorated the food. "Really, I told you to put black garlic mustard sauce, but you added ketchup. Don't you know I hate sour food the most?" Then Swan Na happily enjoyed the bread in his hand. He happily walked out towards the meeting point. Being late for so long, that Aesop guy will definitely grumble. Suddenly 2 security guards ran away in a panic, causing Swan Na to constantly wonder. He saw the people bustling before the statue. What the hell is going on? Swan Na helplessly looked up at the sky, lamenting, "I only left for a short while and such a big thing has already been caused." The security guard warned using a loudspeaker, "The Gamera statue is one of the prominent structures of the city. Climbing is strictly prohibited, young lady. If you don't come down, we will take violent measures against you." Seeing so many people below, Cole became afraid. Swan Na below looked up at her up there and pondered, "Climbing the Gamera statue without permission is a serious crime. If caught, even if no damage is caused, you will be sentenced to 1 year in prison. This can't continue like this and must act quickly." Suddenly he thought of a plan. Swan Na despicably turned around, preparing to leave, pretending to be a passerby and retreat quickly. As a villain, betraying a teammate is normal. A powerless hand raised in the crowded crowd. The light on the statue emitted, making people dazzled. Aesop had successfully handled the mess around. "I will absolutely not bring her out next time." An octopus tentacle was wrapping around a dagger. One slash across the security guard's body. Continued to be a slash for the next person. Swan Na also appeared at this time. "Quickly take the Calamity Girl away. Let this villain full of the spirit of sacrifice stay back to cover." Aesop then exposed him. "Just now, when standing in the crowd, I saw you wanted to pretend to be a passerby to slip away already." The security guard faintly woke up, holding his head, scolding, "Damn it." He panicked when he saw that his pants had been torn, revealing his shorts inside. Due to loss of balance, the security guard fell face down on the ground. Then at the front of the high-end fashion store, Aesop was constantly trembling, Sooner or later I will be trapped to death by her." Suddenly there was a fierce voice scolding the 3 of them. Hey, you people, take your hands away from our display window quickly." The staff also came out to rebuke. "The display window of Golden Family is made of firefly crystal and will be corroded by sweat on the fingers. If you contaminate it, then you will not be able to compensate. The identity of the person at the head, store manager, operation, Golden Family." Aesop was still not afraid. "Hey, cheese," he said, "this window is easy to contaminate. What should I do?" Hearing that, Swan Na immediately put on a provocative face, continuing to use his hands to put on the glass. The store manager pointed at them, scolding, "You poor and humble people don't understand human language, and you even dare to use your tongue to." Swan Na did not hesitate to take out a bill with a large denomination. He couldn't help but be shocked when he saw it. Continuing, another bill was put out. And after that many bills with large denominations were put out. Aesop became even more smug. I'm so sorry, I've contaminated your firefly crystal, but it's sticking to your money, what should I do? The store manager then changed his face, respectfully bowing to him. Oh, what contamination, it's just a little saliva, it's okay if it sticks on it, please 3 VIPs come into the store. Bring me the most earth fairy female ball gown in the store, no problem, no problem. Then he quickly went to take the money that was sticking on the glass. He seemed surprised when Aesop had stepped into the store. The store manager asked Aesop caringly, I don't know what kind of clothes young master wants, windbreaker, suit, gown. Aesop coldly pointed at Cole, who was fascinated with the clothing in the back. Not me, her. The store manager ran to Cole. May I ask, what kind of clothes does this distinguished young lady want? She turned around confused. Huh? Then Cole gave a smile to him. Her appearance had completely attracted the store manager. This face is so beautiful. I have never seen a face as beautiful as this. I didn't look closely just now on the outside. After entering, she was still always playing with the mannequin. I thought she was a crazy person. I didn't expect her to be a beauty that topples countries and cities. He stood in a corner quietly observing. But it's really a pity. This kind of beauty seems to be enslaved by this demon teenager. It's really a waste of nature. Aesop glanced at him and then ordered, Bring all the best ball gowns of your store here for her to try on one by one. Yes. Immediately the ball gowns were pushed out. Cole was taken away by the 2 female staff. Miss, please follow us into the changing room, because ball gowns are very difficult to wear alone, so we will help you change. Cole fearfully turned to look at him with pleading eyes. Master, Aesop showed disgust. Just changing clothes, don't cause trouble. He tiredly sat down on the chair and sighed. The top-quality tea was made in the exquisite cups. He poured tea and brought it before Aesop. Little young master, please drink tea. I don't bother to drink such a disgusting thing. He then scolded Swan Nai, who was looking in the mirror opposite. You rat, bring me a carbonated drink. I saw you hide a bottle before departing. He coldly handed a bottle of water to Aesop. Don't bother me. I have to choose a suitable hat to go to the bar and dance. Aesop at this time had waited impatiently. After 20 minutes, why is it so slow? The female staff confusedly said to Aesop, Because this lady is not letting us take off her clothes. How about you come here and take a look? He couldn't help but be angry. She's like that again. Aesop went to lift the curtain to look inside. In front of him, Cole was trembling in fear. Aesop coldly crossed his arms and said to her, Don't cause trouble anymore. I'm right outside the changing room. You obediently take off your clothes for me. Hearing the familiar voice, Cole then looked up. Cole helplessly let everyone take off her clothes. Master. Aesop placed the chair beside the dressing room, quickly replying, Here. She continued to call, Master. Aesop was a little impatient here. Cole kept calling, Master. Aesop at this time was angrily shouted, I already said I'm here. Cole stepped out wearing a fiery red ball gown that was cut and split with a sexy chest. Ball gown, fiery red knight, selling price, 159,990 gold pounds. Aesop looked without blinking. She does fit well with the formal dress. The store manager went to, bowed and asked, Little young master, how do you see this outfit? Fiery red knight, this is our store's out-of-stock design. It is very suitable for your little girlfriend. Hearing that, Aesop was uncomfortable. What girlfriend? Is just a maid. If you continue to talk nonsense, I will turn your tongue into an even number, he smiled. Yes. In his heart he still did not believe. How can someone bring a maid here to buy such expensive dress? Really a pretentious rich kid. Aesop showed an unhappy attitude. This set can barely be looked at, but it has not met my requirements. Is there anything else? The store manager tried his best to please him. Look at what you said, we are Golden Family. There, even the big figures in the Golden District often visit our place. If even we can't satisfy you, then there won't be a second store on this Gamera Avenue that can satisfy you. Moreover, this set is just an appetizer. Little young master, don't be in a hurry. After that, Cole stepped out wearing a different blue dress. Aesop seriously commented, This shape is very special, but it is a bit undignified. Change another set. Another outfit was put on Cole. Golden Empress, selling price, 339,990 gold pounds. Aesop suddenly froze. The store manager's call was transmitting over. Little young master. At this time he had regained his original state. little young master. He introduced that. This is our treasure that guards the store, Golden Empress. I heard that. This was designed based on the formal dress of the Queen of the Golden Empire. What do you think? Scene change. The rolling wheels suddenly stopped. The luxury car with its length intended for the upper class to move appeared. The male staff brought a large carpet and stepped to. Both spread the carpet before the car door. On the carpet was a symbol that was printed on it. The store manager was shocked when he heard the movement outside. This is bad, I forgot. Miss Wakana has an appointment to come tonight. Aesop then wondered, Lady Wakana? The store manager quickly pushed the three of them inside the changing room. 3 distinguished guests, please suffer a little. Avoid for a while in this changing room. He ordered them to keep quiet. Please 3 people absolutely do not leave this place before Lady Wakana leaves. Otherwise not only will I be punished but all 3 of you will also encounter a disaster. The car door was opened. The beautiful hair clip on Wakana's hair. The pair of earrings were very unique. The small lips of the little girl were pursed tightly. Wakana stepped down with 2 bodyguards. Little young lady of the Wakana family, Kuramiya Wakana. The little girl walked barefoot on the carpet that was spread out. Wakana looked down at her small feet. The little girl turned coldly. Kuramiya's feet are cold, Red Sky Hound. Red Sky Hound respectfully replied, please entrust it to me, young lady. She took out something from her body. The flames began to transmit out, burning both sides of the road to create warmth for Wakana. The carpet was spread to in front of the store door. He cautiously went to bow to Wakana. Good evening, young lady Kuramiya. The little girl coldly asked, I heard that this year's limited edition dark-style Lolita dress produced by Magic Cut Lilith was sold in your golden family. Lead me to see. He replied with a smile. Other female customers wanted to see but we all refused. We are only waiting for Miss to try on clothes. All 3 inside the changing room were still watching the developments outside. All 3 attentively listened to their conversation. Swan, I wondered, asked, Lady Kuramiya, isn't that Kuramiya? Aesop, while looking outside, replied, is the Kuramiya family one of the nobles of the world? Even Cole was following the story and spoke. He seriously explained, however, aren't the nobles in the world all living fixedly in the golden district of Gordon City? That is a paradise for them to do anything they want. So why did they appear here? A paradise must also have a time to get bored. A paradise without civilians can reflect the superiority of the nobility. The carpet continued to be spread out following Wakana's footsteps. The store manager bowed respectfully, almost there. In front of the little girl was a red cloth shielding the outfit inside. He introduced, it is this place, young lady Kuramiya. He was puzzled when the little girl who was walking suddenly stopped. The carpet that was spread out had reached the end. The 2 soldiers panicked, looking at Wakana. Young lady, the black carpet has been laid out. Red Sky Hound angrily scolded, you know that the young lady wants to come to the civilian area and didn't prepare enough black carpet. Don't you know that the young lady hates wearing shoes? What should be done now? Do you want the young lady to walk barefoot on the dirty ground? The 2 staff fearfully bowed and apologized. Red Sky Hound, adult subordinates are guilty. Red Sky Hound coldly folded his arms and blamed both of them. Committed such a serious mistake. As servants of the Kuramiya family, you 2 know what to do, right? Left Protector Kuramiya Wakana, Shining Sky Hound. Hearing those words, the soldier was even more panicked, sweating all over his face. His hands trembled, taking the dagger from inside his clothes. Both stabbed into their chests, and shouted in unison, make a self-compassionate ceremony. The blade then cracked and broke. The soldier unbelievably looked at his knife being broken into pieces and falling down. God Nothing standing opposite was chanting a spell, punish where there is mercy, prohibit killing, right Protector Kuramiya Wakana God Nothing. The subordinate happily thanked him repeatedly, thank you God Nothing, adult. Before he could finish speaking, the subordinate had been stabbed strongly into the stomach by him. He trembled and collapsed on the floor. He then pointed at him and said, please young lady. Wakana did not hesitate to step her foot on the head of the soldier. The 2 bodyguards standing on both sides grabbed the little girl's hand to keep her balance. Wakana calmly strode on the body of her subordinate. Swan Nai, witnessing the scene from inside the fitting room, cursed, damn it, are all world nobles this arrogant? Suddenly, Aesop revealed a smug smile, good opportunity. Swan Nai was surprised by Aesop's attitude, good opportunity for what? He smiled slyly, of course, it's a good opportunity to kidnap Miss Kuramiya. After all, world nobles almost never leave the Golden District, So this is a great opportunity that you can't ask for. Swan Nai warned, are you crazy? Robbing banks, provoking security patrols and city heroes is one thing, but kidnapping world nobles? Do you think our lives are too leisurely? Before, it was just small fights, nothing worth mentioning. If we want to make Priscilla's name known, of course, we have to cause some big news. Swan Nai shouted excitedly, big news? Do you know that every noble in the world has a legacy of thousands of years and unfathomable power? They all participate in investing and creating Gordon City. Gordon City is a playground for us, but for them, it's a toy they can do anything they want with. The little girl's footsteps were still approaching. The little girl stopped in front of the red cloth. The store manager grabbed the cloth, planning to unveil it. Then, allow me to display this year's limited edition piece by Magic Cut Lilith for you to see. He started to pull down the red cloth. At this time, the two were still arguing fiercely inside. Aesop said jokingly, so, you mean that Dr. Crazy Mouse, the number 2 villain in Gordon City, doesn't dare to provoke world nobles? Swan Nai was even more agitated. Don't try to provoke me, kid. I don't dare to push it. Even if I provoke them, I have to prepare fully first. Suddenly, a shout interrupted their argument. The clothing had been boldly ripped. Both the store manager and the female employee were so terrified that their faces turned pale. Wakana turned coldly to ask him, this is the Magic Cut Lilith designed dress that you specially left for me? Shichi Tiango began to draw her sword. Shin Kong also spoke scoldingly, this time, even Buddha can't save you. Seeing the situation worsen, both inside were worried, damn it, is this a good thing you did? Waiting for Miss Disaster to change clothes was too boring, so I wanted to do a little mischief to retaliate against that profit-seeking store manager. So, in the end, the one who caused trouble with the world's nobles is you. Cole, standing above, also spoke, I want to see too. Suddenly, Cole stepped on the hem of her skirt. She lost her balance and fell, unintentionally pushing both of them standing in front. The little girl was still coldly questioning him, speak, who did it? The store manager was terrified, stuttering, really, it really wasn't me. How could I have the guts to do that? Aesop stumbled out, causing them to notice him immediately. The store manager unhesitatingly shifted the blame to Aesop, it's him. He did it. Swan Nai, standing inside, covered his face helplessly, we're done for this time. Shichi Tiango's hand was grabbing his collar. She powerfully lifted Aesop up and scolded, hey little brat, did you do it? The vial in his pocket slid into his hand. Aesop's eyes became smug. Yes, I did it. Hearing that, she became even more agitated. What did you say? Swan Nai inside gritted his teeth, worried for him, this guy is crazy, why admit it so quickly? The store manager also sweated secretly, thinking, little brat, don't blame me. If you don't die today, I will. Shichi Tiango smiled slyly, you nasty little brat, I hate your eyes. Let me poke them out. When her sharp nails were about to poke into Aesop's eyes, Wakana spoke up, Shichi Tiango, stop. The little girl replied seriously, the clothes that he changed, I like them. What the little girl said was beyond his imagination, huh? Swan Nai inside was also shocked, huh? Aesop looked at the little girl confused, is her head sick? Shichi Tiango turned worriedly, miss, this guy has ruined your dress. No matter what, we should cut off his fingers. Wakana remained cold, do I need to say it again? Hearing that, she could only silently accept it, Shichi Tiango wouldn't dare. Shichi Tiango's hands slowly lowered. She looked at Aesop with a warning look, little brat, you better be honest with me. Aesop calmly adjusted his clothing. In his heart he thought, should I directly use the dragon spider toxin for a quick win? Or use the powerless human mind to slowly enjoy the pleasure of torment? He smiled on his lips, anyway, no matter what, tomorrow's headline will definitely be the news that the young miss of the Kuramiya family, a world noble, was kidnapped by the great evil villain. Baron Aesop. Wakana continued, I know your identity, and I know what you want to do. The little girl looked directly at him. From the moment I entered the door, you had already started having that extremely dangerous thought. Aesop was completely taken aback by the little girl's words. What? Inside, Swan Nai immediately covered Cole's mouth. Could it be that Miss Kuramiya has discovered our existence a long time ago? Wakana's footsteps were gradually approaching. The little girl stopped in front of Aesop. Wakana showed a smug expression. You are an intern at Jinshurjia, but you are not content with just being a commoner. From the store manager you learned that I Kuramiya Wakana, would be coming here tonight. In order to attract my attention, you diligently cut the Lolita dress into this state. Finally, you created a scene of suddenly and unexpectedly appearing in front of me. The little girl bluntly asked, everything is just to cling to my Kuramiya family, am I right? Hearing his thoughts being spoken from the little girl's mouth, Aesop was stunned. Seeing his attitude, the little girl continued, I guessed everything right, didn't I? Although your motives are not pure, but considering your courage to die for wanting to attract my attention, I will give you a chance. Wakana arrogantly ordered, kneel down and kiss Wakana's feet. I will make an exception and let you be my servant. Wakana's proposal surprised Shichi-Tiango. Miss, actually taking the initiative to let a man kiss your feet? Damn it, I haven't even been allowed to kiss them. The little girl's face suddenly turned red. This is the first time that this lady, have allowed a man to kiss my feet. He will definitely be so excited that he will kneel down and shed tears. Right. But if he kisses too much, I will step on his head, or just kick him out. Aesop showed a disdainful expression, covering his nose. Who would want to kiss such stinky feet? The answer was beyond Swan Nai's expectations. This guy. The store manager next to him was shocked with his mouth agape, actually, right in front of Miss Kuramiya. Shichi-Tiango also completely couldn't believe it, saying such words directly. Aesop continued to mock the little girl. If your family is so rich, wouldn't it be better to buy a pair of shoes to wear? If your feet sweat like that, it will infect other people. And furthermore, walking barefoot for a long time will cause plantar fasciitis. Inside, Swan Nai was as if sitting on a pile of fire. This straight guy is still adding fuel to the fire. Wakana was so angry that she bit her lip. The little girl's eyes were tearing up, about to cry. Wakana couldn't stand the humiliation and cried loudly, Wakana's feet are sprayed with perfume every day, they are not stinky at all. The little girl raised her hand, preparing to hit Aesop's face. Seeing the little girl's attitude, Aesop revealed a satisfied smile, waiting for the moment her hand comes out. I will pull her over, then throw out the powerless human mind and complete the threat. The hand was being raised high. Something shot out from inside the fitting room. Another hand blocked Wakana's attack. Aesop was shocked to see Cole's appearance. Swan Nai inside was even more panicked. How did she rush out in an instant like that? The sharp sword was swung out, the tip of the sword pointing directly at Cole's face. Shichi-Tiango immediately appeared behind Wakana. Immediately, take your dirty hand off our Mrs. Arm quickly. At this time, Aesop really felt trouble. Cole remained steadfast in the face of the sword in front of her. Wakana carefully looked at the woman who was tightly holding her hand. Then the little girl gave the order, lower the sword, Shichi-Tiango. She was even more confused. Miss, she wants to attack you. Wakana quickly figured it out. She doesn't want to attack me, but is protecting the boy behind her. Wakana's words surprised him. She has already seen the relationship between me and Cole. The little girl immediately shouted at Cole, you also took a fancy to this boy, and want to take care of him too, right? Shichi-Tiango was so shocked that she covered her mouth with her hand. Taking care of him? Miss, what have you been watching every day? If the head of the family finds out, we're doomed. The store manager also covered his face helplessly. What is this with what? The little girl showed an unhappy face at Cole, not speaking, so arrogant? Could it be that she has already had her way with this boy before? Seeing everyone's attitude, Cole didn't understand what was happening. Wakana then flaunted her family status. I don't know which family you are the daughter of, but looking at the clothes and temperament on your body, I know immediately that you are not a commoner. But even so, what I, Kuramiya Wakana, have taken a fancy to has never been given to others. The little girl bluntly asked, name your price. Cole was even more confused. Aesop standing behind showed a sly smile. You should be the one naming the price, House Kuramiya. The little girl was a little excited. What do you mean? Aesop quickly took out an item from inside. What I mean is... Aesop quickly covered his face. I announce, you are being kidnapped by the #1 villain in Gordon City, the genius alchemist of the family. Shichi-Tiango noticed the danger and quickly rushed over. Miss, step back. Aesop took out the test tube from his other hand. He began to release the poisonous gas in the test tube everywhere. Shichi-Tiango trembled and covered her nose with her hand. This fog is poisonous. Shimkong, unable to react in time, trembled as he resisted. Power cannot be used. Wakana's position immediately disappeared. Shichi Tiango tried to shout, "Miss!" A crescent moon shone brightly in the night. Wakana had completely fainted. Swan Nai, carrying the little girl, shouted, "Do you know that from this moment on, our happy, free days have officially entered a countdown to the end?" Aesop, carrying Cole in front, comforted, "Don't worry, what I threw was the third-generation improved powerless human mind. Inside there's a mixture of substances that disrupt the hippocampus, which will cause those who inhale it to experience severe memory distortion." His face became sinister. "Now, those two bodyguards are probably already experiencing neurological disorders." Shin Kong had regained consciousness at this time. Could it be that the frail, white-haired boy just now kidnapped the young miss? Shichi Tiango, exhausted, shouted, "What frail, white-haired boy?" It was clearly a chubby, freckled blonde brat. Shin Kong was still trembling from the poisonous gas. "It's a white-haired boy, a white-haired boy." She was so tired that she was about to lose consciousness. "It's a freckled blonde brat, a freckled blonde brat." The little girl's hands were completely tied. Her mouth was also tied. Wakana seriously stared straight at them with her body completely tied up. Aesop smiled slyly. "Welcome to the Nightmare Den, the base of the #1 villain in Gordon City. I am the talented descendant of the Priscillard family, the ancient family of alchemists." And Grand Duke Aesop. Swan Nai next to him continued, "Congratulations on becoming a miserable hostage of our evil group." Even Cole looked excitedly at the little girl. The two immediately turned to blame Cole helplessly. "Didn't we tell you to stay obediently in the room? Why did you run out on your own again? The evil atmosphere that we worked so hard to build has all been ruined by you." Wakana's lips pursed tightly against the cloth tied over her mouth. The little girl playfully bit the cloth open. Wakana calmly said, "And you call yourselves the #1 villains in Gordon City? You can't even tie a gag properly?" Swan Nai fearfully whispered in his ear, "What to do, Aesop? Our professional villain image seems to have been inadvertently ridiculed by her." Aesop complained annoyedly. "You tied the gag, don't drag me into it." Swan Nai suddenly asked, "Then what about the ropes on her hands and feet?" Aesop looked down in surprise. "What?" The ropes on the little girl's body completely disappeared. Aesop excitedly cursed Swan Nai, "You idiot, you just watched her untie the ropes like that." Swan Nai immediately retorted, "Damn it, she had already untied them from the moment you started talking." When the two turned around, the little girl had completely disappeared. "Huh? Where's the person?" A snack bag was being opened by the little girl. Wakana took out a potato chip from inside. Then she happily bit into it. Wakana happily sat on the chair eating snacks and drinking tea with Cole next to her. "Damn it, when did she get over there?" A gun barrel pointed at Wakana's head. Aesop warned, "Clarify your identity as a hostage, don't cause trouble. Otherwise, I will let you experience the terror of alchemy." Wakana looked up with a sarcastic expression. "Alchemy? Is it more terrifying than the tortures of our Kuramiya family?" Aesop was curious. "For example?" The little girl then replied, "For example, in the pit suppression and killing method, the criminal is fixed in a deep pit shaped like the Chinese character, Dao Big. Then thin iron plates are continuously placed on him. At first, you won't feel anything, but as the number of stacked iron plates increases, the bones and organs in the human body will gradually be crushed." Wakana continued to point out many points. "In addition, there is also the helmet of searing fat, which is a nearly melted iron helmet, placed on a shaved head." The little girl explained everything in detail. "Of course, the most amazing thing is the 12 centipedes nesting, where 12 small holes are opened on the human body. And centipedes are then raised inside the human body, making the victim helplessly watch their body become a nest for centipedes and lay eggs." Swan Nai next to him warned, if we send you back intact now, and say this was really just a misunderstanding, then your Kuramiya family won't apply these punishments to us, right?" Aesop excitedly shouted at him, "Send her back? Are you a charity organization looking for lost children?" Swan Nai also shouted back at him, "That's why I said if." The little girl held a cup of tea and calmly said, "Don't worry, these kinds of punishments will not be applied to you." Swan Nai breathed a sigh of relief. That's great, that's great." The little girl smiled slyly, "Because these are only the mildest punishments in the Kuramiya family, so they only apply to light physical contact with me without permission. The executions you will suffer in this situation will make you completely hate the Creator for letting you be reincarnated into this world." Swan Nai's whole body seemed to freeze. Wakana tilted her head and smiled. But don't worry, I won't let the people of my family use torture on you. On the contrary, not only will I not blame you for kidnapping me, but I can also give you a large sum of money, as long as you agree to one thing with me. Swan Nai asked doubtfully, what thing? Wakana chuckled, let me join you and become a member of you. The two were immediately surprised. Huh? Aesop asked confused, join us? Why? The little girl happily explained, because Wakana is very bored. If I join you, we can happily commit crimes together and find joy. Wakana suddenly took out a black card. Moreover, you can create weapons that make Shichi Tiango and Shin Kong lose their ability to act, proving that you are indeed capable enough. I can be the sugar daddy standing behind you. Swan Nai panicked, a black bank card? Why does a girl like you possess the most high-end bank credit card in Gordon City? Aesop didn't fall for it. There must be other conditions attached, right? Wakana sat up, so smart. The condition attached is... The little girl waved the card in front of him. You have to listen to me. Aesop coldly pushed away, you're dreaming. He was very ambitious, dream on. But he was immediately betrayed by his partner, no problem. Not only will Aesop listen to you, but I will also listen to you. I wonder how much criminal funding Miss Kuramiya will give us, and what is the deposit time? Actually, I feel that today is not bad. Aesop angrily cursed, you old rotten mouse, where is your Priscillard family's dignity? Swan Nai irritably shouted, is it bad to have someone to support us? That way, we can focus on devising shocking criminal plans, sincerely. Aesop was silent for a moment. Then he stood up and adjusted his clothes. I am the current head of the Priscillard family. I do not agree. Moreover, the Priscillard family will not accept the manipulation and arrangement of anyone. Aesop turned to leave, give her the dragon spider toxin, then tie her up. After 24 hours, send a crime letter to the Kuramiya family demanding ransom. Wakana suddenly spoke, it's useless. If you tie me up, you won't receive a single ransom. He turned his head confused. What? The little girl said sadly, in the family precepts of the Kuramiya family, the interests and dignity of the family stand above any member. When a member of the family is kidnapped, they will automatically become a discarded member of the family. They will not negotiate with the kidnapper, but will spare no expense to pursue and kill the kidnapper. Then publicly display the kidnapper's body to show the majesty of the family. Swan Nai was surprised, so inhuman? Wakana calmly said, I changed my mind. I can provide you with a huge sum of money, and I won't order you around, as long as you help me do one thing. The little girl opened her eyes full of killing intent. Help me kill my father, the current head of the Kuramiya family, Kuramiya Insho. Aesop was shocked. Kuramiya Insho? Isn't that? The little girl sneered, that's right, that's my dear father. You said you are the #1 villains in Gordon City, don't tell me you don't dare? A moment later, in Aesop's hand was a large lobster. Swan Nai also held one. Even Cole skillfully peeled the lobster. The three of them were comfortably eating and drinking, the table full of delicacies. Swan Nai took a bite with satisfaction. I thought you would reject Wakana. Aesop, while eating, replied, she's giving us such a large sum of money, and telling us to kill her father. It's not like it's my father, what reason do I have to refuse? Swan Nai laughed loudly mockingly, even if you were told to kill your father, you wouldn't even know who your father is, how could you kill him? Aesop was frustrated. My old mother said that when I revitalize the Priscillard family, and then completely control Gordon City, I will naturally know. Swan Nai nodded, the master likes to be secretive, it's not a matter of a day or two. Don't think about it anymore, take it one step at a time. Fill your stomach with this gluttonous feast first. Then talk. Swan Nai said happily, I must say, this Wakana family girl is really generous with money. The deposit was directly transferred 2,000 gold coins, which is more than we get from robbing a bank 10 times. At a Japanese-style house. Inside, there were various Japanese armor and clothing scattered around. Shichi Tiango was naked, her hands tied, sitting curled up in a tub of water. Shin Kong was also in a similar situation. A hand held a cup containing unidentified objects, stirring it for a while. The person spoke, you know, compared to centipedes, rhomboid-headed leeches can more easily and smoothly enter every corner of your body, carry out parasitic egg-laying. And the egg production is 100 times higher than centipedes. I feel that the 12 centipede holes should be improved. Then he suddenly stood up. His face was extremely dangerous as he stepped towards Shichi. For those who can't even protect their master, becoming a consumable for improvement is the best thing to do. She was frightened. Please give us another chance. We can definitely rescue Miss back. Insho glanced at her coldly. You don't even remember the appearance of the kidnapper, yet you dare to say you can rescue her? The hand holding the cup of liquid trembled. Shichi became more and more frightened. Please allow me to use self-inflicted rinshin to atone for my sins. Suddenly, Wakana spoke. Please stop, father. The little girl walked in from outside. I'm fine. Insho immediately threw away the cup of liquid. Then he happily rushed over. Nana. He hugged Wakana tightly. Nana, it's good that my Nana is alright. A moment later, small feet dangled on the grass. Wakana sat on the steps, looking up at the sky attentively. In the little girl's sight, the full moon hung high. Shichi knelt down next to her. Miss, thank you for saving us. Wakana pulled out a bag of chips. The little girl forcefully tore open the packaging. Then she held it out in front of Shichi, confusing her. Wakana took a piece and said, It's delicious, try it. Shichi awkwardly reached out. She looked at the chip with some hesitation. This greasy junk food that only commoners eat, the head of the family has never appeared at home. Where did this come from? Wakana sternly said, Eat when you're told to, stop asking so many questions. Shichi hurriedly put it in her mouth. She immediately felt the delicious taste of the chip, this taste and feeling. She took a few more pieces, then asked curiously, So, miss, how did you escape from the hands of the kidnappers? Wakana smiled slightly. That's a secret. Shichi looked at the little girl confused. Over here, Swan Nai ate a hearty meal and was full. Who would have thought that the Kuramiya family would be so strict with their direct bloodline, starting to learn physical techniques and assassinations? From the age of 5. Aesop nodded, plus the 28 hidden blades and 13 needles in her sleeves and dress. If the surveillance camera hadn't recorded it, it would be impossible to detect her movements. She had every opportunity to cut our throats. He calmly picked his teeth. Hey, have you forgotten that she wanted to take care of you? It's very clear, she wants to be a sugar daddy, mainly wanting to change another way to take care of you. Swan Nai said annoyed. If you want to be taken care of by someone so much, then I can put you in a gift box along with your daily necessities and send you to the Kuramiya family. Aesop coldly said, My cooperation with her is limited to killing Kuramiya Insho. I don't want to have a relationship with that little brat. She turned my kidnapping plan into a joke. Swan Nai immediately persuaded, Don't do that. If we can kill Kuramiya Insho, and wish the young miss to seize the position of head of the Kuramiya family, then we won't have to worry about our future operating funds anymore. Moreover, you already took revenge before you let her go, right? Back to the past, Wakana was tied tightly to a chair, with a blade of grass under her feet. The little girl shook violently. I warn you, it's best to immediately release me. I hate people touching my feet the most. The blade of grass swayed back and forth. Wakana immediately cried out. Aesop smiled coldly and explained, This is a genetically modified type that I painstakingly cultivated based on a combination of foxtail grass and spiky worms. Itchy foxtail grass. Touching it on any area of the skin will generate several times the itching, and if it touches sensitive areas such as the soles of the feet and armpits, the itching will increase exponentially. The blade of grass swayed faster and faster. This is the punishment for you underestimating me. An hour later, Wakana couldn't stop laughing. Aesop, I will never forgive you. After returning home, the little girl examined her feet. Then she pressed her face against the pillow. Evil Aesop. At the police station, the interrogator exclaimed in astonishment to the shop owner, What did you say? The amount of money lost is 800,000? The shop owner nodded. Yes, because those 3 outfits are all from famous designers. The interrogator was confused, but now, the images of the suspected criminals described by you and the 2 servants of the Kuramiya family are completely different. Even the young miss of the Kuramiya family said the criminals who kidnapped her were a fat, blonde man with a freckled face and a skinny rabbit person. The shop owner immediately stood up abruptly. I don't know why they are lying, but I can confirm that the 2 suspected criminals were clearly a thin, small, black-haired, small-eyed boy, and a vulgar mouse. The police officer sighed. Sorry, according to the principles of collecting information from witnesses in our police station, we cannot collect your words. Suddenly, Someone opened the door and slammed it straight into his face, and even happily laughed. I heard that unlucky person lost as much as 800,000 in one night. Where is it? Where is it? The police officer was angry. Who the hell are you? The interrogation room is not a place where idlers can casually enter. Get. He shouted, get out. But immediately slumped when he saw the card in front of him. Polya happily showed off her police card. I'm not just any idler, I'm your new chief. The police officer was suspicious. You are our new chief? Polya casually rested her feet on the table. What's wrong? Do I not look like it? She was extremely confident. Only high-ranking officials of the security patrol dared to cross their legs in such an exaggerated manner. The police officer was angry. What with what? Polya seemed to understand. All right, I understand. You are just a local subordinate who needs a little sweetness to submit, right? She flung open her coat, gesturing invitingly. Considering that you are a little handsome, come on, I'll allow you to touch me, just one touch after you've touched me. You have to be a good dog for this, chief. The police officer immediately exploded. He slammed the door shut. Then he leaned his back against the door and sighed. How strange, I have to go to the security to ask why they let a mentally ill girl in here. A bull-headed person appeared and asked, Mark, the new chief just arrived and said she wanted to go to interrogation room number 1 to observe. Did you receive her well? Huh. Mark said softly, that girl, that autistic girl, is the new chief of our branch? The boss isn't kidding with me, right? Toroan was extremely sure. Bullhead never jokes. The colleagues behind peeked out and teased, hey Mark, you saw it too? Our big new chief, she even gave me a lollipop just now. Being able to work at the lighthouse branch is really a blessing. The job of bringing water to the chief's room in the future is mine. No one is allowed to compete with me. Toroan was angry enough. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. You guys better not underestimate the new chief. Ever since Chief Ha Milk was turned into a slime by the mysterious bank robbers, the fat job of the chief of our lighthouse branch has always been coveted by other big branches, but the headquarters on the other side has been slow to make a final appointment decision. This situation has lasted for a year, you all know this. Toroan frowned. Until today, the headquarters on the other side suddenly sent down a chief named Baba Polya. I just asked my acquaintance in the headquarters records room to check her professional resume, but the result. Mark was bewildered. The result, what is it? Toroan whispered to everyone, the result is that there is basically no record of her resume in the records room. So it is very likely that she was directly transferred from somewhere outside the security patrol by some big shot. Polya suddenly asked happily, oh, so what kind of big shot is it? The group immediately startled. Then they stood at attention in unison. Please give us instructions, Chief. Polya reassured, oh, everyone doesn't need to be so worried. She smiled happily. I am not like those bureaucratic old men who like to talk empty words. My style of work can be summed up in 6 words. Happy, enthusiastic, unconventional. Someone casually mumbled, isn't that 8 words? Polya immediately approached and praised, very good. This patrol officer pointed out 3 mistakes of mine very frankly. This behavior of not fearing authority is very commendable. She friendly hooked her arm around his shoulder. Then as a reward, what does he look forward to? The patrol officer was delighted. Could it be that the chief wants to kiss me? But Polya only stuck a small sticker on his face, giving you a sticker, a gluttonous frog, which is my favorite. Then, without paying attention to the disappointment of her subordinates, she excitedly announced, now, I announce, combining 3 cases, the White Queen bank robbery and the kidnapping of young Miss Kuramiya, the theft of the Golden family's ceremonial dress, all of these will be handled together. Polya turned around and began to flirt. Patrol officers who provide important clues to solve the case will be given the right to date me. The crowd immediately dispersed. A police officer wondered, boss, don't you not like skinny human women? Why are you competing with us for the chief? Toroan was extremely upright but also ran very fast. Don't talk too much, I just want to solve the case. I don't believe you. Polya smirked, looking at the photo in her hand. I will definitely catch you. In the photo was Aesop carrying coal away, rebellious boy disregarding safety and order. If I hadn't happened to be in the square at that time, I might have really been tricked by you. What a coincidence that she took that photo. Gordon City Theater, belonging to the Lighthouse District. In front of the door, a red carpet stretched all the way to the entrance. 2 doormen were talking. Hey, have you heard? Mail will be performing at our theater next Friday. The other was surprised. That's the great playwright, Mail, of the Latoma feudal empire, from the western continent, dark and cruel? However, compared to him, the assassination squad, the hellhounds that the country raises, seems to be even more famous. It is said that the entire western continent turns pale when the hellhounds are mentioned. The doorman who started the conversation said, "Of course. They are so crazy that they dare to infiltrate our golden district, to assassinate the old men and noble families. In order to eliminate these assassins, 3 city heroes with gold hero licenses have been dispatched, but there are still some that slipped through the net." Suddenly, a graceful figure slipped past. He intently gazed at the 2 people who were calmly entering. Aesop and Cole calmly walked inside. Swan Knight suddenly approached one of them and warned, "Hey, if you dare to stare at our young missus but again, I will gouge out your eyes and string them into beads." The man hurriedly bowed, sorry. The person opposite immediately reminded, "Hey, you didn't check her ticket just now?" He panicked, "Check what ticket? Didn't you see the aura and the clothes on her body? She's clearly a young miss from a famous family. Let's not look for trouble." Aesop stroked Cole's head, not bad, you performed very naturally just now." Swan Knight ignored the 2 who were happily hugging each other. "Next time, change it to you to be the servant. Don't think about having me be your little brother all day long." Aesop broke out in a cold sweat from fear. This time, we have to clearly understand the entire structure inside the Gordon Theater. Next Friday's performance, Kuramiya Insho will also be there, and there are many noble families. The picture of the girl and the boy leaving with their luggage. On the wall were pictures of the couple's happiness. The picture next to it was his affection for his lover. The 2 of them were cautiously walking. Cole was still attentively looking at the paintings hanging on the wall. They stopped in front of a large door. "We've reached the main hall." Aesop slowly opened the door. Something caught Cole's attention. She looked at the picture of the man's face on it. She remembered the memories of being abused by that man, then being taken away by a stranger. Time continued to pass. 2 hours later, Aesop opened the door to the room. "Have you finished drawing the terrain map?" Swan Knight smugly replied, "Rest assured, even the location of the trash cans has been recorded." The 2 suddenly remembered something and panicked. "Wait, where's Cole? I can't see her. It seems like I haven't seen her inside just now." Unbeknownst to what happened that caused Cole to have an indescribable anxiety. 2 hours ago. Her hand trembled as she gradually reached out to gently touch the painting, until all of her fingers pressed against the man's cheek in the painting. From somewhere, a stern voice rang out suspiciously asking, "Are you a fan of mine?" Then he came from behind and smiled warmly at Cole, startling her. Mark politely said, "I have long heard that Gordon City is the center of the world. This time, coming here, I discovered that it is 100,000 times more magical and beautiful than the rumors. Being able to perform here is the honor of my life." Then he politely asked, "That's right, I haven't asked the name of this beautiful lady yet." Cole was a little flustered and sweat appeared on her forehead. She didn't know how to explain to the man in front of her. She clenched her hand and mustered all her courage to confess. A fragmented and just audible sound came from her mouth, "A.B.A. Dad." She was slightly stunned as she was interrupted by a call from afar by Milo, "Dad." Gilman also followed behind and saw Meyer hugging his daughter and reminded, "All right, Milo, there are other people here, don't be disrespectful to your father." The girl cleverly replied, "What does it matter? My dad is the great playwright Mail, who is famous in the world." He showed affection and gently stroked Milo's head. "It's okay, just let her be. Moreover, this lady is my fan." Meyer was talking to his family, and when he turned back, Cole was gone, so he blurted out, "Huh?" Outside at this time, dark clouds were gathering, as if heralding bad things to come. In an instant, bright lightning bolts tore through the dark sky, creating a loud explosion in the space. Heavy raindrops fell one by one, black umbrellas opening up from who knows when. The servants were talking lively amongst themselves, "The rain is so heavy. I remember the weather forecast said there was no rain. I really admire those gentlemen in the theater. They're embracing beautiful women watching the play, and we have to stand in the rain and sun out here." Suddenly, the blonde servant's attention fell on a girl walking quickly in the torrential rain. Seeing that she wasn't carrying an umbrella, he chased after her, shouting, "Hey, miss, you don't have an umbrella. I can give you mine, miss." Raindrops covered the narrow, dark alley. A girl with striking orange hair and a provocative lingerie waved hello to someone with a mocking expression. On the other side, a black-haired girl with bulging muscles was exchanging a transaction with a man. In another dark corner, Crow was receiving a mysterious red paper bag from a man with his face covered. He rushed forward but accidentally bumped into Cole. Before leaving, the masked man angrily scolded, "Can't you see where you're going?" Old people's shoulders break easily. She didn't care and just passed by the two people exchanging the transaction. The orange-haired girl, seeing Cole pass by, mocked, "Mrs. Style is not suitable for Dark Star Alley, little sister." Suddenly, she stopped and stood tall in the soaking rain. Cole sat down on the ground, placing her hands on her curls, lost in thought. A moment later she hugged her head, trembling, muttering, "Who am I?" In the gloomy space, only Cole's voice echoed, "Who am I?" Silver Phoenix, seeing her curled up in a corner, revealed a smug look and said, "Poor little sparrow, can't find her way home anymore?" Seeing Cole's beautiful appearance, the girl had many wicked thoughts and invited, "Looking at this outstanding beauty, then join us, become a member of Sky Bird." Silver Phoenix lowered her body, revealing a sinister face, and pointed to the clothes on her body. "However, Sky Bird doesn't allow personal items, you have to take off these clothes and dedicate them to the organization." Just as the girl's dirty hand touched her chest, it was stopped by Cole in time. Silver Phoenix was a little stunned when she witnessed her attitude and harsh words. "Hey, before I get angry, you better take your arm away," Cole said indifferently. With no emotion, "Master, bought for cannot take off." The girl refused to give up and continued to press forward, smirking provocatively. "Hey, Blondie, have you misunderstood something?" Silver Phoenix, not receiving a response from her, angrily slapped her face. The girl waved her hand threateningly, still not taking it off. Cole trembled and lay on the ground, saying softly, "Cannot take off." Hearing this, Silver Phoenix grinned with a sinister smile. She raised the sharp feathers, threatening, "If you don't take it off yourself, then I'll just have to help you." Many cuts were made in the space. Unfortunately, they slashed through the skin, spraying blood everywhere, causing Cole to panic. After struggling for a while, she fell on the cold ground, the meticulously studded beads scattering in the space. Elsewhere, Swan Nye was sniffing hard, searching for Cole's whereabouts. Aesop anxiously urged, "How is it? Have you smelled Cole's scent yet?" He retorted, "Don't rush me, just follow me. He's not walking, he's crawling, get lost." Then the two entered a dark alley, following the scent detected. Looking at this desolate place, he asked suspiciously, "Cole is here?" Swan Nye decisively affirmed, "That's right, inside." He rubbed his nose and proudly replied, "Although the rain has washed away most of the scent, my nose can still find a little of the remaining scent of the disaster girl." Aesop interrupted, "Then hurry up, what are you waiting for?" Swan Nye, seeing that he was about to enter the alley, quickly stopped him. "Wait, ahead is Dark Star Alley, that is the dirtiest, most chaotic sewer outside the beautiful shell of Lighthouse District. Getting lost anywhere in Lighthouse District is fine, but getting lost in Dark Star Alley is very troublesome." Hearing this, Aesop used reverse psychology. "It's just a gathering place for thugs, are you afraid of these shrimps?" But he didn't think so and explained with a serious expression, "They are not just shrimps. This place is the headquarters of Sky Bird, those girls are all difficult to deal with. Even the security patrol of Lighthouse District can't do anything about them." Meanwhile, Cole's situation was becoming increasingly critical. A group of people chattered, "Hey boss, this outfit looks nice, but you smashed it all up like this. You hit her too hard, she's very suspicious, could be a spy from the security patrol, we have to interrogate her." The group looked at her scarred body with a delighted expression, observing. After the beating, Cole no longer had the strength to fight back, she fainted, the clothes on her body torn in many places mercilessly. Silver Phoenix sat on the chimney, looking down with a smug expression, taunting, "Little sister, you're new and don't understand, you need us sisters to teach you a lesson." The orange-haired girl revealed a sinister face, holding a lighter with glee. "This little sister looks like she's heartbroken." The black-haired girl expressed sympathy. "What's the need? Men are the most hateful and useless creatures in the world, only worthy of being our dogs." The girl turned to the group of men behind her and asked, "Am I right?" They obediently replied, "Yes, we are all trash." Silver Phoenix then ordered Crow, for safety, use your soul-searching technique to check her brain, no problem." She squatted down, approaching her. Then Crow placed her hand on Cole's forehead. She performed a secret technique that caused dark light to surround her forehead. Aesop closed his eyes tightly, thinking about something. He remembered her clumsy moments. Is it true, she uses her face to eat? Aesop stroked his chin, as if trying to think of something. He thought that maybe Cole was sad because she saw her father happy with others and not recognizing her. Perhaps from that thought, Aesop had some empathy for her because he himself was abandoned by his father. In his childhood he trembled, having to live in a dark dungeon. The sound of footsteps came from afar. Doberman, with an expressionless face, casually threw a sweet potato into the dungeon. He curled up in a corner, his eyes gradually falling on the food brought to him. But 2 other children in the dungeon quickly ran over to snatch the food. Aesop turned to push the person behind him. He rushed forward, chasing after the 2 people in front. The gray-haired boy quickly grabbed it and was proud. But he didn't stay proud for long when another child threw a stone at his head and snatched the food. The child who snatched it was overjoyed and quickly grabbed it, putting it in his mouth and swallowing it whole. From afar, a small hand used a sharp object to slash hard at his head, causing blood to splatter. The child fell to the floor, the food also taken away. Aesop looked at the person under his feet, smiled victoriously, and declared, I don't like hitting girls, so you better not compete with me. Doberman, not caring about the children's pleas for help, said indifferently, dogs who don't know how to fight for food can't survive here. From that moment on, his words seemed to sow distorted ideas into the children's minds. You are a group of vicious dogs from hell. Your only purpose of existence is to complete the master's mission. Without orders, you are not allowed to fall. As long as there is still a breath, you must still crawl up, and drag the enemy into hell together. Thinking of this, he seemed to remember something and muttered, wait, could it be that her identity is? Aesop didn't hesitate and placed the test subject on the man's head, causing him to tremble in fear. The man trembled and couldn't speak before his threat. Speak quickly. Have you seen a beautiful girl wearing a yellow dress? Seeing that he didn't agree, Aesop threatened, a friendly reminder, an important experimental asset of mine has gone missing, so my mood is very bad right now. If you still dare to lie to me, your ending will be the same as your friend. He was terrified when he saw the person opposite him being trampled by the test subject. Swan Nai, standing next to him, suddenly became tense, thinking secretly, although the biochemical brain mosquito was researched by Aesop, he dislikes it so he has never used it. But today, the frightened man quickly pointed the way for the 2 of them. I saw her, she was dragged to the warehouse over there by our boss Silver Phoenix, saying she wanted to teach her a lesson. He said sternly to him, get in front and lead the way. Yes, yes. Arriving at the place, all 3 were surprised by the scene before them. This is... The man couldn't stand steadily and fell to the ground. The 2 next to him couldn't help but be terrified by the corpses stacked upon each other, and the fresh blood scattered throughout the alley. Aesop went forward to check the wounds of the person nearby. The 2 quickly recognized the cause of death of these people. The fatal wound was a sharp knife cutting the throat. Hey Aesop, the dead on this side were also cut in the throat. He put his hand on his chin, speculating, that's not right. If Cole went berserk, she would use steam pressure annihilation cannons, but why are the fatal wounds all sharp knives cutting throats? From afar, Silver Phoenix was clutching her bleeding neck, crawling and begging for mercy, save, save. Aesop saw her, and quickly turned to say, hey, Cheese, there's still someone alive over there. He also followed and replied, is that so? Let me see. At this time, the girl had become critical. Looking more closely, he recognized this tattoo. It seems that she is the leader Silver Phoenix of Sky Bird, but why is she not wearing clothes? Her butt is so smooth. Hey! He was annoyed by this frivolity, and scolded, stop talking nonsense, quickly save her. If you delay any longer, she will really die. Aesop injected her with human tissue repair factor, for first aid, to reduce some of the discomfort. He pressed the button, injecting 50 cubic centimeters at once. In just about 3 minutes she had stabilized more. Silver Phoenix hugged her whole body, muttering as if afraid of something, saw her knife. Aesop didn't have the patience to wait for her to wake up, said sternly, hey, you've been saved by us, so quickly explain clearly what happened here just now. Were the people here killed by a dazed girl wearing a yellow dress? Hearing that name, she became even more excited, shaking her head, I don't know. 1 hour ago, a woman grabbed Crow's arm. With a great force, her wrist let out a crack, causing Crow to scream in pain, and then collapse to the floor. The loud noise startled the other sky birds. A woman with purple hair and a body covered in scars appeared. Her eyes were sharp, making people cautious. Yorkshire still didn't let go, standing quietly in one place. The sharp feathers rushed towards her. But they were easily caught by Yorkshire. She turned around, gently dodging the feathers. Silver Phoenix was shocked by her skills. She can actually catch the phoenix feather blade with her bare hands. And 3 of them at that. Another sky bird spoke threateningly. This is the territory of our sky bird. You better release Crow, otherwise, with just you alone, don't even think about getting out of here alive. Crow endured the pain, trying to squeeze out each word. She is a hellhound. The brown-haired sky bird was shocked by this information. She is the hellhound who dared to infiltrate the Golden District to assassinate the world's nobles. Hearing this, Silver Phoenix knelt down. She begged humbly, release Crow, I'll gladly set any conditions. The short-haired sky bird, seeing this, was a little dissatisfied. Hey big sister, it's not certain that the hellhound is as strong as rumored, we have so many people. But she was cut off by Silver Phoenix. Shut up. She continued to set conditions. We will definitely keep your secret. After all, we don't like the security patrol, and that bunch of damned world nobles either. Yorkshire opened her mouth at this time. Your clothes, take them off. Silver Phoenix was surprised, and a little embarrassed. What? The sky bird put her hand on her forehead, extremely ashamed. I'm saying this, big sister, don't be so shameless. Okay. She told you to take them off, and you're really taking them off? Sky bird has never been so embarrassed since its founding. Crow didn't care about her words, scolding, shut up. If it wasn't for big sister being flexible in time, we would have all been killed by her. She puffed out a cloud of smoke. The brown-haired sky bird sneered. However, now it seems that, among us sky bird, you have the smallest breasts, that's for sure. She was offended and said in a derogatory tone. With such big breasts, you can't even turn over when you sleep. What's there to be proud of? Silver Phoenix said, annoyed. If you guys have time to chat nonsense now, she ordered, then quickly go find another set of clothes for me. Crow, with a pale face, reminded fearfully, boss, I still don't understand. With the style of the hellhound and her past, she will definitely not let us go. A voice rang out from somewhere. Very right. With the working style of the hellhound, none of you can survive. Causing them to startle and become vigilant. It was a man wearing a mask. He didn't say anything superfluous, and directly slashed the neck of the short-haired sky bird. Blood spurted from her mouth. She lost strength, and quickly collapsed. The sky bird tried to squeeze out each word of exhortation. Big sister, run! He continued to aim at the brown-haired sky bird. Crow didn't escape either. He slowly walked behind Silver Phoenix. The masked man said smugly, are the underworld gangs of Gordon City also virtuous like you? Killing you is even easier than killing a rat of the Latoma dynasty. Cheese listened to the story, and pondered, stroking his chin. So it wasn't the disaster girl who did it? But then again, if the hellhound is so strong, why didn't the disaster girl fight back against that despicable gun gentleman? Aesop was also stunned. It turned back to purple hair. Impossible. How is that possible? I've experimented thousands of times with the cocoon of despair parasite. There has never been such a case before. Just as Aesop was about to stand up, Silver Phoenix grabbed his collar tightly. She knelt at his feet, begging, please save Crow and the others. As long as you can save them, I will agree to anything. After that, the Sky Bird Organization will be your slave. Cheese, hearing this, smiled until you couldn't see the sun. You said that yourself. He observed carefully, making a comment. The pupils are dilated. It's useless with normal methods. Cheese sighed, trying to find a way. If we really want to save them, we can only use that technique, right? Aesop quickly pulled his collar away. He dragged Cheese along the road, while scolding, there's no time to flirt with girls anymore. We have to quickly find Cole and retrieve her, otherwise our most important experimental asset to date will be completely lost. He struggled. No, wait a minute, let me leave the anti-decomposition potion for her. Aesop insisted on not compromising. Let your head go. Didn't you always say that saving people is a bad habit? Cheese still tried to argue. I'm double standard, are you not convinced? A device was thrown towards Silver Phoenix. She quickly caught it. Silver Phoenix carefully observed. This is. Cheese shouted, inject one shot into each person. Otherwise it'll be too late to save them if the bodies rot. At a bridge, a person wearing red clogs was moving forward step by step. It was Yorkshire. She looked at her left hand. Then she put her hand on her face, touching her right eye. Yorkshire put her hand down where her soul was, muttering to herself, and a heart. Yorkshire was confused. Was it that boy who saved me? Why is there an extra memory in my brain that doesn't belong to me, that is, me? A voice called her from behind. Long time no see, Yorkshire. She also turned around out of habit. Doberman. The two stood opposite each other, with an atmosphere full of tension. Doberman said sternly, interrogating, report, Yorkshire, how did you fail to assassinate the head of the Kuramiya family, and after failing, why did you disappear for such a long time? Yorkshire didn't dare to look him directly in the eye, hesitantly reported, infiltrating the mansion of the Kuramiya family was very smooth, but during the ambush, I found myself naturally poisoned. Then I encountered a swordsman dressed as a priest who called himself the Holy Marriage Sword. He cut off my left hand and left leg. Hearing this, he guessed, Holy Marriage Sword is the strongest swordsman of the Heavenly Mandate Order, known as the Living Precept, and also a gold-licensed city hero. Ranked hero number 5, it's normal that you couldn't beat him. Doberman continued to ask, however, what I'm curious about now is if your left hand and left leg were cut off, then why are they as perfect as before now? Yorkshire vaguely replied, someone saved me. I don't know the specifics. Before that I was always in a comatose state. He nodded. Well, if you haven't died, then continue to carry out the Master's mission, Yorkshire. She saluted, bowing her head to obey. Yes. He said meaningfully, whether it is now or in the future, your only master will always be one, and that is me. Suddenly, a figure caught the attention of the two. Yorkshire quickly recognized Aesop Persillard. Doberman wondered, where did this kid come from? Do you know him? She didn't deny. He is the one who saved me. He glanced, full of annoyance. Even your vocal cords were cured by him. It seems that he treats you well. You surely haven't betrayed the master because of him, right? Yorkshire shook her head. I haven't, he said lightly, but it caused turmoil in her heart. Then kill him. After killing him, we still have important things to do. Finishing speaking, Doberman turned to leave. After a long time, she replied yes. Yorkshire stood up. She slowly walked towards him. Yorkshire glanced at Aesop. She coldly said, you shouldn't have chased after me here. He took off his gloves. Aesop calmly replied, starting from the moment I saved you, you have already become a person of my Persillard family. At this time, he still had the mood to joke, if you don't obediently go back, then I'll spank you. Yorkshire, hearing this, unconsciously put her hand behind her, protecting her jade-like butt. Remembering the time she was spanked, her face flushed red. Turning embarrassment into anger, Yorkshire rushed angrily, shut up. But her wrist was quickly subdued. Lucille stood behind him, holding her tightly. She sarcastically said, we meet again, you little waste. Today let's settle the old score. Aesop reminded, remember, don't use the dark tempering virus on her. That will cause the final disaster to go berserk. I won't be able to save you if it happens again. Lucille smiled. Don't worry, little Aesop, all the viruses that know about existence in this world, tempering can easily transform. She jeeringly asked, confirming one more time, as long as I can restrain this little waste, then Aesop has to sleep with me tonight, right? Aesop answered casually. If you make any more noise, don't even think about going outside in the future. Saying that, he turned to leave. Aesop was not afraid at all, standing to face him. He provoked, it seems that if we want to completely solve the ownership problem of the super high-risk experiment subject number 1, then we can only eliminate you hellhounds. Doberman also didn't flinch and replied, a friendly reminder, people standing within 5 meters of me are no longer considered true living people in the sense of meaning. And you are only 1 meter away from me now. Yorkshire stopped him. Doberman, wait a moment. But everything was too late, he had already quickly made a move. He knelt down. Aesop grabbed his bleeding neck, shocked. This is the hellhound? He mocked. Sure enough, besides making noise, there are no other skills. Something rushed over. But it quickly stopped when it was a hair's breadth away from Doberman. Because he had managed to subdue her in time. Doberman still calmly demanded, Yorkshire, you better explain your current behavior clearly, otherwise I will default to betrayal. Yorkshire also became panicked. Tears, why can't I control myself? Lucille, seeing the scene, also revealed a stunned look. Wait, wasn't she already captured by me? She looked back at her hand. which had lost a section from who knows when. Everything was so fast that her hand hadn't even fallen to the ground yet. Lucille gaped. This, impossible. Yorkshire resentfully said, "Didn't I tell you to wait a moment?" Her eyes no longer had the look of blindly obeying. He asked back, "Is it because you wanted to repay the kindness of that kid who saved you? However, you should know the rules of the Hellhounds. You can't have feelings for anyone other than the master." At this moment, Aesop's moans rang out, causing Doberman to be shocked that he wasn't dead. "What?" Aesop sneered. "Sorry, I injected cell growth factor into my body beforehand and pretended to be killed by you. I just wanted to test if Cole still retains memories of me when she's in the Hellhound persona." He adjusted his collar, slowly saying, "As the current head of the Priscillard family, the current chairman of the Pure Research Association, it would be a disgrace if I were killed by backward physical methods." He held out his hand to Yorkshire. "Come here, return to the side of your true master. Go." Before he could finish speaking, she rushed over, giving him a blow. Doberman was also dazed. What's going on? Why did she suddenly hit that kid? Lucille was angry, but could only curse. "Damn it, daring to hit my Aesop. Wait until I reattach my hand and then I'll go over there and kill you." Looking at him collapsing, she didn't have a trace of pity. "I am not that blonde girl." Yorkshire arrogantly looked down, warning, "If you continue to linger then I won't show mercy." Aesop refused to give in, saying, "But I don't think so." He took out an object, looking at her hopefully. "For example, you all regard this little bear as a precious thing, don't you?" Aesop earnestly advised, "Instead of becoming a dull killing machine of the Hellhounds, why not let me bestow upon you the great meaning of life, and with me use alchemy to reshape this terrible world that causes people to suffer, a world that can make the person you love and the person who loves you be by your side." Doberman interrupted, "Unfortunately, even if such a world exists, you won't be able to see it." He scoffed. Weakness. Every evil was exposed by Doberman: doubt, hesitation, immersed in emotion. He smiled faintly, not worthy of becoming a Hellhound. Then he raised his hand to give the order, "Kill them all." From somewhere, a group of Hellhounds rushed out. Aesop sneered, "Don't tell me, what era is it already and you're still playing the numbers game?" He took out a gun, saying, "But in the end, I've managed to lure out the true power of your organization." Aesop faced them, replying provocatively, "Then take care of them all." A bullet was fired. The bullet contained many small crystal particles. It broke into pieces, then scattered everywhere, causing the Hellhounds to be unable to resist. Doberman's eyes widened. "This is 1 hour ago, after Aesop and Cheese were certain that Cole's persona had reset to the Hellhound persona, he had said to him, 'Hey, rotten mouse, I'm very worried about one thing now.'" He turned his head, wondering, "What thing?" He pondered, stroking his chin. "What if her Hellhound persona completely suppresses the Cole persona and can freely use the left arm of the Destroying Angel and the sorrowful eyes of the Emerald Queen? What if the leader of the Hellhounds awakens her painful memories and stimulates the evil reaction of the embryonic cocoon of despair blood in her body? What if?" Cheese quickly covered his mouth. "Don't what if anymore. The second thing is scary enough already, so what should we do now?" Aesop had to think of a way. "Release Lucille. If we want to suppress a super high-risk experimental subject, then we can only use another super high-risk experiment." At this time, Lucille was still in the test tube. Cheese reminded, "You have to think carefully. If the disaster girl can't control herself and Lucille also loses control, then we will really be in trouble. Moreover, Lucille is still in a coma." He was extremely confident, with her abilities and the virus culture environment that I specially prepared for her, she probably woke up on the night she was injured. She just doesn't want to go back to that cage and is just pretending to be pitiful. Aesop explained, "You know, her memory factor has already been reverse transcribed into her RNA sequence. If the tempering virus cannot be completely eliminated, then Lucille will never die. It will quickly self-increase in the host's body, rebuilding its macro body," he said smugly, "worthy of being a great experiment created by me, the greatest alchemist in history." Cheese felt annoyed, so he teased, "That's right. I don't know which genius alchemist can't control the great experiment he created, having to suppress it at the cost of his own male charm. And then another great experiment of this genius also has to face the problem of restoring her personality." He cried out jealously, "Too noisy, shut up." He gleefully laughed mockingly. "I poked at the weak point of the genius alchemist, right?" Aesop said through the microphone. How long do you want to pretend to be in a coma, Lucille? If you continue to pretend, you will miss the rare time to go outside. She smiled as if she didn't. Her long, alluring hair kept rising and falling in the water. Lucille clung to the glass like a lizard, her voice coquettish. Is it going with baby Aesop? On the snack food truck parked on the side of the road. A voice rang out, the seat leaning against this car is also comfortable. As expected, using real leather and 2 layers of memory foam was the right choice. Slender legs comfortably rested on the steering wheel. Palia happily enjoyed each pastry. Mark quickly reminded Chief, you've added too many cumbersome things. This donut-shaped truck really exceeds the budget. She was still munching and trying to defend herself. Let me correct you, this is not a donut-shaped truck, but a large integrated vehicle of the Safety Patrol disguised as a donut-shaped truck at my request, Number Baba Palia, from now on this will be my office. He then retorted, but Chief, nobody puts their office in a food truck. Before he could finish speaking, Palia quickly stuffed a piece of pastry into his mouth and said with a smile, this is the fastest way to establish and maintain safety order. I am not an official who only knows how to sit in an air-conditioned office and drink tea all day. I am a person who is 100% action-oriented. A red notification rang out, emergency. Many people witnessed a dragon appearing on the Nilu Bay overpass, causing Mark to startle. What, a dragon? She laughed happily. Putting on her high tops, Palia said happily, look, this way we can protect safety order without any delay. She stepped on the gas, the Baba Palia car excitedly shouted loudly, launch! Seeing the car rushing away at breakneck speed, Mark quickly stopped her. Wait, Chief, you're speeding, I haven't put on my seatbelt yet. The others standing in the rain could only watch helplessly. They asked each other, did the Chief forget that we haven't gotten in the car yet? The key is? The weapons haven't been loaded into the car yet either. At 2:40 in the morning, somewhere in the White Queen's residence, an ice sculpture that looked extremely exquisite. It was favored and heavily guarded. Someone approached. A woman wearing a mask waved her hand, scolding, now is the president's rest time, no one is allowed to disturb her. But the green-haired girl still tried to say, a dragon appeared on the Nilu Bay overpass, this matter has caused a lot of disturbance, I must immediately inform the president. That is the president's hero execution area. Assistant White Queen quickly replied, the procedure for this kind of thing is that the safety patrol handles it first. If the safety patrol can't handle it, then the low-level city heroes handle it, and finally when all the heroes can handle it, then the president will take action. If our president has to intervene in every smallest disturbance, then what are the safety patrol and the hero association for? Keith angrily grabbed her collar. It's not that simple. According to the description of the witnesses, this dragon looks very similar to the black-winged violent flame dragon that destroyed the Fangan Empire 10 years ago. If the White Queen doesn't take action immediately, if it causes large casualties, then it will be terrible. But quickly being slapped away. She said each word, I repeat one more time, do not disturb the president's rest time, not even the mayor. At this time, the White Queen was sleeping soundly next to her ice lover. Switching scenes to Aesop's place, at this time, that dragon was still raging. The warriors were trying their best. Its hugeness made them startled. It opened its mouth, each sharp tooth and huge body. With just one bite, it had caused many people to lose their lives. Doberman was surprised. Persillard, wait, the Persillard in this kid's words, could it be the ancient family specializing in alchemy research hundreds of years ago? Hundreds of dragon heads with ferocious howls. It rushed towards them. They hovered around Lucille, as if wanting to protect their master. She sneered, provoking, instead of worrying about your subordinates, you should worry about yourself first. Lucille raised her eyebrows, slowly offering a plethora of options for him. Speak, what disease do you want to die from? Smallpox, malaria, scarlet fever, Ebola. Suddenly she stopped, pretending to be naive and mocking him. I forgot, if your organization is called the Hellhounds, then dying from rabies is the most appropriate for you. Aesop held up the bear, saying, now you have 2 choices, take back the little teddy bear, representing your admission that you want to become a member of Persillard. I will use alchemy to help you find the thing that you cherish. He held up the item in his other hand, continuing, or take back your former weapon, representing your loyalty to the Hellhounds. I won't bother you anymore. Aesop urged, make your choice. Yorkshire silently pursed her lips. She slowly raised her hand, pointing in one direction. Seeing her hand slowly reaching out towards him hopefully, Aesop was delighted. Sure enough, this little bear is something like a pillar of her spirit. I linked it with myself, so that I can subtly guide her choice. But she suddenly turned around at the last moment, making him stunned. What? She turned and left, entrusting Aesop that, please help me hold it. Yorkshire said meaningfully, I have to go end everything. The hellhounds kept dodging, making Lucille laugh mockingly. Is all the hellhounds can do is run away? Then you might as well change the name to Funeral Home Dogs. Immediately after, Aesop's voice came, Lucille, don't chase after Doberman anymore. He wants to lure you away so that the other hellhound assassins can come and kill me. Come back to my side. As soon as the words were spoken, the army of hellhounds rushed towards Aesop in unison. Protect me, Aesop said to Lucille before she used her power to wipe out the hellhounds. She said in a contemptuous tone, a bunch of stray dogs dare to touch my baby Aesop? Aesop coldly said, starting from now, stay by my side, don't run around, did you hear? Before he could finish speaking, Lucille immediately rushed over and hugged him, answering affectionately, I heard you. She stroked his head. I will definitely provide protection without any distance for you, Aesop, with his face being squeezed and unable to breathe, tried to beg. No, distance is not needed, let me go. At this time, Yorkshire slowly stepped forward. Doberman also stopped at this time. He coldly said, so you're finally making a move against me, Yorkshire, but all of your assassination combat skills were taught by me. I am your benefactor, not to mention. Even if you didn't join the hellhounds that year, you would eventually be abused by your stepmother to the point where you'd rather die. Suddenly Yorkshire took out a sharp knife from somewhere, and stabbed it directly into the palm of her hand. Aesop exclaimed in surprise, what the hell, what's she stabbing herself for? Doberman was no less surprised, his eyes widened wondering, what are you trying to do? Yorkshire calmly muttered, 2 eyes, throat, 2 shoulders, 2 hands, abdomen, chest, 2 legs, 2 thighs, stabbed by the teaching hounds in each place, piercing through tendons and bones. If you still haven't died within 10 breaths, then you can withdraw from the hellhounds. She pulled the knife out of her hand. This is the only way to withdraw from the hellhounds. Then she pointed the hilt of the knife towards Doberman. I've already stabbed 1 knife. You can stab the remaining ones, she said in an indifferent tone. Faced with such a situation, Doberman only stood calmly. Just for a word of whether that kid said is true or false, is it worth it? Moreover, you have to know that after the absolute 13 cuts are completed, no one has ever survived, even if that kid is a miraculous healer. As long as I stab your heart, you will definitely die. Aesop was extremely worried and spoke, hey, your body is my property. Without my permission, no one can harm your body, including yourself. Before his worries, Yorkshire only gently turned her head and used a cold tone. I've already said it, this is my business. If you hinder me, then you will only receive a corpse. He didn't know what else to say, thinking to himself, the hellhound persona is really not cute. Ah no, too difficult to control. Lucille, standing behind, kept asking to go and stop Yorkshire. Baby Aesop, let me go and stop her, making Aesop only sigh in his heart, but still better than the person standing behind me by a lot. As for Doberman, he also took off his mask at this time, showing a somewhat disappointed attitude. You are much worse than your mother. He sneered. At this time, your mother would definitely not hand over the opportunity to survive into anyone's hands, but would risk her life to point the knife towards my throat. Yorkshire was very surprised at this time and asked, you knew my mother? Doberman laughed coldly. It's okay to tell you at this point, your mother was once the strongest alpha dog of the hellhounds, and also my teacher. He recalled her past. It's a pity she had feelings for a stage actor, and was even made pregnant. The master pitied her, so he didn't execute her, but after that she always wanted to take you and your father to escape. Doberman raised his hand and clenched it somewhat proudly, so finally the master ordered me to personally take care of her. He remembered the bear that Yorkshire cherished very much. Before killing her, she knelt down begging me to let her sew 1 last stitch for the little toy bear for you. Yorkshire was trembling at this time. Her blood-stained hand from the self-inflicted wound gradually tightened the knife. She said with a serious tone and eyes full of killing intent, I have to kill you. Doberman was pleased as if he had just completed what he needed to do. His mouth opened in a delighted smile. That's right. Then 3 sharp blades popped out of his hand, and at the same time his expression also became serious. After all, those who wag their tails for food can't arouse my interest at all. The two looked at each other with cold eyes. Yorkshire was also full of killing intent. Then they rushed up at the same time. The two rushed into each other, fighting madly at lightning speed, causing the audience to only see two blurred figures rushing into each other. Immediately after, both stopped. On one side, Yorkshire's face was covered in blood with long scratches caused by Doberman. He looked more stable, and sneered, "Haven't you discovered it yet? Having too much kindness has caused you to become weakened, Yorkshire." However, as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt unwell, coughing up blood to the point where he had to cover it with his hand. Inside Doberman's body, his heart was suddenly cut in half. Unable to believe his eyes, he was shocked. "You actually learned heart-shattering." Yorkshire, standing with her back turned, only coldly explained, "You once said, only this move can kill you and the hellhounds." Knowing that his life had come to an end, he only dazed. "This is the so-called fate?" Doberman continued with a somewhat emotional tone, "This move was taught to me by the master, but I used this move to kill the master." At this time, he felt something in his heart, and his mouth revealed a satisfied smile, thinking to himself, "That's great, your voice is exactly like the master's." Then the golden key also slowly fell out. Yorkshire raised her hand to catch the key. She stood there, lost in thought for a moment. On the other side, Lucille and Aesop stood watching. She said listlessly, "How boring," while he happily thought to himself, "This way Cole will completely sever ties with the hellhounds. She will also naturally return to my side." But just as he was secretly rejoicing, Yorkshire suddenly jumped from above, making Aesop startled and exclaim, "What the hell?" He stuck his face out to look down. "What does she want to do?" Lucille, standing next to him, replied with an expectant look, "Perhaps after killing the enemy, she felt that life has no meaning. So she jumped into the sea to commit suicide." Aesop observed, but there was no one around. He replied helplessly, "I can't see anyone anymore." Suddenly seeing something, he tried to look closely. "Wait, this is..." Aesop looked at the bridge warily. It seemed that a lot of bombs had been set up on it. At this time, Bar was sitting gleefully somewhere, holding something that looked like the remote control of those bombs. Immediately, he did not hesitate to press the device. Aesop at this time seemed helpless due to being exhausted, thinking with difficulty in his heart, "Oh no, I used up all the energy of the anti-gravity alchemy matrix when I came here." Switching scenes to the surface of the road on the bridge. At this time, Swan Nye with barriers around him continuously held up a glowing stick, shouting loudly, "There is an unknown creature causing harm on the overpass ahead. No people or vehicles are allowed to enter." In the corner was a young man tied up. It seemed he was a real officer but had been robbed of his uniform to impersonate. At this time, Palia drove her ice cream truck, opened the window and begged, "Officer Patrol Wong, please sympathize with me. I need to deliver ice cream to the opposite side urgently. The refrigerant in our car is about to run out. If we don't hurry up, the ice cream will melt." She continued to make cute gestures to continue begging, "I can treat you to a waffle cone. It's absolutely delicious." Swan Nye immediately fell for it, thinking happily, "This waffle cone is really big." He laughed delightedly, "Then I'll try it. If it's delicious, then I'll let you go." In the car, Palia looked smug, with one hand reaching down to pull out a gun. The staff member sitting next to her trembled and asked, "Chief, what are you holding a gun for?" She at this time with a dangerous face, "Last night I went through the employee files of the Lighthouse branch office, among the 513 support staff and patrol officers. There is no demi-human rodent." Palia smiled happily and explained, "Plus with the image of the suspect in the previous cases, this big mouse in front of me is very likely to be one of the suspected perpetrators of the White Queen bank robbery and the theft at the Golden Family." Swan Nye at this time was still leisurely rejoicing at thinking he had made a good deal. Then immediately after, there was a sudden explosion from below him. The violent evil dragon on the other side continuously used its power, spewing out from its mouth. It thought to itself, "These insects are really annoying, let me give you a comfortable death." Aesop standing below worriedly, "Damn it, it's too late to call violent evil dragon to block the explosion for me now." Then he reached out and grabbed Lucille's hand, causing her to startle. She happily thought to herself, "Finally baby Aesop realized that I am the strongest experimental subject. This is the first time he has actively held my hand." Immediately after, Aesop pulled her and jumped down. "It's too late." Lucille, naturally being dragged along, also didn't know what was going on, huh? Immediately after, a very large explosion occurred on the bridge. Bar used binoculars to watch from afar. His face revealed a delighted expression. Bar sneered. Doberman's last strike was still too light. Sure enough, he still couldn't bring himself to hurt the daughter of the person he loved deeply. Garcia, standing on one side, added, I feel that. Doberman seemed more like wanting to die. He looked uncaring. Anyway, the moment Doberman found Yorkshire, he no longer had value to me. Moreover, that guy dared to secretly investigate my dealings with the world nobles. It was already easy on him to be killed by Yorkshire like that. Bar ordered, inform the Kuramiya family about Yorkshire's location and tell them that there is an unidentified troublemaker. This game for the world nobles should have ended a year ago. Garcia only replied with one word, yes. After the explosion, Swan and I immediately contacted Aesop. Hello Aesop, damn it, how is it on your side? It's already one thing to call out the violent evil dragon. Why did you explode the bridge too? Aesop, answer me. Swan and I said helplessly, damn it, what is he doing again? Then he jumped from the bridge, coincidentally catching the eye of Palia and the people. Everyone panicked and left the car wondering, what the hell, what's going on? The safety patrol jumped into the sea. In the car, Palia looked regretful. What a pity, I almost caught this mouse. Switching to Bar's side, at this time he began to cough violently. He thought disappointedly, old age, death, it turns out to be such a terrible thing. If I can't become a new world noble and enter the Golden District, this body of mine really can't take it anymore. Garcia next to him said helplessly, do you really believe that the Golden District of Gordon City has the technology to help people achieve immortality? Besides, is immortality really that important? Hearing this, Bar suddenly became angry and shouted, you're an elf, with a lifespan of thousands of years, how could you understand me? Seeing this, Garcia quickly bowed and pressed her face against him. She said gently, Bar, if you die, I will also commit suicide, and follow you. Bar also leaned close to Garcia's ear and whispered, Garcia, listen carefully, I want us to become immortal together, forever, forever together. At this time, a voice rang out outside the door, so you want to be immortal, why didn't you say so earlier? There's no need to beg the world nobles, I can grant you your wish. He startled and turned around abruptly. Who? A figure stepped in. Aesop. He wore a gas mask and confidently introduced, Priscillard, the greatest genius alchemist of this century. Bar was shocked, not believing his eyes, slammed his hand on the armrest of the chair and questioned, impossible, 200 kilograms of sulfuric acid, powerful explosives mixed with fractured concrete crystals. Exploded, no one could have survived within that range. Aesop only took out the coat that had been stained with acid earlier, and held it out in front of him. That's right, because of your explosion, this coat has been completely ruined. How are you going to compensate me? Flashback to 20 minutes ago. Lucille had also noticed the bombs around. And at the very moment the bombs were activated, she sprouted a pair of black wings. Then the wings spread wider, gradually surrounding both of them. She tried her best to push the expansion, damn it, faster. Just as it surrounded the two of them, the explosion also spread over. Lucille and Aesop inside the cocoon fell straight into the water, affectionately hugging him. You're so silly, you could have run away by yourself. I am the collection of tempering virus. An explosion of this magnitude can't kill me, you're my creator, you know this better than anyone. Back to the present, Bar panicked, damn it, where are the guards, where did the guards go? Lucille only smiled contemptuously, you mean these strange-looking monsters, these lovely things? He was even more frightened. Impossible, even if you were lucky enough to survive, how could you find this place? Aesop said with a look of no surprise, impossible, even if you were lucky enough to survive, how could you find this place? After the explosion, all the ships around moved away from the bridge. Only this ship didn't move and stopped here. What's not strange or new about that? He asked helplessly at this time. What exactly do you want to do? He only slowly replied, very simple. First I have to conduct inhuman abuse and interrogation, then take over all the assets of the Hellhounds, and finally, conveniently avenge my foolish experiment. Bar, hearing this, only showed contempt. You arrogant kid, you should feel regret for being lucky enough to survive in the bombs. He continued while rushing towards Aesop, because your body will be cut into 8,000 pieces within a second. But suddenly Bar stopped, his hands trembling and unable to move. Aesop said gleefully, why don't you press it, are your organs rusted? His whole body froze, not understanding at all. Wait, the body, why can't it move? He explained, because you've absorbed a lot of dragon spider toxin. While speaking, Aesop moved closer, besides the organ trap that's activating with the remote. The surrounding scene now only has 4 people facing each other. The paving stones of the entire building only have 18 bricks that don't have a trap being passively activated. I'm not wrong, right? The more he said, the more he couldn't believe his eyes. Impossible. Even Doberman wouldn't know the specific number of bricks without traps and all the positions. How would you know? Aesop calmly explained, very simple. Because this experiment subject of mine can sense the molecular range, she told me that in the entire hall, only these 18 floor tiles have almost no blood peroxide sugar molecules. In Lucille's eyes, those bricks seemed to be glowing, and the 18 floor tiles just happened to be connected to form a path leading to the center of the hall. Aesop happily ordered, of course, I still can't determine if there are organs near your seat, so, Lucille, help the old man a little. Lucille threw out 2 little monsters that rushed towards Bar. Yes. The little monsters quickly bit onto his whole body. Then lifted him high. Garcia panicked. Bar. He trembled in fear, begging, please, don't kill me. Aesop coldly spoke, the dog breeder, the real ruler behind the most powerful human empire in the Western continent. The Latoma Empire, the Hellhound organization you created, has assassinated those who refused to obey you, and finally completely infiltrated and controlled all the power institutions of the empire, including the emperor. The image of Bar standing proudly above everyone. In addition, the Hellhound assassins you trained have assassinated high-ranking officials of all enemy countries in the Western continent. The entire Western continent has been under the rule of the Hellhounds for more than 150 years. Aesop approached him and chuckled, the character who has created mountains of corpses and seas of blood that makes the entire Western continent tremble, is now like a shrimp begging for mercy from a child who hasn't even grown up. How ugly. He said sternly, tell me, what agreement did you have with the world nobles? Bar suddenly coughed heavily. His eyes gradually blurred, his voice also gradually weakened. Beg you, I don't want to die. Bar groaned, don't want to die. Suddenly someone injected a strange liquid into his neck. After a while, Bar opened his eyes. He, who should now be called him, became much younger, looking at his body in surprise. This is my body. Aesop pulled out a mirror for Bar to conveniently observe. Congratulations, you have not only been cured of your illness, but also rejuvenated. He stared blankly at him. Do you really have immortality techniques? But why are you helping me? Aesop put on a friendly expression. Because I want to destroy all the world nobles, and rule Gordon District. If you don't want to die, then obediently tell me all the intelligence related to the world nobles. Bar hesitated for a moment. The intelligence of the world nobles? The image suddenly switched to another place, a naked girl tied up. Her eyes were also covered. There wasn't just one person like that. There were many girls in the same state here. The common points were all naked, tied up and blindfolded, along with satisfied faces. A drop of water fell, gently dripping into the censer that was emitting fragrance. A man sighed, boring. Incho leaned back, boring. He was lying between strange pillars, boring. Incho picked up a picture, clearly alive. Why, haven't you come to kill me? The image inside was Yorkshire. Bar sat upright and recounted what he knew. The entire assassination plan was completely a game that the group of world nobles ordered for them, they said. As long as my Hellhound assassins could injure them, even if it was just bleeding a drop of blood, then they would agree to take me in, and become a new world noble. Aesop was confused. Hiring someone to kill themselves, are they idle and having nothing to do, or do they feel that they are being protected by city heroes too well, and want to find some excitement? Bar suddenly said, boring. He was bewildered. Those nobles always had this phrase on their lips. I don't understand. Is it because they have lived for too long? Aesop suddenly became angry. So, that idiot girl basically didn't know. He thought of Yorkshire, or rather Cole. Did she risk her life to complete the assassination, just for a game of seeking excitement from the nobles? Aesop sneered. And she and the other Hellhounds, fighting to the end, are just pawns that can be discarded at any time in their hands, right? She still held a key in her hand. Returning to the past, Yorkshire and Doberman stood silently on the beach. He suddenly spoke. Yorkshire, recently I'm investigating a matter. This matter may cause me to lose my life at any time. I put my most important thing in the storage number C428 in the old container. Area west of Lighthouse District. Wait for the assassination action to end. If I haven't died, I'll take you there. She asked curiously, why do you want to take me? Doberman smiled slightly. Because that thing is also important to you. Back to the present, Yorkshire was rushing quickly in the rain. Storage number C428, Old Container Area West. The voice still echoed in her ears, storage number C428 container. She gradually slowed down, Old West. Then stopped completely, container. A head of blonde hair appeared. Yorkshire had returned to being Cole, me. She said blankly, what am I doing here? Softly called, Master, oh. Cole sat down hugging her arms. The passers-by all had to pay attention to this incomprehensible woman. Cole sadly stood in the rain. A pair of legs appeared in her sight, not listening all day, only knowing how to run around. She surprised opened her eyes wide. Looking up a little, it was a familiar face. Don't quickly stand up and follow me home. Aesop held an umbrella, held his hand out to Cole. She was very happy. Then placed her hand in his hand. The two quickly left. Returning to 1 hour ago, Bar knelt on the ground begging Aesop, spare me. He hesitated. After all, isn't Yorkshire still living safely? He said sternly, Yorkshire, are you sure you didn't call the wrong name? Bar immediately panicked. No, didn't call the wrong name. Her nickname in the Hellhounds is Yorkshire. Aesop became more and more angry. So you mean that until now you still think that she belongs to the Hellhounds? He hurriedly waved his hands. No, 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 she belongs to you, belongs to the Priscillard family. I misspoke just now. He coldly asked again, then what about you and your Hellhound organization? Bar fearfully bowed his head, trembling as he swore, I and the Hellhounds will be loyal to you alone from now on, Lord Aesop. Aesop sneered, then give me some sincerity to prove it. He immediately handed over a bunch of keys. Half of my assets are hidden in this ship. I'll give them all to you. He happily took it. I'll accept, but... Aesop smiled coldly. It's still not enough. Bar panicked. The other assets are all in Latoma. I can have someone send them to Gordon City. He pointed to Garcia, saying each word clearly. What I mean is, I want her. He was horrified. What? Aesop was pleased to see Bar trembling all over. How is it, do you agree? He lowered his head, clenching his teeth. Then suddenly smiled. Bar called gently, Garcia. He laughed maniacally. From now on you are the property of Lord Aesop. You must listen obediently. Garcia helplessly fell to the ground. She trembled. Bar. Aesop stepped towards Garcia. He lifted her face. Oh, so you wanted to become an immortal. Wasn't it just to be with her? Don't you have to pay me a little? Then gently put a necklace on Garcia. The necklace automatically tightened, like a dog collar. Aesop held up the necklace towards Bar. You want to watch her turn into my experimental subject like this? He replied seriously, the Hellhound organization only serves you. Even if there is pain in my heart, I will not go against your will. In his head he whispered, one day, I will get the immortality technique in this kid's hands, then regardless of whether it's Priscillard or the world nobles, I want you all to die. Before that, everything can be sacrificed. Aesop said satisfied, very good, go, use this new body of yours to return to your throne. Bar took slow steps, rest assured. He trembled as he sat on the original chair, with Aesop Priscillard here. Aesop affirmed, you will forever be the dog breeder of the Hellhounds. He waved his hand, come, use your new body to issue your first order. Bar shouted excitedly, I announce. But before he could say anything, blood started to flow from his nose, dripping onto his clothes. Bar was stunned, not reacting in time, huh? He hurriedly reached out to touch it. Then trembled, blood, nosebleed. Aesop smiled coldly. Blood also began to flow from Bar's eye sockets. He screamed madly, my body, why is it like this? Aesop calmly explained, oh, that's right, I forgot to tell you. I injected the alchemic secret medicine, Atsat A01 of the Priscillard family into your body. He patiently explained, in theory, it can treat all injuries related to aging on carbon-based organisms. Bar angrily shouted, then why has my body turned into this? Aesop coldly laughed, because the medicinal properties of Atsat A01 can only be withstood by the direct bloodline of the Priscillard family, otherwise it will become like you. Bar madly, why, clearly I agreed to be loyal to you. Aesop answered naturally, I wouldn't dare accept someone who can betray even the person they love the most. Not long after, Bar died on the very throne he had created. Garcia sobbed, hugging his feet. Swan and I slowly walked over at this time. Hey, why is it all over already? 244, Aesop threw the bunch of keys to him. All right, stop complaining. To compensate you, the job of cleaning up the final spoils of war is assigned to you and Lucille. He stepped over Swan Nai, not forgetting to instruct. Also, keep an eye on that elf girl, don't let her commit suicide, I suspect she is a rare emerald spirit. He happily replied, understood, leave the girl to me and you can rest assured. So where are you going now? Aesop sighed, I'm going to find that silly girl back. I've installed a tracking device on her knife hilt, she can't escape. So there was the scene of Cole sitting in the rain, and Aesop coming to pick her up. The two returned together. After returning to base, Aesop had a headache. It's over. He sat awkwardly among the 4 big airbags. It seems that I completely overlooked the fact that this situation would happen. Lucille grabbed him and shouted, baby Aesop is mine today. That kind of waste product, like you better get out on the sofa and sleep. Cole also refused to give in. Master, sleep with me? The two pulling back and forth caused Aesop pain. 255 Swan Nai sat on one side pressing the controls. On the other side, a great war broke out. Mine, what fart, when I and baby Aesop were together, you were still playing in the mud on the western continent. He sighed in despair. Should I feel sorry for him, or should I admire him? Finally, it seemed that the two had reached some agreement. Aesop lay painfully between the two. I regret creating these experimental subjects already. Back to 3 hours ago, the two were still arguing fiercely. Aesop couldn't stand it anymore. He pushed both of them away. Stop it all for me. Then seriously teaching the two, pulling and pulling, arguing and noisy. What kind of decorum is that? I am your master. If you continue like this, then I will send the two of you to the high risk experimental subject detention area to sleep. Cole sat silently, sadly. Lucille reiterated the old matter. Anyway, baby Aesop has already agreed with me. Aesop recalled. When he released Lucille, he had indeed agreed with her. If he denied it at this time, then she would definitely not listen to him in the future. Moreover, Lucille had also performed very well this time. There was indeed no reason to refuse to fulfill his promise. So he crossed his arms and announced, today, Lucille stays behind. She was immediately happy. Yeah. Aesop also added, Cole, because you didn't listen to my words outside, running around on your own, so I'm punishing you to sleep on the sofa outside the living room. Cole hurriedly grabbed his clothes. Master, Aesop was stern. Pretending to be cute is useless. Quickly hug your pillow and go. Her face was sad. Then had to hug the blanket. Cole went outside, occasionally turning back to look. Aesop coldly said, go outside, close the door. Lucille even made a teasing face at her. He immediately warned, if you cause any more trouble, then you'll go out there with her too. Cole had to close the door. Lucille didn't need to hold back anymore, rushing over to hug Aesop tightly. Baby Aesop is finally mine alone. He hurriedly pushed her away. Don't hug. Aesop sighed. I have to go to the bathroom. Quickly let go. Then went straight to the bathroom. He stood in front of the toilet. Aesop sighed. How will tonight finally pass? Then began to flush the holy water. Lucille suddenly stuck her face out and exclaimed, wow, baby Aesop's XXX is so cute. Aesop, startled, fell backwards. The holy water immediately splashed. A small drop hit Lucille's lip. She reached out her tongue to lick it. Then happily looked at him with a greedy gaze. Inorganic salt concentration, electrolytes, sugar and protein are all normal. Baby Aesop seems to be very healthy. Aesop's face flushed red. Then hurriedly turned on the water. He opened it to the strongest. Then sprayed it straight into Lucille's mouth. Are you a pervert? Aesop grabbed a toothbrush and frantically scrubbed. Open your mouth for me, show your teeth. Until her teeth were shiny did he stop. Aesop coldly said, open your mouth for me to smell. Lucille obediently opened her mouth. Her eyes were slightly hazy. Then seized the opportunity to stick her mouth onto Aesop's mouth. He struggled hard but couldn't break free. After a while, she released Aesop. He immediately yelled, I only agreed to let you sleep together. I didn't agree to let you do other things. If you do it again, then immediately get out to the living room for me. Lucille put on a pitiful face. Who told baby Aesop to bring his face so close just now? People couldn't help it for a moment. Aesop didn't want to say much anymore. Don't say much. Quickly go to sleep, yes. Returning to the room, he began to summarize the events of today. Lucille lay on the bed boredly. Is baby Aesop done yet? She sighed. It's already 12 o'clock at night. What do you know so much for? Aesop ignored Lucille. Almost done. I have to summarize this event first. You go to sleep. She pouted. Then put on a pitiful expression, hugging the pillow. Baby Aesop, if you really hate me, then you don't have to force yourself to fulfill the promise. Lucille stood up sadly and said I should still go out and sleep. Aesop was surprised. No way, Lucille is actually crying? He hurriedly said, no, it's not that, I'm really busy, thinking in his head. Originally I planned to write until she fell asleep and then get into bed. It seems the plan has fallen apart. Finally he had to get into bed and turn off the lights. Alright, so now I'll get into bed and sleep. Is that alright? Don't cry anymore. You're not Cole, you're the calamity seed, Lucille. Lucille softly said, it's just myself pretending to be pitiful. Who doesn't know? Aesop lay tensely on the bed. Come here, but I have to say in advance, hugging is fine but no using your mouth. Waiting for a long time but seeing no one, he looked over curiously. Why haven't you come over yet? Only to see Lucille huddled in a corner, shivering. Her face was flustered as she thought to herself, damn it, why do I feel so tense when I'm actually sleeping with baby Aesop? Lucille revealed without hesitation, in the 1,322 days I was locked in the prison cell, every second and every minute I imagined holding Aesop's hand, hugging Aesop, kissing Aesop, sleeping with Aesop. She recalled, only by doing that could I get through the time, every second and every minute, but time still passed, very slowly, very slowly. Lucille cried sadly and sobbed, I always can't help but want to get close to Aesop, but I can't control myself. I really can't control myself. Like breathing is the instinct of a living being. Aesop hugged her tightly and comforted, I'm sorry, I was too harsh on you before. He frowned and promised, in the future I will not lock you up anymore. The two hugged each other tightly and fell asleep just like that. Outside on the TV at this time was showing a cool entertainment program. Swan Knight cheered excitedly while watching. The two groups run faster. Yes, that's it. Move your feet faster. While he was immersed in enjoying it, Cole darkened her face and walked silently. Let the little bear shake. How long has she been standing next to me? Swan Knight saw this and was startled, stammering asking, Disaster Girl, Cole, why are you out here? The TV showed the scene of two girls bumping into each other and losing the ball. He panicked and trembled, trying to find a way to change the channel. He couldn't let anyone know he was watching that kind of skimpy stuff. No, I have to change the channel quickly. Swan Knight changed in time to a thrilling action movie. He breathed a sigh of relief. Swan Knight immediately gestured to invite Cole. Is Aesop angry? Come, sit down here and watch TV with me. She didn't say anything, but immediately sat down with him. The chase and shoot movie was extremely exciting. The two just sat there without saying a word. The atmosphere was very silent. Swan Knight unconsciously felt uneasy. No, if this continues then I won't be able to watch the intense collision tonight. This is clearly a problem caused by that brat Aesop. Why should I sacrifice my TV entertainment time? He had to think of a way, approached her and whispered, Aesop's personality is to endure humiliation. The more he wants you to come out, the less you must come out. Swan Knight also deliberately coached Cole. Once you go out, it's equivalent to offering your master to Lucille. He was determined to encourage and instigate her. You are the strongest experimental subject of our Priscillid family. Go and reclaim your bed. Hearing this, Cole also frowned in response. Bed mine? Seeing that she had left, Swan Knight looked excited. Tonight there will be a good show to watch. He opened the door to the room and put a smoke bomb inside. Swan Knight and Cole both put on gas masks and made hand gestures to each other. He whispered, I'll count down 3 seconds, 3, 2. When the finger counted to number 1, Swan Knight stood at attention and saluted her, considering that he had completed his mission. You can go in now, good night. Cole also did the same and wished, good night. He gently helped her open the door and enter. Cole slowly and carefully crawled inside. Swan Knight saw this and also knew what to do and closed the door. He hurriedly took off the mask and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally tonight I can quietly watch TV. He left but still didn't forget to turn back and chuckle. Good luck tonight, Aesop. Cole was crawling slowly on the carpet at this time. She slowly approached the end of the bed. Suddenly Cole discovered. It was Lucille. She was lying on the bed extremely comfortably. Not only that, Lucille was also hugging Aesop intimately. She saw this and was extremely annoyed. Lucille also deliberately provoked, Hey, tonight I really have to thank the hypnotic smoke that you and that mouse released. She also innocently collided with him in front of Cole, Aesop now doesn't resist at all anymore. Unable to endure it anymore, she went berserk and rushed straight over. But Lucille wasn't simple either, she managed to hold Cole's hand tightly. The two struggled fiercely on the bed. Cole immediately threatened, "Cannot eat, master." Lucille, hearing this, was stunned and blurted out, "Huh, are you an idiot? Who's eating him?" "I'm just purely licking him." Suddenly she looked down at her hand. Unexpectedly it was being burned by Cole's hand. This is... Lucille remembered when Cole also erupted with such power. She frowned in trepidation. "No, this idiot's super high temperature trick extremely restrains my attributes. I can't win against her in the current situation. The most important thing is, my relationship with Aesop has just been promoted. I absolutely can't break such a good situation." Lucille had to negotiate. "Hey, if you use that trick here then he will be injured. Are you sure that you would sacrifice harming your master just to compete for a place to sleep with me?" Hearing that she would injure Aesop, Cole immediately changed her expression. She quickly lowered the temperature. Lucille smiled smugly. She also continued to manipulate Cole with words. "If you are the second super high-risk experimental subject of Aesop, and it is true that you have defeated me before, I acknowledge your strength, so I have a proposal." Lucille made a proposal. How about the two of us share his love equally in the future? She wanted both to be peaceful and chose, "In the future you sleep on his left arm. Aesop is sleeping very soundly. I sleep on his right arm." Cole thought for a moment. And then quickly she also accepted that idea. "Okay," Lucille smiled secretly, "she's really an incurable idiot." The two just lay down next to him together. "Please, please." Even so, Lucille showed a troubled expression. "Aesop values this little idiot very much, so now I can't have a direct conflict with her. There are still long days to come. I can slowly think of ways to snatch back all of Aesop's favor from her hands." She stared at Cole, who was already fast asleep next to him. "There will be a day. I will make Aesop be mine alone." At this time, outside the city, the airship was hovering above them. It then released a barrier that encompassed the entire city, Priscilla's super permanent alchemy expansion device. He even smiled excitedly. "The entire Gordon city is now under my control." Aesop declared loudly, "The next step is to completely transform this world according to the will of Aesop." "Priscilla, me?" Cole stepped forward and reminded, "Master, it's windy in the sky. You can easily catch a cold. Please put on a coat." Hearing this, he praised repeatedly, "Not bad. Final disaster. Finally you're starting to understand things." She put the coat on Aesop. But unexpectedly he trembled, unable to stand up straight. "This coat, why is it so heavy?" Aesop narrowed his eyes and thought back. So heavy. When he woke up, he was being crushed by both of them lying on top of him. Aesop glanced over wondering, "Why is Cole lying on my bed?" Suddenly he felt something. "Wait, why do I feel so wet in the blanket?" Aesop panicked and looked down. Surely she didn't wet the bed? He shouted loudly, urging, "Both of you get up for me." Aesop hung the blanket up to dry and scolded Cole, while Lucille chuckled happily outside. Last night when Cole had fallen asleep, she had deliberately reached out to Cole's abdomen, and also transmitted something inside. After it was over, Lucille even chuckled with glee. "The tempering virus has been weakened, reducing its ability to cause disease. It only infects and stimulates her bladder epithelial cells. This way it won't stimulate her antigen immune response from the beginning." Cole frowned uncomfortably, her whole body trembling non-stop. Her legs too. Lucille happily watched. "As long as I make her wet the bed, Aesop will definitely not let her on the bed anymore in the future. By that time, the only experimental subject sleeping with Aesop will be me." Then Cole couldn't hold it in anymore and wet the entire blanket. Aesop ordered irritably, "Cole, you are not allowed on the bed anymore in the future. If other people know that the highly dangerous experimental subject I created wets the bed, then my reputation as Aesop Priscillard will be completely ruined." Lucille, standing next to him, also echoed, That's right. He decided, "I will prepare a separate bedroom for you later, you will sleep alone." While she was happily teasing Cole, "It seems that only I can sleep with baby Aesop." Unexpectedly Aesop also issued an instruction, "Lucille too. I will also prepare a separate bedroom for you." She panicked. "Huh?" Lucille kept justifying, "Why, I don't wet the bed." He gave the reason that, first, you're too heavy, and you keep crushing me when you sleep. She shouted angrily, "People aren't heavy." This time Aesop turned around and glared warningly. "Second, don't think that I don't know why Cole suddenly wet the bed. He frowned and explained, "Both of you are my most important experimental subjects. You need to have your own independent living habits. Don't keep revolving around me anymore. You're not my decorations either, really." Lucille obediently lowered her head and listened contritely. "I know." But she knelt down begging, "Everything else is not a problem, but just sleep. Without Aesop, I really can't sleep." Cole also put on a pitiful expression, pleading, "Master, Cole doesn't want to sleep alone." The two cried piteously and begged. Swan and I couldn't bear it any more and shouted, "Shut up!" He immediately clarified, "Aesop is the head of Priscillard and the chairman of the Pure Research Association. Is he a toy for you to compete for? Experimental subjects who do not comply with orders and act recklessly will not be allowed to continue to be in our living area." All three were stunned into silence after hearing this. Aesop smiled. "Although Cheese has always failed to complete his tasks, I didn't expect him to maintain my authority at a critical time." Then he held up a timetable that had been clearly divided. "Therefore, if the two of you want to sleep with Aesop, you must strictly abide by the rules. I have made a schedule for bedtime. Each person gets 1 day, so that no one has to compete with each other." The two hurriedly crowded around, praising repeatedly, "There's a timetable for bedtime too, so amazing." Only Aesop petrified helplessly. But then Lucille realized, "Wait, what about Sunday?" Cheese pondered, Sunday we can flip a coin. Whoever wins will get to sleep with Aesop." He even happily showed off, "This is very fair, isn't it, Aesop?" He was so angry that he trembled. "Too fair. I must thank you for this great idea." Aesop chased after Cheese with a gun. "No need to thank me. As the number 2 person of the Priscillard family and the Pure Research Association, I naturally have to be reasonable for the family head. And the chairman." He took a pen and blacked out the paper pasted on the wall and edited it, "Bedtime." Aesop looked at it thoughtfully for a long time. He then ordered, "Just like that, you are not allowed to take an inch, or you won't even get 1 day." They had to bow their heads and obey. Yes, yet Cheese was still itching for a beating. "That, actually we can consider adding a 3-some day," Aesop angrily shouted, "You old rotten mouse, if you say one more word then I'll poison you." But then unexpectedly, he asked about something. "That's right, have you completed the retrieval of the Hellhound's assets?" He replied approvingly, "Of course. They are all stored in warehouse B21, Aesop nodded. "Go, let's go take a look." But he didn't forget to turn to the two people and remind, "The two of you stay obediently in the living room for me. Get along well, don't fight, wait for me to come back." Lucille hurriedly put on a show of hugging Cole intimately. "Rest assured, the relationship between me and my sister Cole is very good now. Wait for you to come back, Aesop." On the other side, a voice rang out, "You mean that the cargo ship numbered YHL 113 had entered the port, anchored at Pier 72H and has now disappeared?" Bob Apalia sat comfortably in the chair interrogating, "Neela Port Management, hand over all the information of this ship to me." While the bald head was kneeling on the ground, looking at her adoringly, "It's all here, Chief Bob Apalia." He didn't beg, "Miss Bob Apalia, I want to invite you to dinner, is that okay?" Bob Apalia carefully checked the files and rejected him. "I still have to investigate the case. I don't have time to go to dinner with you." Then he rummaged for something in his pocket. Then he happily held out, "This sea-scorched black pearl ring worth 20,000 gold coins is a gift I gave my wife for our 50th wedding anniversary today. I'll give it to you. Please have dinner with me." The bodyguard next to him tried to stop him. "Hey, this is a wedding anniversary gift. How can you give it to someone else?" But he insisted on not listening. "I bought this. I can give it to whoever I want. Who are you to control me?" Bob Apalia then issued an instruction. "If you can help me find out the reason the ship disappeared, or find any witnesses about the ship's disappearance, then I will agree to go to dinner with you." Hearing this, he lit up and agreed. No problem. I will help you, Bob Apalia, find out the truth even if I don't get to sleep." After speaking, she left and didn't forget to remind, "By the way, I really hate wearing jewelry, so you should give that ring to your wife. Goodbye." At warehouse B21. Aesop then gave the order, "Start inventorying the assets." Cheese immediately controlled, "Here it comes." He was about to throw something box-wood out into the distance. The entire water in the room was wrapped by electric currents, abruptly emerging on the water's surface. It was a huge cargo ship. Aesop felt very satisfied. Kuramiya, the safety patrol and the city heroes are definitely searching for this cargo ship like crazy, but they can't even imagine that this ship would be brought Back wholesale by me to the nightmare den by Alchemist subspatial cube. The elevator controlled them to move up high to that ship. Up to near the side of the ship. The two quickly jumped over. Cheese also reported, I used the key to open all the rooms inside the cabin. There are about 4,200 tons of gold, 160 tons of dithium gold, about 30 tons of various ornaments and currency of many countries. The total value converted into gold coins is up to 200 million. Aesop kept praising, whether it's synthesizing the Azoth alchemy matrix or creating the Philosopher's Stone. They all need a large amount of wonder elements. Our gold reserves have long been depleted. This amount of gold is really a timely help, he also continued to add. And there are 5 seriously injured Hellhound assassins. Keep them. I plan to brainwash them and send them back to the Latona Empire to continue leading the Hellhound organization. This way, we can control the power structure of the entire Western continent. Cheese pointed forward, these containers made of orichalcum alloy. I haven't looked at them yet. I guess they are ornaments to present to the noble families. Aesop ordered, is that so, then? He nodded for arms and opened them. Go. After receiving the order he immediately put on protective gear and approached. Okay. Cheese held the electric gun and drilled a door right on that container. It was immediately opened. The inside was pitch black. At this time, an unusual stream of gas was emitted. Aesop frowned and thought, why do I have an uneasy premonition? Suddenly something inside glared out with red eyes. He quickly discovered it. Aesop hurriedly called Cheese, quick, retreat. An octopus monster then crawled out. Its tentacles destroyed the ship. The sea monster had a strange shape. Cheese panicked. What kind of monster is this? He stared at it and replied, how would I know? Wait, let's look at the sign on its prosthetic legs. On one of its tentacles it wore a ring with an engraved symbol. At this time Aesop had also recognized it. That's the universal identification of highly dangerous biological weapons of my Persilard family. This is impossible. Cheese quickly made the bombs towards it. No matter what, we have to control it first. The sea monster instantly took the brunt. A white gas enveloped it, causing it to see nothing. The sea monster struggled frantically. Cheese saw that it was completely ineffective and panicked. What? Not only is the dragon spider toxin not effective, but it's also completely absorbed by it. Right at this moment it swung its tentacles high and slammed them down. Aesop grabbed his gun and shot straight at it. One side of the tentacles had turned into slime. Cheese stood on the side mocking, I thought it was so powerful. But then the sea monster ate its own leg. Aesop was also shocked, not believing his eyes. To prevent its entire body from turning into slime, it actually cannibalized its own prosthetic legs. Cheese at this time then gave a suggestion. Hey, if your slime gun is also ineffective, then to be safe, it's best to ask Cole and Lucille to come over. At this time above, Lucille was stealing his things and enjoying them. All of them have Aesop's scent. She moaned non-stop. Lucille stole Aesop's underpants. Cole saw this and then scolded, Masters, things, not allowed, to take without permission. Lucille was angry at being disturbed. Damn it, are you sick? Don't suddenly appear like that, okay? But then Cole gave her an orange. She smiled brightly, for you, this, very delicious. Lucille looked at it somewhat confused. But then she turned her face away and refused. I don't bother eating what you've touched, dirty. Before she could say anything more, she was stuffed a wedge of orange into her mouth by Cole. Lucille annoyedly wanted to raise her fist. You're an idiot. But she smiled happily. Cole, Lucille, good friends. At this time she remembered, this idiot, doesn't she think what I said in front of Aesop was real? While Aesop on the other hand, no need. I want to see if this thing is worthy of the extremely high-risk label. He turned his head and asked, where is the elf Garcia that you imprisoned on the ship? Cheese replied, right at the seat in the main hall. Hearing this, Aesop ran over immediately. Hold on for a moment, I'll be back soon, son of a bitch. The elf Garcia was being tied tightly up high. Aesop observed once, he not only set up a magnetic field static restraint trap but also released dragon spider toxin. He's gone a bit too far. He then pressed the control button next to him. Immediately the cuff binding the elf Garcia's neck was removed. She fell down immediately. Aesop ran over and gave the medicine. This is the antidote to dragon spider poison. Sniff a little and you can move. Garcia sat up slowly. She suddenly retracted her hand and took out a knife from her person. Unexpectedly, she raised it and aimed it straight at herself. Aesop managed to stop her in time. using his hand to tightly grip the knife. Aesop then explained, I've already said, you are my property now. From that moment on, your breath belongs to me, your heartbeat is under my control, and I am the ultimate decision-maker regarding your lifespan. You yourself are not qualified to decide. Matt was trying his best to resist. In such a short period, he was able to evolve his body with a certain level of high-temperature resistance, and his form was constantly growing larger. Was it because he had absorbed a large amount of heat energy? Then unexpectedly, the gun ran out of bullets. Damn it, the hollow-point thermal detonating rounds are all used up. I have to go to the armory to get more advanced weapons to deal with this guy. Aesop appeared behind him and said there's no need. He had managed to bring Garcia over. She pulled off the eye patch. Garcia's eyes immediately lit up. The sea monster was automatically hypnotized. It slowly closed its eyes. The tentacles gradually lowered as well. Suddenly it collapsed right before their eyes. Matt was stunned. What kind of situation is this? Is this the end for me? Aesop chuckled and explained, the end, my foot, it's sleeping. It asked in puzzlement, sleeping, why is it sleeping? He sat down and supported Garcia. Because it's her, look at her eyes, she's a rare emerald spirit. But she was trembling and begging, kill me, I beg you. Aesop handed the blindfold back to her and comforted her. Why be sentimental for a man who abandoned you to live in disgrace? Perhaps, he once loved you very much. But something like love is even easier to spoil than milk left out overnight without a lid. After a while, the sea monster was taken away. The monsters locked inside whispered amongst themselves, another new neighbor. Big eyes, why does this thing look a bit like a person? All have so many disgusting tentacles. Stop talking nonsense, you dumb dragon head. I am a noble abyssal protist. Just looking at this disgusting thing, you can tell it's a low-quality synthetic product. Matt looked up and said, I've just confirmed, there's one in every container on this ship. The containers all have powerful cooling equipment, keeping them in a dormant state. It was our cutting guns that generated heat energy that woke it up. Aesop frowned in contemplation. What I'm wondering now is, why does it have the marking of a super dangerous experimental subject? Of the Paralard family? The marking of a super dangerous experimental subject, although it's a concept proposed by my mother, until now, the only entity that truly has this marking is Lucille. It hurriedly reminded him, hey, didn't you always say you've read all the files and documents of the Paralard family? Could it be that you don't even know the original meaning of that symbol? He propped his hand and thought back. In the family's archives and library, there are over 220 million items, including books, manuscripts, data, and all kinds of audio and visual materials. Even if you read through them all, it's hard to avoid omissions. Suddenly, his eyes flashed. Wait, I remember now, this symbol is the High Faction. Aesop finally understood. They wanted to grasp the power of gods, not hesitating to transform their souls and bodies to turn themselves into all kinds of terrifying and disgusting creatures. But according to the family's records, most of the members of the High Faction were eliminated by my mother, with only a small group of survivors desperately trying to avoid being turned into experimental subjects by my mother. They used unknown techniques to sever space channels and escape to another dimension. Matt also chimed in. So, indeed, there are still High Faction alchemists who slipped through the net still existing? Hearing this, he felt a little regretful. Damn it, I shouldn't have killed the old dog breeder so soon. It stood beside him and comforted him. It's okay, anyway. We've recovered his body completely. Whether we use soul-eating rituals, or resurrect him as a zombie, or enhance him with soul-searching techniques, we can all investigate why those creatures appeared in his cargo. After speaking, Aesop left. In that case, let's secretly interrogate Garcia first. Maybe we can find the source of this batch of goods. Matt also clamored to follow. Wait for me, I'm best at interrogating girls. At this time in the room, he kept interrogating. Speak, where did the containers on the ship come from? Garcia trembled and begged, please kill me, please kill me. Matt looked on in disbelief. Unexpectedly, the old dog breeder had such a great appeal that he made such a beautiful elf girl debase herself for him. Aesop turned around and ordered, inject her with truth serum. Matt immediately pressed a button. Understood. He added, use a capillary injector to inject it. Hearing this, it deliberately made a show of it. You don't need to tell me, such a beautiful little sister. I certainly wouldn't use an injector with a needle. It seems that since Cole came along, Our Aesop also knows how to cherish beauty. You're so verbose. The reason for not using a needle is that many natural-type elves are very sensitive to synthetic metals, and emerald elves who are still alive are only her, of course. We have to be careful in every way. But unexpectedly, the phone rang. Matt answered the phone. Hello? It handed it over. It's for you, Aesop. Huh, for me? Aesop was surprised. Did you cause trouble with another girl, again, wanting me to clean up after you? You're a rat, not a male dog. Don't go spreading your seed everywhere. Matt whispered, It's not, it's the sugar daddy calling. On the other end, Kuramiya Wakano was calling. Aesop, do you remember this young lady? He coldly replied, No. Aesop urged, Speak, is there anything urgent? She questioned unhappily, Can't I look for you if there's nothing urgent? I am your sugar daddy. Even if I don't call, you should proactively report the situation to me every day. Matt smiled sinisterly. It pressed the red button in advance. Aesop was annoyed. Hey, I gave you the toy bunny phone to prevent urgent situations, not for you to use for idle chatter. If there's nothing, I'm hanging up. I still have work to do. At this moment, Garcia was injected with the drug. Kuramiya Wakano was startled when she heard it. She went crazy and shouted, Why is there a woman's voice? What are you doing, Aesop? Garcia opened her eyes drowsily at this time. Matt stood beside her and reported, She's been injected with 3 doses of truth serum. She doesn't seem to really know the origins of those containers. Aesop speculated. If she doesn't know, then so be it. Anyway, her true value doesn't lie there. He then explained, according to the records in the family's files, because natural-type elves possess the magical ability of hypnosis and dream magic, since the magic era. Emerald elves have been captured by the Demeto magic empire and are on the verge of extinction. Even their queen was imprisoned and had her eyes gouged out. After that, the family has repeatedly tracked wild emerald elves but has never really captured one. Aesop raised Garcia's face and said, And I am the first alchemist in the family to capture a living emerald elf. Matt also added, But now she wants to die at every turn. It's really troublesome. Should we use soul-leading techniques to brainwash her? He smiled sinisterly. There's no need. Have you forgotten? Cole's right eye. Emerald elves can communicate through light to connect directly with the deep consciousness in the soul. And the eyes of the Emerald Queen can control all emerald elves through a gaze. It seemed to understand the intention and was delighted. You mean let Cole use the right eye of the Emerald Queen to order Garcia to be unconditionally loyal to Za-Kuka. This is great. Aesop brought Cole over and instructed her to remember. Later you must look straight into her eyes, and then silently read the command in your heart, submit to Aesop. Understand, after you succeed, I will reward you with a bar of chocolate. Before he could finish speaking, well then, let's go, Cole rushed to Garcia here. She got very close to Garcia. 2 hours later, Cole was still staring straight into her eyes. Matt was a little frustrated. Are you sure she will activate the right eye of the Emerald Queen? Aesop still tried to believe. The left arm of the destroying angel was proactively unleashed by her, so I think activating this should not be a problem. He frowned and thought, wait, if the condition to activate the left arm of the destroying angel is the host's intense feelings of anger, then, the condition to activate the right eye of the Emerald Queen, could it be? Aesop approached and asked Cole, where is your mother? Suddenly, the eyes of both of them lit up. Garcia held Cole's face tightly. She stammered with tears in her eyes, the eyes of the Queen. Why do you have the eyes of the Queen? He smiled with satisfaction. As expected, it's working. Then, Cole, give the order. Cole also trembled and sobbed along. She suddenly remembered the image of her mother, and blurted out unconsciously, Mother. But then there were also images with Aesop, Master. Her face suddenly turned red. Garcia also looked on blankly. She just smiled lightly. Then she stood up and walked away. Garcia approached Aesop. He was smug. Very good, it seems it was successful. Aesop deliberately signaled with his hand, Now, kneel down, call me Master, Garcia. But she stroked his head instead. Garcia said gently, You can't call Mother by her name directly. Aesop went crazy and shouted at Cole, Hey, what exactly did you order her to do? But before he could finish speaking, Garcia's hand was placed on his shoulder. She hugged Aesop tightly and said affectionate words, Sorry for leaving you alone for so long. Later, let Mother make it up to you. Matt was stunned and didn't understand what was going on. Has this experiment turned into an explosive role-playing game? He hurriedly pushed her away and replied, "My mother is the greatest alchemist in the history of the Priscillid family. You are just my experimental subject. How dare you call yourself?" Hearing this, Garcia was a little hurt. That appearance suddenly resembled his mother. Aesop unconsciously couldn't help but call out, "Mother, mother." He panicked and rubbed his eyes. Feeling embarrassed, he shouted loudly, "You rotten rat, absolutely don't take off your polarized sunglasses, don't look into those eyes, quickly use dragon spider poison grenades to control her." It hurriedly cried out, "But she seems to be asleep already, why can't I wake her up no matter how much I call?" Aesop gritted his teeth angrily, "Damn it, I remember now, the side effect of the person who possesses and uses the right eye of the Emerald Queen is to make others fall into a deep sleep." He tried to close his eyes so as not to look and ordered, "You rotten rat, don't take off your glasses," quickly suppressed Garcia. It held the bomb in its hand like before and thought to itself, "I'm doomed." But suddenly Garcia approached and pulled off its glasses. Fomat instantly fainted and lay on the ground. Aesop called out in panic, Fomat, what's wrong with you?" She smiled meaningfully, "Rest assured, no one else will disturb our reunion." The situation was tense now. Aesop calculated with a headache, "Damn it." At this time, he could only raise his gun to threaten, "Stand still for me, close your eyes and don't move." But Garcia still approached, "I told you, don't come closer." He pointed the gun straight at her. Garcia didn't say anything and held it tightly. And then Garcia bowed her head, aiming the gun straight at the middle of her head. There was no fear in Garcia's eyes. Just like with the image of his mother, "If you really hate me that much, then just pull the trigger." Aesop became even more frightened. He then took off his glasses. She hurriedly rushed over. "I knew my darling loved mother the most. How could you have the heart to shoot mother?" But quickly he said, "My mother is not you." Although lying in his mother's arms, Aesop still denied it, "It's not you." He wrapped his arms around her and hugged her tightly. Garcia stroked his head and called out, "Aesop, be good." She also promised that, later, mother will definitely love you very much. On this side, Lucille was bored alone. Annoying, why is it only that blonde idiot who gets called to help with experiments, and not me? I'm clearly Aesop's first super high-risk experimental subject. Moreover, my abilities are much more stable. She smiled and pondered, but if you think about it carefully, in this entire nightmare base. Still happy for not long, she saw Aesop hand in hand with Garcia. "My only competitor is only that blonde idiot." She angrily said, "Baby Aesop, why did you bring this woman into the living area?" Hearing this, Aesop unhesitatingly scolded Garcia, "You're not allowed to talk to my mother like that, huh?" She was shocked, "Your mother?" Then Garcia raised her hand to Lucille's cheek. She didn't hesitate to say, "You also like my baby Aesop?" Angrily, Lucille scolded, "You stinky woman, only I can call him baby Aesop." Instantly, Garcia's hand began to turn black. Her eyes lit up again. Lucille was quickly hypnotized. Then she closed her eyes tightly. Lucille just fainted like that. Aesop supported her and laid her on the chair. Garcia deliberately dropped the glass of water and pretended to fall on the ground. He shouted in panic, "Mother." Aesop picked up the syringe, Omamori virus inhibitor type. He turned away shyly, "Mother, the Omamori virus has spread quickly. In order for the body to absorb it quickly, it needs to be injected intramuscularly. Can you turn around?" Garcia still deliberately put on an uninhibited appearance. Here?" Aesop's face turned red. Garcia also pretended to be scared. "Mother is afraid of pain, baby Aesop, be gentle." He reminded her tremblingly, "Mother, I'm about to stab you." Aesop bit his teeth and did it. He quickly injected her. Garcia screamed in pain. But Aesop said that one injection may not be enough, so, on the other side, we have to inject there too. She trembled and turned around. "Darling, this time, you have to be gentle." He continued to inject Garcia correctly, just like that, slowly, gently stabbed in. I'm sorry." She covered her mouth, endured the pain, and comforted Aesop, "It's okay, darling, you've tried very hard." After a while, he also sighed in relief, finally finished injecting. Suddenly an announcement rang out, "Priscillard's heart detects mental pollution encountered by the wearer, about to exceed the harmless value. Mental structure purification field activated." Aesop panicked. What am I doing?" Garcia was still lying on the bed and groaning, "Darling, mother's butt is swollen, it's really uncomfortable." He shouted loudly, "What did I just do?" But regaining his composure, Aesop remembered, No, that's not right. The gaze of a normal emerald elf cannot change or rewrite memories. He realized, wait, could it be that at that time, I accidentally looked into Cole's right eye of the Emerald Queen? Aesop covered his face and blamed himself. Damn it, is it because at that time I simultaneously mentioned the word obey which had the word me in it, and the sentence mother which had the word mother in it, that caused that idiot to misunderstand? At this time, he remembered, I must quickly wake Cole up, so that she can use the right eye of the Emerald Queen to suppress Garcia's soul. Aesop turned back to Garcia and reminded her, you have to stay here, don't move. He turned to leave, this play should end, but why didn't Priscilla's heart detect it immediately and activate the purification field? But Aesop froze. It turned out that Garcia was holding his hand tightly. She asked painfully, baby Aesop, you don't need mother anymore? He gritted his teeth angrily, still calling herself, my mother. Aesop himself did not expect that. Why, this person still exudes the aura of mother. He couldn't take his eyes off her. It was clear that Priscilla's heart had finished purifying the mental pollution from the right eye of the Emerald Queen. Aesop tried to restrain himself and turned his face away. If you can guarantee that you will listen to me from now on, then I will not leave. Garcia begged, mother will listen to you from now on. He also told himself, she must know, I am already the family head and leader now, I am a grown man. Aesop turned back and explained, therefore, when there are other people here, you must never call yourself mother, and you must never call me darling, you have to call me Aesop, understand? Garcia put on a pitiful appearance, then later, only when two people, me and baby Aesop, are together, then I can be baby Aesop's mother? He frowned and gave instructions, that's right, if you disobey me, then don't expect to see me again, and don't even think about bargaining. She nodded obediently, I understand. Garcia actually agreed, mother will obediently listen to you, after all, darling has grown into an independent boy already. She stretched out her arms and said, but there's no one else here now, darling, can I let mother hug you and coax you to sleep? Aesop swallowed when he saw this. He looked and kept panting, anyway, she's just a substitute for mother, just take advantage of her, remember a little, the feeling of being pampered by mother. Anyway, the FOMAC crowd has been deeply hypnotized. Then both of them couldn't restrain themselves and crossed the line. Mother, I miss you so much, mother, when will you come back here? Mother knows, mother will never leave me again. So when you come to mother, just act spoiled. At this time, the time for sleeping together has also changed. Lucille angrily argued, Cole is one thing, but why can she sleep together too? Aesop retorted, what's sleeping together? It's just taking advantage of the hypnosis ability of the Emerald Elf to carry out insomnia treatment. Recently you and Cole have been making me very neurasthenic. Fomat stood beside him and announced, Aesop, it's been almost 2 days, we still have an important thing to do. What thing? It intended to bring it to his attention, recover the Tian Miao. Hearing this, Aesop was dejected. Oh God, you still intend to save that group of trash? Fomat slapped his shoulder. Hey, we are the biggest villains in Gordon City, but we don't even have a maid to command. Don't you think this is a very devaluing thing, huh? A little shaken, he pondered, but if I let Cole, Lucille, and them enter the living area, they will definitely mess up the living area frequently. It would be good to have someone specialized in cleaning up. Nightfall area, the guild master's house of the Ghost Cry Guild. A hot girl was writhing. A group of people were bragging, this month, the price of emerald ghosts has increased 5-fold. Other types of goods compared to emerald ghosts are no different from ash underwater. One of them also discussed, I heard that the boss has sold emerald ghosts to the lighthouse area. It seems that there is a gang called Tian Miao selling it. If we can grasp the supply source of the lighthouse area, then our lives, no, our next life, the life after that, we can't spend all the money. I looked at the watch on my hand and said, that's right, speaking of which, I just remembered, the boss just said he was going to the bathroom, but it's been half an hour. Why hasn't he come back yet? The girl sitting next to him suddenly stood up, I'll go to the bathroom and see, annoying, that boss definitely won't let me go. Suddenly the room lost power, that guy angrily shouted loudly, damn it, what's going on? Why did the power suddenly go out? There are candlesticks on the table, light them up. The girl unexpectedly stepped on something. Table, there's something on the table. At this time, the crowd was terrified. Boss. There was a symbol engraved on his head. This symbol is, City Hero number 7, Night Arbitrator. One of them trembled and picked up a gun. Damn it, He called that killer here again. Unexpectedly, the boss's corpse suddenly stood up. Another one was trembling while sitting on the floor, then suddenly a hand grabbed him. It was the girl from earlier. She rushed over strangely. That guy pointed the gun at her in fear. The girl hurriedly shouted, It's me. But the sound of gunfire suddenly rang out. That girl fell to the ground. The sound of singing rang out miserably. At this time, there was only one survivor. She whispered in horror, I didn't participate in drug trafficking. Please, don't kill me. My mother, she's seriously ill. I need money to treat her. I can't die. But there was a red-eye behind her. It gradually approached and pounced on the girl. These bugs filled with desire deserve to die. He also whispered, As for you, whether you live or die, you must accept the judgment of the night.